Good afternoon, members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, those following via social media, and members of the media. Welcome to the continuation of this public meeting, number 22 for today, Monday, August 24th, 2026. I would like to give a special welcome to the Council of Ministers, to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums. We have established a quorum of 10 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have not received a notice of absence from any members. I have received a notice of lateness from MP Otley and a notice of lateness from MP Peterson. Does any other member of Parliament have any notifications? I see MP Labega would like the floor. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself, the Kafir, my fellow colleagues. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Finance, her support staff, everybody in Tribune and at home listening. Mr. Chair, I would like to give a big congratulations to the two boxers that represented St. Maarten in the Caribbean School Boys and Juniors Boxing Tournament in Guyana last week. They both returned to St. Maarten with silver medals. Tanisio Peterson and Shamir Arndell both returned with silver medals. I just want to give them a word of encouragement, keep grinding, and I know next time they will attain that goal. Also, Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate the motorsports community. They had another successful event on Swaliga Road yesterday. They're preparing to go to Grenada, where some of our racers will be competing regionally and internationally. And what I'm most proud of, every time they have an event there, you see the growth when it comes to safety, organization, and things like that. So I just want to encourage them to keep grinding, and good things will come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. I see MP Lewis would like the floor. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and her support staff, those in the Tribune, my honorable colleagues, and most of all, to the people of St. Maarten. Mr. Chairman, I would like you to bear with me a little, as I have missed the first 2 days of the budget debate, or 3 days last week. To the people of St. Maarten, I apologize, because many of you were wondering what was happening. I will be straightforward. I have a medical condition, and I was hospitalized last week. But I'm here today, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to also mention to the family and fellow loved ones of the departed Casimir Codrington. I know he has passed, I think, a week or two ago, and I would like to say my condolences to his family. Also, I've also learned, and I'd like to notify the public, that there is a passing also of an employee at the airport that passed away according to reports on the job. I do not know if that is so, but my condolences to the family and fellow loved ones of that individual. Mr. Chairman, I would like to go into it. Just to notify the people about the garbage situation. I listened to the Parliament meetings and I heard even MPs, Mr. Chairman, pertaining to that last week. I received a lot of videos and pictures up to this morning regarding to the garbage in the KB, Zakers Gut, Tassel Road, etc. Also, Mr. Chairman, the bullying reports I've also received also via the media and from individuals within the VROMI department that females are being bullied, Mr. Chairman. That is unacceptable if that is the case, and something needs to be done by it. Mr. Chairman, I've also received information I would like to notify that there is a ministerial decree regarding the graffitication from the Ministry of ECYS that's on the Landsverordening, stating all the names of the individuals who are going to receive this gratification, including their years of service and the amounts that they're going to receive. I do not think that this is ethical. I have never heard of that being printed in the Landsverordening. And if it is a fault, I would like this to be corrected as soon as possible. Mr. Chairman also received for the Minister of Justice that there are 2 cases pending right now, today, at the courthouse. We're sitting in a budget debate, Mr. Chairman, and I understood that people are still fighting for their rights, even though they have had sit-downs with the ministry pertaining to their rights. So these things are not being avoided and costing the country even more money. Mr. Chairman, again, the situation with the Ministry of Romy, meaning the minister, a motion of non-confidence was brought against this minister. Still to date, he was saved by his people, by his coalition. And seeing the fact, Mr. Chairman, that the coalition can get rid of its own, I think the coalition needs to come together and bring a motion of no confidence against this minister so that the people of St. Maarten could get rid of incompetence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see MP Duran would like the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues, the Minister of Finance, our support staff, the Prime Minister, and everyone listening to the sound of my voice. Mr. Chairman, I would also join my colleague in congratulating Mr. Peterson and Mr. Arndell on the great showing in Guyana under the guidance of Coach Sean Blair. I must say that Coach Blair has been very dedicated for many years. I even had the opportunity to be trained by him during my teens, him and Mr. Petty, I must say. So I must tell him, keep up the good work. They are doing great things. I would also like to use this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to congratulate our own Denzel Richardson, who signed a big contract with a Chinese baseball team in China. So he's moving now from Japan to China. Mr. Chairman, it shows that St. Maarten has potential, but we have to put in order to get out. So with that being said, I would like to congratulate his entire family and congratulate the people of St. Maarten with that achievement. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. I see MP Westcott-Williams would like the floor. MP Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good afternoon to you. A good afternoon to our support staff, my colleagues, the members of Parliament, and of course the Minister of Finance and her support staff here this afternoon. A good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten tuned in to this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I want to say a word of congratulations, and you might ask a pageant in notifications, words of congratulations, but these congratulations go out specifically to the Methodist Women's League and their Golden Elegance pageant that they held. So firstly, I want to congratulate the winner of this pageant, Ms. Joycelyn Froston, and all the participants, as well as the organizers. I think it is a show of class and poise. And the thing is, Mr. Chairman, this wasn't just your ordinary pageant. This was a pageant, first of all, of church members over 70, and they really, really made it a beautiful pageant. I could not have been there present, and I think that's why I'm making this announcement as well, because I know everyone was wondering, well, where is the MP? Because I actually was doing some preparation for this meeting here, but I want all of them to know how proud I am of them. And congratulations once again. It was wonderful. They stood up for their faith. They strutted their stuff, and congratulations also to the winner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott-Williams. I see MP La Cruz would like the floor. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Griffier, Honorable Minister, her support staff, those in the Tribune, my fellow colleagues here in Parliament, and all watching and listening via social media. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to send out condolences to Francis and his brother on the passing of his mother in Colombia. I got the privilege of spending some time with her when I was there, and unfortunately, she did not make it. Francis is flying back on Wednesday, back to the island, and my prayers goes out to him on behalf of my family, the United People's Party, to him and his family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I don't see any other MP needing the floor for notifications. We have as agenda point for this public meeting, agenda point number 3, National Ordinance stipulating the budget for Country St. Maarten for the service year 2026. National Ordinance Budget 2026, Parliamentary Year 2025-2026, -192 on the IS 1159, 2025-2026, dated June 11, 2026. Yeah. We go over to agenda point 3. It is important to note that this meeting commenced on August 20th and continued on August 21st, 2026. Agenda point 1 and 2 have been handled and closed. I would like to remind the public that Parliament received the national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2026 on June 11, 2026. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance, hard copy, digital link via email, and it is available on the Parliament General Teams as well as the website of Parliament. In Central Committee meeting number 23, held on June 26, 29th, and July 6, 2026, the subject matter was discussed, the members of Parliament posed their questions, and the final report on the draft budget 2026 was ratified and sent to the government for answers. The final report containing the deliberations in the Central Committee as well as the submitted questions and comments were also sent to the members. The government answered this report with a note following the final report on the IS 1348/2025-2026, dated August 14, 2026. As mentioned earlier, this meeting is a continuation of the meeting that commenced on August 20th and continued on August 21st. At this agenda point, the Minister of Finance presented the overall budget and key information before going over to a presentation on the budget for the Ministry of Finance, followed by presentations on the budget per ministry by the other ministers of the Council of Ministers. On Friday, August 21st, the members were given the opportunity to speak and pose their questions. The first round of questions was closed and the meeting was adjourned, allowing the ministers time to prepare to answer the questions of the members. The minister has returned today to provide the answers to the questions of the members in the first round. As this is a public meeting, allow me to remind you of the introduction of the usage of interruptions. The following guide applies in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Order. The chairperson may permit interruptions. These interruptions should aim to seek clarification, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information, and should consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. The chairperson will ensure order and decorum during the meetings and the use of interruptions. Members, ministers, and guests must maintain parliamentary decorum and refrain from making offensive or disorderly interruptions. Members will be allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point. The interruptions are to be posed from the lectern place in the Legislative Hall. General remarks. There will also be a supper break from 6 to 6:30, depending how the meeting goes, during which supper will be served. Meetings will go on until latest 9 p.m. An exception can be made if the specific matter is nearing its end. Ministers often make commitments during meetings in Parliament. In these instances, a minister may promise to send a memo, letter, report, or legislation to Parliament for notification, information, or further handling based on a request of a member of Parliament. At the end of the meeting, I will make a recap of the commitments made during this agenda point of the meeting. The interruption status is as follows. We have MP Westcott Williams, 1 interruption left. MP La Vega has 2 interruptions left. MP La Cruz has 2 interruptions left. MP Myers has 1 interruption left. MP Otley has 2 interruptions left. And MP Roseberg has 2 interruptions left. All other members have 3 interruptions left. I now give the floor to the Honourable Minister of Finance to answer the questions posed in the first round. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of Parliament, honorable Prime Minister, Griffier, dedicated support staff, persons in the Tribune, radio listeners, social media viewers, people of St. Maarten, all under the sound of my voice, a pleasant good afternoon and blessed week further. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to return today to respond to the questions posed by the honorable members of Parliament based on the questions of the first round of this 2026 budget debate. I now move on to the questions posed by MP La Cruz. Mr. Chairman, MP La Cruz asked, basically, if we are happy, this was a general question to all ministers, if we're happy with the way things are going now, are we happy with the direction the country is going, what is our plan to fix it? Through you, Mr. Chairman, am I happy with everything as it stands today? No. There are still significant challenges that we as a country must address. However, I do believe that within the Ministry of Finance, we are moving in the right direction. We are working to restore budget discipline, strengthen tax compliance, modernize the tax administration, improve government's procurement and payment controls, and manage our debt and liquidity responsibly. My plan is therefore not based on one single measure. It is about strengthening the financial foundation of the country, improving collection of the revenues already due, controlling how public funds are spent, modernizing our systems, and creating the fiscal space needed for government to execute its priorities. So, Mr. Chairman, I am encouraged by this direction, but I am not satisfied with where we are today. There is still work to be done, and within my mandate as Minister of Finance, that work is ongoing. In other words, progress is being made, but there is still much work to be done. I now move on to questions posed by MP Otley. MP asked, what happened to the 2025 budget amendment? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the 2025 budget amendment was significantly delayed. My apologies. The 2025 budget was significantly delayed, which also affected the timing of the proposed 2025 budget amendment. Although it was my intention to present the amendment to Parliament before the end of 2025, this was ultimately no longer feasible. Once we entered 2026, the decision was taken to prioritize 2026 and 2027 budgets and break the recurring cycle of late budget submissions, rather than further delay the current budget cycles to complete a 2025 amendment. The 2025 annual accounts will reflect the actual financial execution for that year, including the relevant deviations between the approved 2025 budget and the actual results, and will provide Parliament with accountability for those differences. Through you, Mr. Chair, the Ministry of Finance is currently working on finalizing the 2022 financial statements, which is expected to be submitted to Parliament in Q4. With respect to the 2023 financial statements, we are awaiting the final report from SOAB before we can proceed with the next stage of the approval process. For the 2024 financial statements, a final draft was submitted to SOAB a few weeks ago for its final review. Once that review has been completed and the report has been issued, the process for submission can commence. The ministry is also actively working with SOAB to finalize the 2025 financial statements. Our objective is to complete both 2024 and 2025 financial statements and submit them to Parliament by the second quarter of next year. Following question, there appears to be conflicting information regarding the status of the visitor's tax. It was previously reported that the legislation was submitted to the Council of Advice in August 2025, while a later response indicated that it is expected to be submitted to the SER in October 2026. Can the Minister clarify the current status of the visitor's tax, where it is in the legislative process? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the SER rendered its advice on the draft visitor's tax legislation in April 2025. However, receiving the SER's advice did not mean that the legislation was ready for implementation. Legal Affairs deemed the quality of the legislation of such low quality that the law had to be adjusted before Legal Affairs could render its advice and proceed it to the Council of Advice. The subsequent review identified several legal, technical, and operational deficiencies, insufficient consultation with immigration and the aviation sector, concerns regarding the allocation of revenues, and the practical collection and enforcement arrangements needed to properly execute the law. For this reason, it can be recommended that the laws are sent to SED after review by Legal Affairs, as this was not the case with the visitor's entry tax. This caused a major delay upon its return and submission to Legal Affairs for review. Due to limited capacity within fiscal affairs, a legislative tax lawyer needed to be engaged through the TWO funding to address these shortcomings and further develop the draft and ensure further stakeholder engagement with the relevant parties. The necessary amendments are now being finalized in preparation for submission to the Council of Advice. This question was also asked by the Honorable MP Duran. Next question, who is in charge of the visitor tax? Mr. Chairman, through you, the Ministry of Finance is leading the preparation of the visitors tax legislation. Next question, when speaking about the contribution of the MPs and ministers, there is a budget of over 3.4 million for travel. MP is willing to contribute as well. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the honorable members' willingness to contribute. However, the pension ordinance provides that the required contribution is to be withheld from the remuneration of the individual political office holder. Therefore, a reduction in Parliament's travel budget cannot substitute for the individual contribution required from ministers and members of Parliament. Any amendment to the travel budget would be a separate budgetary matter. The issue before us is the implementation of the contribution required under the existing pension ordinance, and that contribution must be borne in the manner prescribed by law. I now move on to questions posed by MP Waver. MP Waver asks a question on behalf of a pensioner who was assessed not once but twice, and the basic message surrounding this question is if this is possible, how fair is it, and what can be done for this pensioner. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the receiver and the tax inspector each have their own legal authority, and as Minister of Finance, I cannot intervene in an individual taxpayer's assessment, payment arrangement, or enforcement matter. However, I understand the concern being raised, particularly where a taxpayer has been complying with an existing payment arrangement and is subsequently informed that the terms have changed. I will therefore raise this matter with the tax administration to better understand the circumstances and the applicable procedures. Based on the scenario, it could be that the taxpayer had a payment arrangement of which they are paying. An additional assessment was levied for which the taxpayer does not have an agreement. Once the taxpayer is paying on the old agreement, it is still valid. For the new assessment, for the collection measures not to continue, the taxpayer would have to enter into a payment agreement for the additional assessment. This indeed would result in the taxpayer paying more monthly between the old and new assessment. If this is not feasible for the taxpayer, they would have to fill in a form to determine their payment capacity. The payment agreement would be made based on the results. The taxpayer should, and I encourage, also formally approach the receiver to request clarification on why the existing arrangement was changed and what options are available to them. Next question. This question MP Wavered asks was concerning special needs, and if it was possible to lowering the tax bracket for institutions that are serving special needs students so they can invest into special needs teachers to help support the organization and give back to those students. Also need to look into subsidizing special needs institutions. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I understand and appreciate the intention behind the proposal. rather than creating a separate tax bracket for special institutions or special need institutions, I believe we could explore whether targeted tax incentives or deductions could encourage businesses and organizations to contribute more toward institutions addressing special needs and other important social needs. At the same time, taxation may not always be the most effective instrument. Subsidies or other targeted government support could also be considered, particularly where we want to ensure that assistance directly benefits special needs students and the institutions serving them. I am therefore open to further exploring the proposal, including the most appropriate combination of tax incentives and direct support. I now move on to questions posed by MP Jansen. Why did finance present approximately 2% real GDP growth, while the Ministry of TIAT presented 3.4%, and which figure should Parliament rely on? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the difference is indeed due to the timing and sources of the information used. The Ministry of Finance prepared the 2026 budget using the macroeconomic information available at the time, including the CBCS Economic Bulletin of December 2025 and the IMF report of September 2025, which supported the approximately 2% growth assumption. The figure presented by my colleague Minister of TIAT was based on more recent economic information contained in the 2026 annual report, which reflects a real GDP growth estimate of 3.4%. Therefore, the figures are not necessarily contradictory. The approximately 2% was the projection available when the budget was prepared, while the 3.4% reflects a more recent estimate based on updated economic data. Next question. Will government have a system in place before the 2027 budget debate that can accurately identify the total amount of outstanding invoices owed to suppliers? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry is currently working to obtain a more complete overview of outstanding invoices. At this stage, I cannot confirm that the improved system will be fully in place before the 2027 budget debate, particularly as the draft budget is expected to be submitted to Parliament shortly. It is important, however, to distinguish between outstanding invoices and actual payments. Where an obligation has been properly recognized as an expenditure, the subsequent payment primarily affects government's liquidity. The Ministry's objective is therefore to improve the visibility of outstanding obligations so that both our financial reporting and cash flow planning are strengthened. Next question. What is St. Maarten's debt to GDP ratio? How is it calculated? What sources are being used? And allow me to explain why the Ministry's figure differ from IMF's 41%. Through you, Mr. Chairman, based on the Ministry of Finance's records, the projected government debt at the end of 2026 is 1.047 billion. Using the IMF projected GDP of 3.341 billion, the calculation is 1.047 billion divided by the 3.341 billion times 100, approximately 31%. The Ministry therefore calculates a debt to GDP ratio of approximately 31% based on the actual projected outstanding government debt. The 41% figure referenced by the IMF uses a different debt basis. One contributing factor is that projected borrowing does not always translate into actual borrowing. For example, while the 2025 budget anticipated 52 million in capital borrowing, only 30 million was ultimately borrowed. Therefore, the difference relates primarily to the debt amount used in the calculation rather than the GDP figure itself. In other words, finance calculates the debt to GDP ratio at approximately 31%, while the IMF's 41% is based on a different debt amount, including projected borrowing that may not actually materialize. This next question has to do with projects included in the capital expenditure budget what have already started, including those currently in the preparation phase that may not yet have required budgeted funds. Additionally, which projects are expected to commence before the year end. Mr. Chairman, through you, what I was able to put together to answer this question for the Honorable MP is as follows. Total capital budget 2023 through 2025 totals $224,354,032 guilders. I can break it down by ministry, or I can just simply include and let you know from that what was spent and what is still to be spent. I know you would then state that I didn't answer the question fully because you wanted to know based on the exact projects. You can imagine, through you, Mr. Chairman, that task, we would be here until tomorrow. And the reason why is because the Ministry of Romi and the Ministry of Justice lists are very long. So I can provide that to the Honorable MP in writing if that would suffice. But for now, the total as was given for 2023 and 2025 amounts to $224,354,032. Spent of that is $133,400,187. Left to be spent, $90,953,845. Next question. What is the current status of GB's audited financial statements, specifically for 2023 and 2024, and which financial statements have already been formally approved by the shareholder? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is correct. At the time of the June 26, 2026 presentation, the information available reflected that GB had no audited financial statements since 2021. Since then, updated information has become available. The 2022 financial information was reflected in the Q1 2026 report, and the 2023 financial statements were received in early August 2026. This updated position was correctly reflected in the nota van aanleiding van het eindverslag, but unfortunately was not updated in the presentation. My apologies. Through you, Mr. Chair, the GB's financial statements for the years 2019 through 2023 are scheduled to be addressed at the General Shareholders Meeting in late September. The 2023 financial statements are dated late February 2026. It is worth noting, however, that these statements carry an unqualified opinion, whereas the statements of 2020 through 2022 received a disclaimer opinion. The 2024 statements will likely follow at the end of the year. I now move on to questions posed by MP Roseberg. MP requests to check what is currently not in place but in the law. MP urges all ministries to be proactive. Ministers need to not only follow the law but also execute the laws so the law will become living. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance is the ministry collecting of outstanding fees and taxes. As the capacity is limited, use has to be made of the Stichting Belasting Accountants Bureau, the so-called SBAP, and of updated collection policies to be developed in cooperation with the CARTAC. Furthermore, the dividend withholding tax legislation, however, as it was never enforced, this proposal needs to be brought back to Parliament, first via the tax expert that I explained, who will explain all the details to the honorable members of Parliament to see how we can further approach this part of the tax reform. Next question. Pension contributions of ministers and members of Parliament. Could the ministry confirm the expected timeline for the legal fix? Is there anything that needs to be done from Parliament side? If so, can this be indicated as well? Will this also apply to those who were previously in government retroactively? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the proposal is currently in its first draft of National Decree containing general measures and must proceed through the required legislative review. More clarity can be provided once the advice of the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation, together with the advice of the Council of Advice, has been received. We have the necessary legislative checks and balances in place, including ultimately the Constitutional Court, should questions arise regarding compatibility with the Constitution. The intention is to implement the measures as soon as legally and practically possible, preferably as of January 1, 2027. If this date is not feasible, an appropriate implementation date will be determined based on the legislative process. Regarding whether Parliament will be required to take any action and whether the measure can or should apply retroactively to former ministers and members of Parliament, I do not want to prejudge these legal questions while the proposal is still under review. The applicable legal advice will provide further clarity. Once the proposal is finalized, the honorable members of Parliament, my colleague ministers, and the Minister Plenipotentiary will be duly informed of the next steps and of any actions or requirements applicable to them. Could the ministry provide an update of the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten's board? Have the temporary board members been appointed permanently? If not, when will this take place? Mr. Chair, through you, the results of the security screenings executed by the National Security Service Sint Maarten are now completed for all 3 candidates to be appointed as members of the Supervisory Board. Following this, an advice is being drafted to be proceeded to the Council of Ministers as soon as possible, after which the national decrees will be proceeded to the Governor. Of these candidates, 2 are currently temporarily appointed by the President of the Joint Court of Justice. The new appointments will be done via a national decree, for which the appointments are for a period of 4 years. Given that the tourist levy legislation remains excluded from the revenue projections through 2027, pending its passage through Parliament, will it remain excluded? Mr. Chairman, through you, we apply a conservative budgeting approach, meaning that projected revenues from new measures are only included in the budget once the necessary legislation has entered into effect. Once the legislation is enacted, the corresponding revenues can be incorporated into the budget. Next question. MP wondered how income for the country could be generated. The MP also looked at amending the Landsverordening, but wants to know if the government is working on this. Mr. Chair, through you, yes, the Ministry of Finance has initiated a project to update the Landsverordening. The Ministries of Justice and VROMI are also conducting analysis for their respective areas. Once they are completed, their findings will be submitted to the Ministry of Finance for review and incorporation into the overall revision of the Landsverordening. I thank the Honourable MP for her willingness to assist. Her offer is duly noted, and we will certainly call upon her when the legislation reaches the revision stage. Next question. Has the ministry looked into changing the BBO legislation to expand the exemptions which are tax-related on basic necessities to include additional essential products? Through you, Mr. Chairman, this matter is currently not part of the tax reform program that the ministry is undertaking. The ministry's current reform efforts are focused on the priorities and initiatives that have already been identified within the reform agenda. As such, the issue raised by the honourable member does not form part of the current scope of the tax reform project. Through you, Mr. Chairman, while this matter is not currently part of the tax reform agenda, the government will continue to evaluate its policy priorities, and this issue may be considered as part of future tax reform efforts if deemed appropriate. Can each ministry Next question. Provide a short list of the critical laws that the ministry is currently working on that are outdated and need assistance with, so that members of parliament are not doing the same work as the Council of Ministers and can assist in their role as co-legislators. The MP wants to basically avoid members of parliament and the Council of Ministers unknowingly working on the same legislation at the same time, and instead wanted parliament to know where it could assist. Mr. Chairman, through you, legislative priorities, Ministry of Finance, including revenue-generating initiatives, are national ordinances, draft National Ordinance Budget 26, 2027, draft National Ordinance Tourist Levy, draft National Ordinance on the supervision of securities brokers and asset managers, draft National Ordinance on the supervision of payment service providers, draft National Ordinance on the supervision of virtual asset service providers, draft National Ordinance on the oversight of systems in payment of or securities transactions, draft National Ordinance on the supervision of managers of FMI systems, draft National Ordinance on tax reform, draft National Ordinance on the revision of formal tax law, draft National Ordinance on gambling tax, draft National Ordinance repeal of property tax and abolition of the inheritance tax. National decrees containing general measures, National Decree Deposit Guarantee Scheme, National Decree on the withholding of remuneration from political office holders. Ministerial regulations, Regulation Deposit Guarantee Scheme, Regulation Establishing Income and Wage Tax Tables 2027, Regulation Number Plates 2027. The tax reform is taking place via a phased approach to tax reform and system renewal. The priorities are to first generate income, after which we can reduce taxes like profit tax and taxes for the elderly. A law is being drafted for the AOV entitled persons to not have to file taxes in case their only income is AOV. In addition, the AOV income will not be taken into consideration. I repeat, the AOV income will not be taken into consideration as an income source for income tax purposes. This will mean that if a person receiving AOV and any additional income, only the additional income will be taken into account to determine the taxable income for income tax purposes. In collaboration with CARTAC, the initiative was developed to implement a smart operational collection plan. The approach focuses on prioritizing more recent and higher outstanding tax debts for collection, while also transitioning certain assessment taxes toward a self-assessment system. The objective is to improve compliance, accelerate collection, and ensure that revenues due are collected more efficiently and flow into government coffers. The dividend withholding tax is also part of the tax reform. However, this proposal needs to be brought back, as I stated earlier, to Parliament via the tax expert, who will explain all the details to the honourable members of Parliament to see how we further approach this part of the tax reform. After the tax revenue increases, the government can introduce the reduction of the profit tax and beneficial tax matters for the elderly. Next question. Is it being looked at to have a $5 or $10 environmental tax at our borders? Has this been looked into? Is government looking at making use of an environmental tax at the borders so that Sint Maarten can also derive revenue when visitors come through the island? It can be another amount as well, so we can get more monies when the visitors come through our island. Through you, Mr. Chairman, government is not presently pursuing a separate environmental tax at the borders. The proposed visitors tax is intended to ensure that persons visiting Sint Maarten contribute toward the public costs associated with tourism, including its environmental impact. Government, therefore, considers these costs within the broader visitors tax framework rather than through an additional border levy. I now move on to questions posed by MP Duran. MP Duran asked a question that seemed to be, in my opinion, twofold for both myself and the Honorable Prime Minister. and it had to do with vacation pay towards minister or ministers. And specifically, he wanted to know through you, Mr. Chairman, if any of our staff asked us to take vacation days or have vacation days paid out, what would be the response? What are the legal parameters to make that happen? Mr. Chairman, although addressed to the Prime Minister as well, I would like to thank MP Durant for the question. From my perspective, if a staff member requests to have outstanding vacation days paid out, I would first advise the employee to submit the request in writing. The employee should also indicate whether they previously requested to take their vacation days, and if those requests were denied, provide the reasons given. Once the request is received, it would be forwarded to P&O department for the appropriate review and handling. It is a fact that we are understaffed in certain areas. However, work-life balance remains very important. It is not our intention to normalize employees not taking their vacation and instead having those days paid out. Similarly, employees should not continuously be denied the opportunity to take their vacation because of staffing shortages. Therefore, each case must be assessed individually, taking into consideration the circumstances, previous vacation requests, and the applicable personnel rules and regulations or procedures. Next question refers to the statement made by the Minister of Finance that the pension was not being complied with. Who pays out old political office holders? Who pays out politicians that are retired? Is it APS? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the pensions and allowances, commonly referred to as WAC Health, provided for political office holders under the applicable pension ordinance are paid directly from the budget of the country of Sint Maarten and not by APS. As previously stated, this means that the financial burden associated with the pensions of political office holders is currently carried entirely by the people of Sint Maarten, while political office holders themselves do not make contributions toward these pension benefits. In my view, this is neither fair nor properly aligned with the principle that beneficiaries of a pension system should also contribute towards their pension entitlement. Next question. Minister of Finance mentions that the first quarter came in at around 39 million guilders positive, which was 36 million better than expected. Minister Finn indicated that government could end the year with only approximately 5 million in free cash. Where is that money going between now and December? Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to clarify that a positive financial result or budget surplus is not the same as cash on hand, which we refer to as liquidity. A budget surplus is calculated at the difference between government's revenues and expenses, whereas government's liquidity position reflects the actual cash available at any given moment to meet its financial obligations. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to answer the question of where the cash is going, government's revenues are continuously being used to meet its obligations. These include the payment of salaries, payments to vendors, study financing, subsidies to schools, operational expenditures, interest payments, and the repayment of loans. What is particularly important when discussing liquidity is the last quarter of the year. The fourth quarter is one of the most demanding periods for government's cash position because a significant concentration of payments become due during this period. This includes substantial loan repayments, both the COVID loans and other loans of government. In many instances, principal repayments and interest payments on these loans fall within the final quarter of the year. Government must therefore manage its liquidity throughout the year with these significant year-end obligations in mind. In other words, Mr. Chairman, we cannot look at the cash position in August and assume that all of this money is freely available to spend. We must also look ahead to what government is obliged to make or to pay in September, October, November, and December, and particularly the significant obligations that fall due in the last quarter. To be clear, government's revenues are also used to ensure the continued functioning of the institutions that form part of our national budget. This includes government ministries, Parliament, the High Councils of State, and the various institutions and advisory bodies. All of these have financial obligations that must be met from the revenues collected by government. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, while government may report a positive financial result, this does not mean that an equivalent amount of surplus cash is sitting in the bank and is freely available to spend. The available cash must continuously be managed to meet government's ongoing and upcoming obligations. This becomes especially important as we enter the last quarter of the year when COVID loan repayments, other loan repayment principles, and interest payments, together with government regular obligations, place significant pressure on our liquidity position. This is why responsible liquidity management requires us not only to look at what we have in the bank today, but also at what we know we must pay tomorrow. Next question. If government's financial position is performing so positively, why civil servants are not receiving their jubilees, their increases, and why vendors remain unpaid? Is it because of the process and the ministers not following the new regulation? The MP requests clarification. Through you, Mr. Chairman, a positive financial result does not mean that operational and administrative challenges disappear. Capacity constraints and incomplete processes can still affect the timely execution of payments. In addition, Mr. Chairman, we are encountering situations where procurement procedures were not properly followed and invoices are subsequently submitted for payment without the required supporting documentation. In some cases, there is no approved advice, no signed contract, no purchase order, or no evidence that the person who made the commitment had the proper authorization to financially commit government. It would be irresponsible for government to simply pay such invoices without first conducting the necessary due diligence. We have an obligation to ensure the public funds are spent in accordance with the applicable laws, regulations, and procedures. These matters may therefore take longer to resolve, but this is primarily a governance and compliance issue and should not automatically be interpreted as government not having the financial means to pay. This is precisely why the Ministry of Finance will be strongly promoting and enforcing the principle of no PO, no pay. Mr. Chairman, this is not only about protecting government, it is equally about protecting our vendors and restoring trust in doing business with government. Vendors should be able to provide goods and services with confidence that once the proper process has been followed, they will be paid. That trust is restored through clear procedures, proper authorization, confirmed budget availability, and timely payment. A vendor should not be left unpaid because someone within government made a commitment without following the required process, even if that request came from a minister. That is why our message to vendors will be clear. Before providing goods and services to government, obtain a valid purchase order. Again, no PO, no pay. An approved PO confirms that the commitment has been properly authorized and that the necessary budget has been identified. This is how we create accountability within government, protect our vendors, and rebuild confidence in government as a reliable business partner. As it relates to the jubilees and personnel matters, Mr. Chairman, I understand the frustration and disappointment of employees who have dedicated many years to government and are still awaiting what is due to them. A jubilee represents an important milestone and many years of dedicated public service, and it deserves to be recognized appropriately and in a timely manner. Capacity constraints within the Department of Personnel and Organization have contributed delays. I also want to acknowledge that the Prime Minister is working diligently to address these capacity challenges and strengthen the department, and I recognize that this is an ongoing process. I will also raise the Jubilee matter within the Council of Ministers so that we can collectively determine how best to address the outstanding cases and improve the process going forward. Our employees have dedicated many years of service to government, and these important milestones deserve to be recognized and honored in a timely and respectful manner. So, Mr. Chairman, the issue is not simply whether government has the financial means. Proper authorization, compliance, administrative capacity, and timely processing are equally important to ensure that government meets its obligations responsibly. Next question. Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Member of Parliament indicated that in my presentation, I mentioned approximately 143 million guilders in short-term obligations. And the Honourable Member of Parliament would want me to outline these obligations. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the short-term obligations are mostly related to an outstanding that government has to APS and to SZV. Next question. The MP referred to his faction's proposal to explore the introduction of a property tax structured to protect local homeowners while focusing primarily on foreign and non-resident property ownership. The MP asks why government has not further studied this proposal. Through you, Mr. Chairman, government recognizes the concern raised and agrees that strengthening the position of local residents in the housing and property market is a legitimate policy objective. Government is currently pursuing draft legislation to abolish the existing land tax ordinance. At the same time, we must be mindful that any future proposal to introduce a new form of property taxation or preferential treatment for local homeowners would have to be carefully assessed on its own merits and within the applicable legal framework. In particular, a distinction between solely on nationality could raise concerns regarding equality and non-discrimination. Therefore, any future measure should be based on clear objectives and legally defensible criteria, such as primary residence, first-time home ownership, non-resident ownership, or investment use. The objective of protecting and supporting local home ownership can certainly be explored, but the manner in which we achieve the objective must also be legally sound, fair, and enforceable. We keep hearing about new revenue-generating measures. What generating measures are in this budget? Name 5, please. Through you, Mr. Chairman, there are several revenue-generating measures that the government is currently working on. As I mentioned earlier, these measures will be incorporated into the respective budgets once we have sufficient certainty regarding their implementation, timing, and expected impact. As previously mentioned, revenue-generating measures are mostly implemented through laws. The legislative trajectory is a long-term trajectory. These trajectories necessitate research and compromise. Specific examples are the implementation of a visitor's tourist levy, or, as discussed during the recent budget meetings, the updates on modernization of the Landsverordening. Parliament was provided with the draft national ordinance on the revision of formal tax law in an effort to increase compliance with the draft national ordinance on tax reform. The latter withdraws existing legislations which do not apply and provide legal certainty. In addition to the before-mentioned initiatives, the Ministry of Finance is pursuing several indirect measures to improve revenue under existing legislation, including 1, modernizing the tax administration's IT system and digital portals to improve assessments and collections. 2, strengthening the capacity and training of the tax administration personnel. 3, the assistance of CARTAC, establishing and implementing a targeted collection plan focused on recent and higher outstanding balances. And 4, improving taxpayer registration through the Get Your Crib Number campaign and recovering existing arrears through payment arrangements. These measures are expected to strengthen compliance and collection over time. Next question. Parliament passed a motion concerning dividend withholding tax. Minister Finn had to return to Parliament with an update on how the matter was progressing and further information on how it could be approached. No follow-up was given, according to the MP. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the requested follow-up meeting on the dividend withholding tax has not yet taken place. Following Parliament's feedback, the government decided to further review the proposal and present it together with the proposed reduction of profit tax, with the support of a tax expert. The legislative package is still being finalized, after which the meeting with Parliament will be scheduled. Next question. The MP wanted to know what is going on with Mullet Bay from a financial perspective. Through you, Mr. Chairman. From a financial perspective, as agreed under the amendment ENIA agreement, the sale of Mullet Bay remains an important component of the resolution fund and the broader financial arrangements involving both countries. The proceeds from the eventual sale are important to the funding of obligations towards ENIA policyholders. Government has secured a matching right, which it may choose to exercise once Mullet Bay is formally offered for sale. At present, there is still an ongoing legal matter concerning the boundaries of the Mullet Bay property. Clarity on these boundaries is important before the property can proceed to sale. From government's perspective, we continue to undertake the necessary preparations so that once Mullet Bay is ready to be offered for sale and the bidding process begins, Sint Maarten is properly prepared to assess its options and protect the interests of the country. The MP would like for each minister to list 5 things that they have accomplished that wasn't initiated by the former government. Through you, Mr. Chairman, 5 initiatives introduced or implemented under my tenure are: commencement of early coordinated preparations of the 2027 budget and establishment of ministerial budget ceilings. 2, establish the Finance Friday initiative every last Friday of the month between 9 a.m. to 12. Persons from the public have the opportunity to meet with me as Minister of Finance for a maximum of about 20 minutes to discuss any topic at hand. 3, amendment of the collection policy from 9 to 24 months regarding income tax payment arrangements. This amendment was born out of the Finance Fridays event, during which persons raised the matter and the needs for extensions to have more relief and sustainable payment arrangements in place. 4, the introduction of a government savings plan for civil servants, resulting in 403 participants with over 800,000 guilders in savings as of August 10, 2026. Submission of legislation to abolish land tax and inheritance tax to Parliament. 6, the initiative to have political authorities contribute towards our own pension plans. 7, the launch of a coordinated compliance audit involving the tax administration and the SBAP. 8, implemented arrangements for the collection of outstanding country security fees owed by PGIAE dating back to 2019, resulting in approximately 6.5 million guilders being collected. And these are just some extras. Commencement of a full financial audit of the OZR system, enactment of the basic payment account legislation, which goes into effect as of October 1, 2026, enactment of the deposit guarantee scheme legislation, which goes into effect as of September 2026, proposed tax relief for AOV recipients, provision of the 3.5 million guilders TELEM guarantee, approval of 30 million guilders capital expenditure loan, refinancing of 73.5 million in government debt, updating and implementation of the 2023-2025 wage tax tables, support for the introduction of the Caribbean Guilder and advocating for its usage, strengthening enforcement of rules concerning debit and credit card payments, and ensuring that vendors do not apply a minimum amount or a fee for the use of the cards, improvements of tax administration, collection, and customer service, centralization of government invoicing within the Ministry of Finance, submission of the revision of the formal tax law to Parliament, formal launch of the Tax Administration Transformation Program, submission of the 5 draft uniform financial supervision laws to Parliament, engagement with APS regarding pension tax concerns, and access to its digital portal, and a review of the law to have government-owned companies included, publication of the 2026 income tax and wage tax tables, disaster risk fund. My apologies, MP. I know you only wanted 5, but it was hard to only state 5. Mr. Chairman, can we get a few minutes break? I need to give some, yes, please.
Yes, Minister. I hereby adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back as we continue discussion with the draft national ordinance of our 2026 budget. Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move on to questions posed by MP Arian. MP Arian said, through you, Mr. Chairman, that there is a 39 million surplus. Do we have a surplus or not? Can we have the second quarter report before the second round of Parliament, or at the very least, get the data from it? We have a surplus, but a stack of vendors that cannot be paid. The vendors worked, but cannot be paid. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Q2 2026 report has been drafted and is under final review. Through you, Mr. Chairman, if the Honourable Member of Parliament wishes to receive the preliminary figures in table form before the second round, this can be provided. Yeah? It is important to distinguish between a budget surplus and liquidity. Surplus means revenues exceed expenditures, while liquidity is actual cash available to meet obligations. Therefore, government can report a surplus while still facing cash constraints, particularly due to obligations such as loan repayments, which affect cash but not the reported surplus. Government can therefore report a budget surplus while still experiencing liquidity constraints that affect the timing of payments to vendors and other obligations. In other words, a budget surplus does not necessarily mean government has the cash immediately available to meet all its obligations. The Honorable MP posed a question that we are in August, but the presentation by the ministers were given as if we are in January 2026, the starting of the year. While the ministers execute these things, or will the ministers, my apologies, execute these things in 3 months with staff that is not there yet. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the presentation reflects the 2026 budget as a whole, including activities already completed, underway, and planned for the remaining of the year. We will continue to execute what can realistically be achieved within the remaining months and available capacity. Where activities cannot reasonably be completed in 2026, I will not suggest otherwise because they are included in the budget. I will not suggest otherwise simply because they are included in the budget. In other words, we will execute what is realistically achievable in 2026 and be transparent about what cannot be completed. Next question. Does the government debt position include monies owed to pension and SZV? Does it also include the government-owned companies where government is ultimately a guarantor for and if loans are taken out? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the total debt reflected in this budget does not include amounts owed to the pension fund and SZV. However, these obligations are being taken into consideration in the 2027 budget. The debt figure also does not include government guarantees, as guarantees do not constitute actual debt unless and until they are called upon. Therefore, while guarantees represent a potential liability, they are not included in the calculation of the government's outstanding debt. In other words, the debt figure excludes pension funds and SZV obligations as well as guarantees that have not yet been called upon. What are the statistics, next question, on the paid road tax for 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 thus far? Through you, Mr. Chairman, in 2023, an amount of 10,994,503. In 2024, 10,341,920. In 2025, 9,877,798. And in 2026, 10,134,458, up to and including July 2026. Next question. We don't have money and no revenue generating measures, the MP stated. The MP does not see any progress for 2026. No progress has thus far been made. Travel has increased by overall 20%. We don't find ways to increase revenue. How are you okay with a budget in front of you that says we are not doing anything, according to the MP? Mr. Chairman, through you, several revenue generating measures are being pursued, but these require legislative changes that take time to complete. Regarding travel, the 20% increase represents approximately $300,000 across all 7 ministries, or roughly $43,000 per ministry. In comparison, Parliament's travel budget increased by approximately 210,000 guilders. Therefore, the government's increase is considered reasonable and proportionate to its operational needs. In other words, revenue measures take time to implement, while the travel increase is modest and proportionate across government. Next question from the Honorable MP, who asked, what are we going to do for the next 3 to 4 months of 2026? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the ministry will continue its efforts to modernize the tax administration, improve the budget process, strengthen financial management and internal controls, and advance tax reform initiatives. I now move on to questions posed by MP De Wever. What balances are open, meaning what is outstanding, and why? It seems as if the ministries don't have a handle on this. Do we not have a system that keeps control of what is open or long outstanding? Through you, Mr. Chairman, every ministry should have a handle on its outstanding obligations through its Secretary General and Financial Controller. The Ministry of Finance is responsible for the overall financial administration and payment process, but the individual ministries remain responsible for supervising and accounting for the commitments and invoices related to their respective ministries. From the finance side, we recognize that government needed better visibility and control over outstanding commitments and invoices. This is precisely why we have been strengthening the procurement and payment process. We are moving toward the mandatory use of the purchase order. Again, no PO, no pay. A purchase order allows finance to verify that the expenditure was properly authorized, that the necessary budget was available, and that the financial commitment was made by persons authorized to commit government. We have also centralized the receipt of vendor invoices. Invoices are received and registered by financial accounting and then sent to the responsible ministry to confirm that the goods were received or the services were rendered. Once that confirmation and the required approvals are in place, the invoice can proceed for payment. So, Mr. Chairman, a new ERP system alone will not solve the problem. We also need proper processes, accountability, and discipline at the individual ministries. The systems supporting these processes have experienced some challenges, and we continue to work with ICT to improve them. With regard specifically to the Ministry of Finance, we are aware of our outstanding invoices, and those currently under review relate to the current year. The remaining invoices from 2025 relate to SWAB. Those expenses were already recognized and provided for in 2025, and we are presently working with SWAB to complete the payment process. Therefore, each ministry should be able to account for its own outstanding obligations, while finance continues to strengthen the central systems and controls that give government better overall visibility of what has been committed, what has been invoiced, and what remains to be paid. Next question. How much outstanding debt does every ministry have? I would like a breakdown by each year since 2017 of what bills are outstanding per ministry. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance can only account for amounts that are registered in the central financial system. At present, approximately 12.8 million guilders in outstanding vendor payments is registered in the system. Next question, once the breakdown by each year since 2017 of what bills are outstanding per ministry is provided, when will we be able to receive the financial statements? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance is currently working on finalizing the 2022 financial statements, which is expected to be submitted in Parliament in Q4. With respect to the 2023 financial statements, we are awaiting the final report from SWAB before we can proceed with the next stage of the approval process. For the 2024 financial statements, a final draft was submitted to SWAB a few weeks ago for its final review. Once that review has been completed and the report has been issued, the process for submission can commence. The ministry is also actively working with SWAB to finalize the 2025 financial statements. Our objective is to complete both the 2024 and 2025 financial statements and submit them to Parliament by the second quarter of next year. The ministry remains committed to bringing the outstanding financial statements up to date and ensuring that Parliament receives the necessary information to effectively exercise its oversight role. However, through you, Mr. Chairman, it is important to make it very clear that the preparation of the government's financial statements is not solely a responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. While the Ministry of Finance is ultimately responsible for compiling, consolidating, and producing the financial statements, much like it does with the national budget, the process itself is a government-wide effort. The quality and timeliness of the financial statements depend on the cooperation and input of all ministries and government entities. Each ministry has a responsibility to provide accurate, complete, and timely financial operational information. Therefore, the preparation of the financial statements is not just a finance process. It is a collective government process that requires the active participation and commitment of all ministries to ensure that the financial product is accurate, complete, and delivered on time. This too would receive hard deadlines, timelines, and consequences for non-compliance. I now move on to questions posed by MP Kotai. What is the timeline for introducing taxation, specifically targeting short-term rental platforms, and how is the IMF or CARTAC technical assistance being utilized? Through you, Mr. Chairman, there is currently no established timeline for introducing a separate tax or short-term rental platforms, on short-term rental platforms. Government's immediate legislative priority is the visitor's tax. Short-term rental activity is, however, already subject to existing tax obligation, including room tax and income tax. The main challenge is identifying unregistered operators and strengthening compliance. The ongoing Transformation Tax Authority project, supported by technical assistance, is intended to strengthen tax administration's ability to identify taxpayers, improve registration, and enforce existing tax obligations. Therefore, our immediate focus is not necessarily creating another tax, but ensuring that taxes already due are properly declared and collected. Next question. Has government decided in principle to bring short-term rentals more effectively into the tax framework, or is this still under consideration? Through you, Mr. Chairman, government has not adopted a separate tax policy specifically for short-term rental platforms. However, this does not mean that the sector falls outside the tax framework. Short-term rental owners are already subject to existing room tax and income tax obligations. The immediate priority is therefore to strengthen registration and compliance with existing taxes, while government proceeds with the visitor's tax as a more practical collection mechanism given the current capacity of the tax administration. Next question. What specific assistance has been requested from the IMF and CARTAC? What are the expected deliverables and deadlines associated with that assistance? Through you, Mr. Chairman, at the request of the Ministry of Finance, the IMF and CARTAC conducted a diagnostic mission of the tax administration in March 2026 to assess the progress and sustainability of the TTA program. The mission identified key gaps and recommendations to strengthen governance, legislation, staffing, tax administration, and IT. Further discussions will determine whether or where IMF and CARTAC can provide technical assistance in implementing these recommendations, including potential support for measures related to short-term rental platforms such as Airbnb. Next question. When can Parliament expect to receive a concrete proposal or implementation plan rather than another update indicating that the matter remains under consideration? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the tax reform is already being implemented through a phased approach rather than as a one single proposal. The first priority is to strengthen and broaden government revenues, after which there will be greater fiscal space to responsibly consider reductions such as profit tax and tax relief for the elderly. Measures such as the dividend withholding tax form part of this process, and I will return, as I stated earlier, to Parliament for further consideration and technical explanation. Therefore, Parliament should view tax reform as a sequence of concrete legislative measures, each brought forward as it becomes ready, rather than waiting for one comprehensive tax reform package. Next question. Has the ministry estimated how much potential revenue government is currently foregoing from short-term rental activity that is not being adequately captured within this existing tax system? If so, what is the estimated amount? Through you, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, government currently has no reliable estimate of the revenue being foregone from short-term rental activity, as the necessary data is not readily available. Government has approached short-term rental platforms operating in Sint Maarten to obtain the information required for such an assessment. However, these efforts have not yet produced the requested data. Next question. One area that the MP has repeated before that deserves serious attention is sin taxes, particularly on alcohol and tobacco. These are products that continue to be consumed on a regular basis. Has government considered implementing the sin taxes on alcohol and tobacco? Through you, Mr. Chairman, government has not developed a proposal to introduce additional sin taxes on alcohol and tobacco, as its current focus is on other tax reform and revenue measures. The proposal may be considered within future tax reform initiatives. What additional revenue could reasonably be generated from such an adjustment? And if there is another measure that is currently under consideration, what is the actual timeline for a decision and possible implementation? Through you, Mr. Chairman, as the introduction of an additional sin tax is not currently under consideration, no revenue estimate or implementation timeline can be established. Government's present priority is the visitors tax, for which implementation is targeted for January 2027, subject to completion of the legislative and operational requirements. Next question. MP once again draws attention to the overall structure of the revenues. Approximately 73.9% of government revenues are generated from taxes. Profit tax remains the highest in the region. Compliance remains a serious challenge. MP is still awaiting the reform plan on the way forward. What is the government's actual timeline for comprehensive tax reform? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the tax reform is taking place via a phased approach to tax reform and system renewal. The priorities are to first generate income, after which we can reduce taxes like profit tax and taxes for the elderly. Currently, the visitors tax is targeted to be implemented in January 2027. Are we examining whether our current, next question, our current profit tax rate is encouraging non-compliance or making us less competitive within the region? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance is actively reviewing a reduction in profit tax rate to improve Sint Maarten's competitiveness within the Caribbean and encourage greater compliance. Any reduction will be introduced gradually and responsibly, taking into account its impact on government revenue and the country's fiscal position. Next question. Has the ministry modeled what a reduction in the profit tax rate accompanied by stronger compliance and enforcement could mean for overall collection? Through you, Mr. Chairman, government has not modeled the reduction in the profit tax rate on the assumption that it will directly result in improved compliance or higher overall collections. While a lower rate may encourage compliance and improve competitiveness, stronger enforcement is being pursued separately through transformation of the tax administration. Any proposed reduction must therefore be assessed based on its broader fiscal and economic impact. Next question. What is government's long-term strategy to rebalance a tax structure that currently depends so heavily on TOT and wage tax? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the tax reform is being implemented through a phased approach to tax reform and system renewal. The immediate priority is to strengthen government revenues and compliance, creating the fiscal space to later consider measures such as reducing profit tax and providing tax relief for the elderly. Current priorities include the visitors tax and the revision of formal tax law, which has already been presented to Parliament and is aimed at strengthening compliance. I also welcome the proposal of the Honourable Chair of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Westcott-Williams, for further cooperation with Parliament on the broader strategic framework for tax reform. This can help us move the remaining reforms forward in a more structured and efficient manner, particularly where additional data and analysis are still required. Next question. We need to know what the new tax structure is supposed to look like, when the transition will begin, and when the people and the businesses of this country can realistically expect to see that reform reflected in the taxes they actually pay. Through you, Mr. Chairman, Parliament, the people of Sint Maarten and businesses will be timely provided with information once the tax reform is in a further stage, discussed with Parliament, and when the final draft laws are presented to Parliament. I now move on to questions posed by MP Labega. MP Labega asked, what tax relief measures is government considering for the elderly once sufficient additional revenues have been realized? Through you, Mr. Chairman, I understand the concern of the honorable member, and I also recognize the financial realities faced by many of our pensioners. Revenue-generating measures often require legislation, research, and consultation, and therefore cannot always be implemented as quickly as we would like. Measures such as the visitors tax and the modernization of the Landsverordening are examples of initiatives being pursued. At the same time, we are working to improve revenues in the shorter term through stronger collection and compliance. As revenues improve, one of my priorities is to provide meaningful tax relief to our elderly. We are working on a proposal whereby persons receiving only AOV would no longer be required to file an annual income tax return, saving them time and also those persons at the tax department. We are also exploring how AOV income can be treated more favorably for tax purposes so that pensioners who earn some additional income are not unnecessarily pushed into a higher tax burden. The draft is being worked on as we speak, and once the necessary fiscal space and legal basis are established, it is my intention to implement this relief as soon as possible. We are also examining whether an anskriving with the appropriate approval could provide a mechanism for earlier implementation. And now move on to questions posed by MP Westcott. Mr. Chairman, MP Westcott asked about tax reform, and she specifically requested that the course of tax reform be changed so that we can actually get reform. The MP believes that with the current course, it will not get far. With Parliament together, sit down and decide on some of these items on tax reform. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I agree that a tax reform requires a clear direction, and this is why my approach is stabilize, repair, reform, a phased approach to tax reform and system renewal. My focus is on ensuring that tax reform continues to evolve in a clear and deliberate direction, guided by this approach and with the needs of Sint Maarten at the center. First, we stabilize. We strengthen compliance and collections so that everyone pays their fair share and government collects the revenues already legally due. Second, we repair. We modernize the tax administration, address outdated legislation and systems, improve enforcement, and broaden the tax base where appropriate. Measures such as the tourist levy and the revision of formal tax law contribute to strengthening that foundation. And then three, we reform. Once we have stronger compliance, better systems, and reliable data, we can responsibly address the material tax system, including areas such as profit tax, wage tax, and relief for our elderly. The proposed abolition of land tax and the repeal of inheritance tax also remain important measures that have been brought to Parliament and which I believe are relevant to the people of Sint Maarten. Mr. Chairman, some of the larger reforms take more time because I do not want tax policy to be based on assumptions. We need reliable data to understand what proposed changes will mean for taxpayers, businesses, and government revenues. I also agree with MP Westcott that there is value in working more closely with Parliament on the broader direction of tax reform. I expect to return to Parliament, and I welcome that discussion. Ultimately, my vision is not simply to introduce new taxes. It is about building a fairer, simpler, and more effective tax system by stabilizing what we have, repairing what needs to be fixed, and then implementing meaningful and responsible reform for the people of Sint Maarten. Next question. For the tax reform, the MP understood that the TWO report that the new system implementation is now pushed to Q1 of 2028. Is that correct? If so, what are the immediate steps that can and will take place? Through you, Mr. Chairman, indeed that is correct. Implementation of the new integrated tax system is scheduled to begin in Q1 2027. The first module, taxpayer management, together with the relevant part of the taxpayer portal, is expected to be deployed in Q4 2027. Subsequent modules are planned to follow in phases, including collections and financials, business and income tax, and additional capabilities such as audit and risk management. In the meantime, however, several important IT improvements are already underway. One, tax data cleanup. Work will begin in September 2026 to clean and improve the quality of existing tax data before it is transferred into the new system. Two, online income tax filing. This is currently being piloted and will be fully available for the 2026 income tax filing year. Registration will begin in Q4 2026 with online filing available from January 2027. Three, automatic processing of online business tax returns. Returns filed online will be automatically imported into the SIA back office system, reducing the significant amount of manual data entry currently required. Development has been completed, testing is underway, and deployment is expected by Q1 2027. Four, Send-to payments for business taxes. Send-to will be introduced to improve the accuracy and efficiency of registering business tax payments, with deployment expected by Q2 2027. And I believe that would be five. Automated income tax assessments. The ADAF system will assist with processing straightforward income tax returns automatically. This will reduce the workload on tax assessors and speed up the issuance of final assessments. In short, while the full integrated tax system will be implemented in phases beginning in 2027, several improvements are already underway to reduce manual work, improve data quality, make filing and payment easier, and strengthen the overall efficiency of the tax administration. Next question. In 2022, a mitigation of gas prices was done. Does this government believe that we are in similar circumstances to warrant a reduction in the gas? If so, can government look at the finances that would be involved? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the circumstances today are certainly different from 2022. At that time, Sint Maarten was dealing with the economic aftermath of the COVID pandemic. Today, we are facing different external pressures, including geopolitical developments and their impact on international oil prices, and ultimately the price consumers pay at the pump. So while I would not say that the circumstances are identical, I do recognize that the impact on the consumer is real, particularly when higher fuel prices also contribute to the broader cost of living and doing business. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance has not simply dismissed the possibility of providing relief. Work has already been done within the ministry to assess a possible temporary reduction of the special import duty on gasoline from 29 cents to 14.5 cents per liter. Naturally, such a reduction has a financial consequence for government because it means giving up a portion of the revenue currently collected and remaining budget space of ministries. Therefore, we have to weigh the relief that would be provided to the consumer against the impact on government's finances. The matter has therefore been under consideration within government, and from the Ministries of Finance's side, the necessary groundwork has been done. I also want to make clear that I do not consider it too late to introduce such a measure if government determines that the present circumstances warrant it and that it can be done responsibly. So, Mr. Chairman, the answer is yes. Government can look at providing temporary relief, and finance has already done the work in that direction. What remains is to determine collectively whether and when the measure should be implemented. Next question. Was the aanschrijving that was introduced in 2022, which was required to be incorporated into legislation within 6 months, ever formally enacted into law? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the published aanschrijving is referring to de Landsbesluit houdende algemene maatregelen tot het tijdelijke wijzigen van het tarief zoals bedoeld in artikel 1 derde lid van de Landsverordening tot heffing van een bijzonder invoerrecht op benzine. As we could not find the official publication of this national decree containing general measures, we requested our Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation to confirm such an official publication. The Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation indicated to never have received the national decree containing general measures for publication, and as such, this national decree is not published. I now move on to questions posed by MP York. As it pertains to 2025, which document exactly are we to use or peruse to judge the implementation of Budget 2025? And while we're on the topic of financial statements, when was the last financial statement made? What is the most recent readily available financial statement? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the appropriate document for assessing the implementation and execution of the budget is the government's financial statements. This is also anchored in legislation and are submitted to Parliament for review and approval. At present, the 2021 financial statements is the most recent statement that have been approved by Parliament. The Ministry is currently working on finalizing the 2022 financial statement, which is expected to be submitted to Parliament in Q4. With respect to the 2023 financial statements, we are awaiting the final report from SOAB before we can proceed with the next stage of the approval process. For the 2024 financial statements, a final draft was submitted to SOAB a few weeks ago for its final review. Once that review has been completed and the report has been issued, the process for submission can commence. The Ministry is also actively working with SOAB to finalize the 2025 financial statements. Our objective is to complete both 2024 and 2025 financial statements and submit them to Parliament by the second quarter of next year. The Ministry remains committed to bringing the outstanding financial statements up to date and ensuring that Parliament receives the necessary information to effectively exercise its oversight role. Next question. To what extent are compliant taxpayers carrying the revenue burden because government is unable to effectively pursue non-compliance? Does the tax administration currently have the necessary tools, systems, and resources to improve enforcement and collection? Through you, Mr. Chair, compliant taxpayers are paying the taxes legally due from them. The concern is that when others do not comply, government collects less revenue, which affects liquidity and ultimately limits what government is able to execute. My objective is therefore fairness. Everyone who is required to pay taxes should pay their fair share. This is why strengthening compliance remains a priority, including through the task force established earlier this year. At the same time, outdated systems and largely manual processes limit the tax administration's ability to effectively identify and pursue non-compliance. The new tax administration IT system will strengthen our ability to identify non-compliance, issue assessments, monitor taxpayers, and improve collection. The objective is not to place a greater burden on those already complying, but to ensure that those who are not complying also pay what is legally due. Next question. Parliament has been told that personnel shortages are a significant structural risk, while also being told that unfilled vacancies will not significantly delay the reforms. Can the minister reconcile these statements? If these positions are necessary, how can leaving them vacant not affect the implementation and pace of the reforms? Through you, Mr. Chairman, staffing shortages are a structural risk and can affect the pace of reforms, but they do not mean that reforms come to a standstill. Many of the current reforms activities are being supported by external technical expertise financed through the TWO and the Trust Fund, which allows the work to continue despite existing vacancies. However, this external support is temporary and cannot replace government's own capacity. Therefore, filling critical vacancies remains important to ensure that the reforms can be properly implemented, maintained, and continued once the external support ends. So, Mr. Chairman, the reforms can continue in the short term, but their pace and long-term sustainability depend on having sufficient qualified staff within government. Next question. Government describes the 2026 budget as its first policy-based budget, yet acknowledges that measurable baselines, targets, outcome indicators, and evaluation methods are not consistently in place across ministries. How will government measure whether the policies presented in this budget have achieved their intended results? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member raises a valid point. A fully developed policy-based budgeting framework should indeed include clear outcome indicators, baselines, targets, and evaluation methodologies. The government has been transparent in acknowledging that we are not yet fully at that stage. However, the fact that the framework is still being developed does not mean that this is not a policy-based budget. What makes this budget policy-based is that resources are being linked to policy priorities, objectives, and programs rather than being presented solely as the line items and expenditure categories. It represents an important step in shifting from budgeting based on inputs to budgeting based on policy objectives and expected results. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the government recognizes that there is still work to be done, and at the same time, efforts are ongoing to strengthen the framework by developing more comprehensive performance indicators, measurable targets, and stronger reviewing mechanisms and evaluation tools. Therefore, through you, Mr. Chairman, while this budget may not yet represent the final stage of policy-based budgeting, it marks the beginning of an important transition. The objectives is one of continuous improvement, with each budget cycle building on the previous one, ultimately leading to greater transparency, stronger performance measurement, and increased accountability for results. Next question. What lessons have government learned from implementing its first policy-based budget in 2026, and how have these lessons been incorporated into the already approved 2027 budget? Through you, Mr. Chairman, it is not so much a matter of learning from previous budgets, but rather of continuously improving the national budget process. The ministry's focus is on strengthening the way budgets are prepared, managed, and monitored to support sound financial governance. Strong financial governance begins with reliable planning and accurate information. To achieve this, the ministry is working to introduce a more standardized budget instruction process, establish clearer timelines, and hard deadlines for budget preparation, which will have consequences if not complied with, strengthen revenue forecasting methodologies, and enhance quality reporting. These improvements will provide more reliable and timely financial information, enabling the government to identify challenges earlier and make adjustments where necessary. Better data leads to better decision-making, and better decision-making leads to stronger financial outcomes. Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is a continuous improvement process. The objective is to build a more predictable, transparent, and effective budgeting framework that supports informed policy choices and the responsible management of public finances. In addition, the ministry is looking to a software tool to facilitate this process. Next question. Given that TELEM's financial instability has been identified as a national fiscal risk, what oversight has been exercised over TELEM during the past year? Who is ultimately responsible for that oversight, and why is government on its financial and operational position not readily available to government? Through you, Mr. Chairman, on August 28, 2025, it was decided by the Council of Ministers that the Minister of Finance will serve as the contact person for TELEM, and for the Minister of Finance to represent the Council of Ministers in the event a meeting is convened by Parliament regarding TELEM. However, any decision-making on TELEM will continue at the level of the Council of Ministers. Allow me to repeat that. While it was decided in August 28, 2025, that I, as Minister of Finance, will serve as the contact person for TELEM, and for the Minister of Finance, myself, to represent the Council of Ministers in the event a meeting is convened by Parliament regarding TALEM. Any decision-making on TALEM will continue on the level of the Council of Ministers. This decision is, as we speak, taken almost a year ago. In the meantime, a turnaround plan is being finalized and will be executed, aiming to improve operational performance and financial sustainability. Next question. The turnaround plan or report, what is the status? It's in the finalization, but what exactly is being finalized? It's more than a year overdue. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the turnaround plan is being finalized, which will focus, amongst others, on minimizing operational risks, improving performance, and ensuring TALEM's long-term financial sustainability. Once finalized, this will provide a framework for assessing TALEM's strategic direction and its alignment with or departure from the previously approved restructuring plan. Next question. There was a procurement policy proposal submitted by the PFB to the Ministry of Finance exactly 2 years ago. The MP would like to know whatever happened to that proposal. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the ministry is currently in the procurement process to engage a legislative lawyer who will assist with the review and further development of the draft legislation so that the formal legislative process can commence. In addition to the legislation itself, the ministry is also working on the development of the necessary implementation framework to support its execution. This includes establishing procedures, work processes, guidelines, templates, and other operational tools required for the effective implementation of the legislation once it has been enacted. Through this approach, the ministry aims not only to have the legal framework in place, but also to ensure that the necessary administrative and operational structures are available to facilitate its successful implementation. Next question. The MP would like every ministry to give an overview. Doesn't need to be printed out, but just stated 2 questions. How many outstanding unanswered emails do they have in their inboxes of mails sent to the Treasury Department? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance does not maintain a register of unanswered emails by department. The Treasury Department is primarily responsible for executing payments in accordance with the established payment process. Requiring Treasury to respond individually to a high volume of inquiries can take capacity away from processing those payments. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of any structural issue regarding unanswered emails. I have confidence in and fully support the staff of the Treasury Department while recognizing that timely communication remains important. Next question. How many approved invoices have not been paid and have been sent to the Treasury Department per ministry? Through you, Mr. Chairman, as previously mentioned, the Ministry of Finance can only see what is registered in the central financial system. And at this moment, an amount of 12.8 million guilders is currently owed to the vendors registered. Mr. Chairman, that comes to the end of the question posed by the honorable MPs. But before I conclude, I need to address a matter. So with your indulgence and the indulgence of the Parliament, the honorable members, I would like to state the following. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member of Parliament, MP York, did not pose a direct question to me. I believe it is important that I respond still to the suggestion that my proposal concerning pension contributions for political office holders was somehow my coming out for 2028 or an attempt to deflect from the lateness of the 2026 budget. Mr. Chairman, I have already acknowledged that this budget is late, and I have sincerely apologized for that and take full responsibility, and I meant every word. I therefore have no reason to use another matter to deflect from something for which I have already taken responsibility. but allow me to explain why pensioners are important to me. Many years ago, while working at an accounting firm, a client came to me to ensure that all of her employees were properly registered with the pension fund and that their contributions were up to date. When I asked why this was so important to her, she explained that when her employees reached pensionable age, she did not want them running around trying to determine whether they were properly registered, whether contributions had been made, or what they were entitled to receive. She wanted everything to be in order for them. That stayed with me. Mr. Chairman, if only more institutions would take a page out of her book and ensure that their employees and teachers are properly registered and that pension contributions withheld on their behalf are actually paid to the pension fund.
One moment, Minister. I see MP Darrell York would like the request for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one correction. The good minister referenced that I made an assertion that it was because to deflect from a late budget. Just a correction, that was not from me, that was from another MP.
Well,
my point
was... Is this a personal fight?
Yes.
You have to state that
yes,
before.
It's a personal fight, given that the minister called my name. My point was merely of the fact of seeing that this, the comments made by the minister affects those sitting and those that are not sitting anymore. The common decency would have been to let everybody know in advance before hearing it with everybody else from that were watching. That was my point. The fact that it was merely to deflect, that was made by another MP, not by my person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP. We've taken note of that. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Allow me to just go back just a little bit on the part concerning if others were to take a page out of the book of that former client and ensure that their employees and their teachers were adequately registered with APS and that the payments that were due to carry forward were actually done, I think the institution to which was mentioned on the floor of Parliament would be in a better position today, and definitely not one of insinuating that my colleague Minister of Education is not ensuring that subsidy is being contributed or passed on to this institution. Allow me to continue, Mr. Chairman. Today, we have persons, including prominent figures, who have led and served this country, who I have the utmost respect for, who have reached retirement and still trying to establish whether their pension funds and calculations are in order. After giving decades of service to this country, that should not be their reality.
Please, with your indulgence, Honourable Minister, I see MP York would like the floor for interruption. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick points, Mr. Chairman. For one, the minister started off by saying it was in response to what I said. I don't believe that half of the things what the minister is saying came from what I said. So if the minister can clarify that one part, because I don't believe she's answering the things that I said. Second part, Mr. Chairman, for the exact same reasons of what the minister just stated, in respect of those that once served, is where my initial statements derive from. In respect to them, they should have heard of these changes or potential changes coming personally before reading about it on the Tribune or listening to YouTube. It's common decency if something is going to affect someone's personal pocket, whether pocket to come or pocket that they're receiving right now, the common decency would be to have a meeting or at least an email stating the fact and not during a political grandstanding moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP York. I've noticed also that you had two separate, so therefore 2 points, 2 interruptions. Yeah, but it's one topic per interruption. So, Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I want to use this opportunity to send a message to everyone with a pension. If you have a pension with APS, know where you stand. Make sure you have access to the APS portal. Review your pension information and your build up to date. And if you see a discrepancy or have questions, do not wait until retirement. Ask those questions now and get clarity. Similarly, for persons approaching pensionable age and preparing to receive their AOV, start the process well in advance. Visit SZV, make sure your records are in order, understand what documentation is required, and address any discrepancies before reaching pensionable age. Know your pension position today so that when retirement comes, you are prepared and can receive what you are entitled to without unnecessary uncertainty or delay. And that brings me back to the members of Parliament and ministers. How can we tell our people that contributing toward their pension or our pension is important, or their pension, I apologize. How can we tell our people that contributing toward their pension is important while we as political office holders currently make no contribution toward our own pension benefits? For me, this proposal is about fairness, responsibility, and leading by example. If we expect the people we represent to contribute towards their pension, then we should be prepared to do the same. As for 2028, I was asked a direct question about whether I intend to contest the next election, and I gave a direct answer. That answer did not create this pension proposal, and this pension proposal was not created for an election. When I took office, I did not take an oath to serve only those persons who support me. I took an oath to serve the people of Sint Maarten. When I advocate for someone to have security in retirement, I do not ask whether the person is red, green, gold, orange, blue, or white. If I believe something is fair, responsible, and in the best interest of the people of Sint Maarten, I have a duty to put it forward. That is the oath I took. That oath I intend to uphold, so help me God Almighty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for those answers to the questions. Honourable Members of Parliament, I will open the floor for any clarifications. Please take note that clarifications are to clarify answers that was given by the minister that needs clarifications. So not the purpose to ask new questions. I see MP Duran would like the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister, for some of the questions answered, and I also have some clarifications based on some things that wasn't very clear to me. I would like to know, Mr. Chairman, through you, from the Minister, several colleagues asked the same question about the follow-up with the dividends withholding tax in the meeting. I hear that will be coming, the expert is coming, but never when. Because, Mr. Chairman, through you, if we keep going every year saying that something will happen with no timeline, I think then we will continue in this twilight zone. So through you to the Minister, we'd like some clarity as to when will these meetings start so that we can be better prepared. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I heard the Minister mention or reference the placement of the board members on the CBCS and that it will happen, but no, again, no timeline as to when it will happen. Because, you know, what blows my mind, Mr. Chairman, is that we are fighting to have the chairmanship of said board, but we don't even want to appoint the locals that we have there pending for so long. So my thing is, when I say we, then the government, to be clear, my question is, when will they be appointed? Because it's kind of difficult to want to appoint a chairman and we don't appoint those members that are there from Sint Maarten. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know, again, based on the question when I asked about the vacation payout, I also asked, did any minister take a vacation payout? I also gave an elaborate explanation as to, at the end of our term, so the end of our work contract as ministers, we then went into that point where we had owed vacation days. It don't happen during the tenure. So besides asking if a civil servant asks for that same treatment, how it will be handled, I also asked, did any current sitting minister take a vacation day payout? And if so, what was the basis of that? Because according to me, with the exception of one minister that is no longer there, all ministers are still active, and every minister have the right to take vacation whenever they see fit. My next clarification through you, Mr. Chairman, is based on the whole pension discussion. As I mentioned, I was unaware. I looked back at my pay slip last week when it was mentioned, and I did see zero. I'd have a zero build-up by APS. Hence the reason I asked the question to the minister, who is paying all politiek gezaagdragers? Minister clearly explained just now through you, Mr. Chairman, that it happens via the government directly. So my question is, through you from the minister, will government then start a pension fund? Because how is it handled now, and how will we be able to secure those funds? Because it's quite scary to know that in the future, if that is not regulated, then if government doesn't have any money, the person doesn't get their pension. And again, I also mentioned the fact that this is something from a long time. The minister mentioned after a deep dive investigation. When should this have been implemented? That is the question. When should have this, what is happening now with the current Minister of Finance, when should this have been implemented? Mr. Chairman, when I talk about the surplus, comparing it to the vendors and the civil servants getting their jubileums and all these things, the question derived directly from the minister's presentation on how good we are doing financially. Now, my thing is this. When someone approaches a vendor, when I say someone, I'm talking about a civil servant, a SG, a contract manager, a policy advisor, approach a vendor, they don't stop and ask, the vendor don't stop and ask them, show me your credentials or prove to me that you have signing authority in the mandate register. I understand everything what the minister is saying. Indeed, procedures have to be followed, but that's an internal thing. So what will happen then if an unauthorized civil servant, albeit a SG or even a minister, without following the proper procedures, approach a vendor, ask for services, now they are stuck with the no PO, no pay policy? I think that that has to be dealt with internally. Then what I would like to hear through you, Mr. Chairman, from the minister, what consequences are there for persons that do take these services without having the proper authorization? Not blaming the vendors, because my thing is, Mr. Chairman, if we have 13 million guilders owed to vendors, but we're talking about a surplus, somehow, somewhere, the maths don't add up, Mr. Chairman. The maths don't add up. So I'd like some clarity on those points. And also just to end by saying that I asked for clarification as well, sorry, with the 143 million. And the minister mentioned, I asked for a breakdown because the minister said that there are hard commitments where the money is going. The minister mentioned the majority is going in SLV and APS. But I asked for a breakdown. I would appreciate if the breakdown can be provided. And lastly, when I asked for a list of revenue generating measures, 5, there was absolutely none. And I just want that for the record, that there's no revenue generating measures in the budget. Yes, I know that there's a lot of ideas to do things, but ideas through you, Mr. Chairman, to the minister, respectfully, are not going to take us forward with regards to making sure that people have what they need and what they require. Because one thing is for certain, the idea of these, a lot of fictitious assessments that is taking place with our local companies, that is a fact. And it seems as though this current administration, through you, Mr. Chairman, finds every single way to put a heavier burden on the people instead of seeking ways to generate revenue from outside. And that is my point. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. I see MP Kotai would like the floor for clarification. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to all. Thank you to the minister and her staff for being here and presenting answers to our questions. Just 3 short clarifications for me. Through you, Mr. Chair, can the minister please clarify the question regarding Airbnb and similar services? In the presentation made by the Minister of TEAT, mention was made of Airbnb, and hotel tax changes to actually be an important revenue-generating measure, and that it was in process. Can the minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, please confirm where that draft or concept is now? Secondly, through you, Mr. Chairman, does it not worry the minister that the tax department cannot even estimate what the government is losing from collecting these taxes from Airbnb? And lastly, through you, Mr. Chairman, wouldn't the minister agree that the easiest way to collect taxes from platforms like Airbnb is to have them collected on behalf of us and then remit it to us, as they do in all other countries? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I see MP York would like the floor. MP York, you have the floor for clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, thanks to the Minister for the answers given. Just a couple of points of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you, I asked during the first round, and also I referenced to a letter I sent to the Minister from months ago about the challenges and the issues within the tax department, which thus goes into the execution of things from the tax department. And in the answers given by the Minister, I didn't really get a answer. So can the Minister clarify what are the measurable steps being taken to assist the tax department in their endeavors? Because I understood that there's a new computerized system being implemented or being expanded on, correct me if I'm wrong, but through you, Mr. Chairman, I was more referring to the human aspect. So what is being done with the human capacity to help them in their endeavors? Also, as well as it pertains to our state-owned companies, they were described as national fiscal risks if something were to be going wrong with them. I asked questions pertaining to governance and executive positions, restructuring achievements, unresolved challenges, employee turnover, outsourcing contracts, strategic partnerships, potential investments, if they were stronger, TLM was stronger after restructuring, and also the 2026 to 2028 strategy plan. All of which the answer was given, basically questions were submitted to TLM. To date, I have no answers. So basically something that has such a importance to the government. I posed a question during the CC, which was 6 weeks ago. I posed a question again during round one. I haven't received any answers, not only one, right? So can the Minister clarify anything I asked pertaining to TLM, seeing that the importance of it? I understand it's a Council of Ministers thing, but I understand as well the Minister is the contact person for this company. So can I get some type of information based on the things that I requested? Also, the turnaround plan. The turnaround plan, again, was stated to be submitted to government August of last year. We're almost, we're literally a year further. It seemingly has not been submitted. The appointment of and the search of a permanent CEO was contingent on the turnaround plan, so which means as long as the turnaround plan is not submitted, that cannot proceed as well. So can the Minister clarify basically what is going on with this turnaround plan? Because the Minister made it sound as if it being 1 year late is not an issue, but seeing that it's a very integral part of the moving forward with the reorganization of the company, I would like to know if the Minister can clarify something about this and also about the appointment of a permanent CEO, where in the process is the government with that, and about the unanswered emails to Treasury. I don't want the idea to to come out of, hey, we're looking at the people that work in the Treasury, the civil servants that work at Treasury. It was a simple question. Departments that sent the email to Treasury, how many of those emails have been unanswered? And from the approved payments, how many of those payments have been not paid? It's nothing about the workers there. If they can't execute it, they can't execute it for whatever reason. But it's just an answer on, hey, how many unpaid, unanswered emails and unanswered and unattended to requests. I don't think you need a special registry for that. I think so. If the Minister can give any clarification on those things, I would appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP York. I see MP Labega would like the floor for clarification. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Honourable Minister of Finance for the answers. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it came to my attention in regards to vacation properties that it's very difficult for these owners to get, the foreign owners to get CRIP numbers. I was speaking to a real estate broker, and he shared a situation with me where he was collecting the rent, the 5%, from a collection of foreign owners. And when he tried to take that revenue to the tax department, they said, okay, well, they don't have the individual CRIB numbers, so he had to now give that money back. And then what happened is they had to now go themselves and get accountants and file themselves. He also shared that one did go, complied fully, and now they're getting outrageous, outrageous numbers, outrageous audits. And now the ones that didn't file, they're looking at him now like, well, we're glad that we didn't file, because look what's happening now that you did file, now you're getting these outrageous assessments. So the question is to you, Mr. Chair, has it been considered that when these properties are purchased, that they automatically get a CRIP number? This would avoid them having to go through the bureaucracy of having to do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, MP La Vega. I see MP La Cruz would like the floor for clarification. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this was a topic that I already once discussed before, and an easy way to solve this solution or this problem would actually be to set up a permit for everyone that is renting a property. Same thing like a vending permit. If you're renting your property out, now you need to have a vending permit and a renting permit. By doing that, now you contact Airbnb and you let them know these are the persons, unless they have a valid renting permit, they are not allowed to be on the site, or they're seen as illegal here on the island. And that will solve that problem easily. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP La Cruz, for the clarification. I see no further. I see MP Arian would like the floor for clarification. MP Arian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the question, the answers thus far, Minister. Minister, regarding the vacation payout to civil servants, I think for a lot of them it's still not clear, because my question regarding that was, does the government see that as a possible relief? I stated as a possible relief, right, in my statement. And then I asked if the government would allow civil servants to be able to cash in their vacation days similar to that of ministers. Because I also asked the Prime Minister, and I believe also the Minister of Finance, did any minister pay out their vacation days? Because typically, as MP Duran mentioned, ministers get their vacation days paid out at the end of their term. And I think it's fine if ministers get paid out anytime during their term, but I also believe that a civil servant that has vacation days that have been rolled over, I know a lot of civil servants that want to take vacation but couldn't, and have vacation like 20, 30 days. And if they say, hey, I would like to take 15 days this year because I cannot travel, I don't want to travel, or the job wouldn't allow me to travel, can that be done? Because the answer given was basically we will do it based on a per case basis, but I think that's also unfair, because I think that seeing how Payno has operated in the past, it's not evenly weighed out. I see one person gets it done and the other person doesn't. But again, I do believe that if a minister took it, that civil servants should also have that same option. Regarding the question posed by MP Duran in the first round, I don't believe he got an answer on that. The minister's answer was that the TOT gas reduction, everything was done by finance part. So finance did their part. So my question is, who hasn't done their part? TIAT? Because it was made clear that finance did their part. And what is the part of finance that is done? So what is the hold up? And lastly, Minister, in your presentation and in your answers, you mentioned that, yes, liquidity, cash liquidity, is not the same as a surplus, and I understand that. But in your presentation, Minister, you also mentioned that the 39 million guilders is a positive. And the impression that the public got, and even the media, that government is doing so well, we have 39 million guilders. But, Minister, I'd like for you to clarify, if you still believe that it's a positive, when in your own answers, you say that the 39 million guilders is also part of, and the reason why we have this surplus is because of not executing the TRIO projects, not paying out indexation, and not paying the vendors, which was about almost 40 million guilders. So my other clarifying question is, if we have this surplus, we have a 29 million guilder surplus because we didn't pay out vendors. At the same time, we have 13.8 million guilders owed to vendors. So now why just not pay them out? Yes, the surplus will look less on paper, but at least then the vendors will be happy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Arian. I see MP Lewis would like the floor. MP Lewis, you have the floor for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, with regards to, I heard a discussion about the environmental tax. I would like to know, seeing that we're in an era where this country needs money, do we have a precise date? Did you mention a precise date or when we are going to roll this out in order for us to start generating monies from such? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see no further need for clarifications from the MPs. I look at the Honourable Minister to see if she's able to answer the clarifications at this time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Perhaps after the next minister is finished with their answers, I would be able to come back to answer these
No problem. So,
questions.
no problem, Minister.
Yeah.
So we'll proceed with the Prime Minister next. So what we'll do, we'll adjourn for 4 minutes, 3 minutes to 4:50 for the Prime Minister to take his seat. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back as we continue the deliberations on the national ordinance of the 2026 national budget. We shall continue with the Honorable Prime Minister as he will answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament in round one. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of Parliament, Secretary General, the persons that are not now in the Tribune, those following on social media, support staff of ministers, and especially also all the civil servants following this meeting online, supporting the ministers with their presentation. Good afternoon. At this time, as the Mr. Chair said, I'm going to go into giving answer to the questions posted to me by the honorable members of Parliament. We're going to start with MP Lacruz. His question is, are you happy, Minister, the way things are going now? I, as Prime Minister, together with the entire Council of Ministers, am encouraged by the progress that is being made, but we recognize that much work remains to be done. We recognize that many households continue to face financial pressure and that businesses continue to contend with rising operational costs. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the increasing cost of living is not unique to Sint Maarten alone. Countries throughout the Caribbean and across the world continue to face higher costs of living associated with higher prices for food, energy, housing, transportation, and other essential goods and services. As a small, import-dependent island economy, Sint Maarten is particularly vulnerable to developments beyond our control. We do not determine international commodity prices, or fuel prices, or shipping costs, or insurance premiums, or global supply chain disruptions. We do not control those. However, international circumstances cannot become an excuse for local complacency. Our responsibility is to focus on the factors that are within our control. That means maintaining financial stability, strengthening our institution, improving public services, supporting economic development, expanding opportunities for our people, and building a more resilient country. That is why this government's focus remains on putting the foundation in order. We are working to strengthen the civil service, fill critical vacancies, improve government processes, modernize our systems, advance key legislation, and increase our capacity to execute. These may not always be the most visible reforms, but they are essential if we want sustainable and lasting progress. Mr. Chair, I am satisfied with where we are today. No, and I will never be completely satisfied. There is always a lot of work to be done, and many challenges remain at this particular moment. The people of this country have always been close to my heart while I was a surgeon, and it is surely no different today that I am the Prime Minister of Sint Maarten. Question number 2 from MP Lacruz. Are you happy with the direction the country is heading? I, as Prime Minister, along with the entire Council of Ministers, believe that Sint Maarten is moving in the right direction toward greater stability, stronger institution, responsible financial management, improved public services, and better coordination across government. That does not mean that every problem has been resolved or that progress is occurring as quickly as we would like. Many of the challenges before us are structural and developed over several years. They cannot credibly be attributed to one minister, one council of ministers, or one term of government. Neither can they responsibly be solved through slogans, isolated measures, or unrealistic promises. The direction of the country must be assessed fairly by considering where Sint Maarten started, the realities confronting us, the resources available, the decisions taken, and the progress being achieved. This coalition government has chosen stability over uncertainty, cooperation over fragmentation, and responsible decision-making over political convenience. We remain united in that direction. Where policies are producing results, we will build upon them. Where implementation is too slow, we will accelerate it. Where an approach is not delivering the intent outcome, we will adjust it. That is not weakness or division, it is responsible governance. Progress must ultimately be visible and felt in the daily lives of our people. I, as Prime Minister, along with the entire Council of Ministers, therefore remain committed not only to maintaining the correct direction, but also to increasing the pace, effectiveness, and visibility of delivery. Question 3 of MP La Cruz. What is your plan to fix it? I, as Prime Minister, together with the entire Council of Ministers, recognize that the challenges facing Sint Maarten are interconnected and cannot be solved through a single measure or overnight solution. They require coordinated, sustained, and financially responsible action. Our plan is reflected in the policies, the priorities, and allocations contained in the 2026 budget and subsequently the 2027 budget. It is a government-wide approach focused on strengthening execution, maintaining financial stability, improving public services, supporting sustainable economic growth, creating opportunities, investing in our people, improving public safety, and protecting the most vulnerable in the society. At its core, our approach is simple. The foundation, as I said many times already, must be put in order. In Dutch, I said it also, de basis moet op orde. We must continue to strengthen the civil service, fill critical vacancies, improve government processes, modernize our system, and advance the legislation necessary to support sustainable development. Without a strong institutional foundation, policies remain intentions, services suffer, and progress becomes difficult to sustain. These are not issues that can be resolved within a single budget year. Meaningful progress requires a multi-annual approach, greater cooperation between government, parliament, our social partners, and the wider community, and the discipline to build step by step and year by year. Our focus is therefore not on temporary measures that generate headlines today but create problems tomorrow. Our focus is on lasting improvements that strengthen the country's capacity to deliver results for years to come. This government approaches issues collectively. While each minister is responsible for a specific portfolio, the Council of Ministers share the responsibility for the overall direction and results of government. The 2026 budget is therefore not a collective or separate ministerial plan. It is the financial expression of one governing program, pursued by one Council of Ministers working together on one objective, actually building a stronger and more resilient Sint Maarten. We welcome, of course, parliamentary scrutiny because accountability strengthens our democracy. At the same time, identifying a problem is only the first step. The real challenge is developing solutions that are realistic, lawful, financially sustainable, and capable of being implemented. The people of Sint Maarten expect one government, united around a common purpose and committed to delivering results. This government remained focused on putting the foundation in order, strengthening our institutions, and achieving measurable progress through responsible governance and sustained action. Going now to MP Irion. Question of MP Irion, do you believe there is accountability for the ministers if the ministers get certain benefits that are equal to civil servants? Do you believe that civil servants should also get those benefits? The Honourable MP understands that COM approved for ministers to pay out their vacation days. Did any minister or ministers able to pay out vacation days that were owed? Is that a fact or not? MP does not have a problem with that. When he was a minister, they had to take vacation days at the end of their term. First of all, let me first separate the two issues that are being discussed: the rules that apply to ministers and the rules that apply to civil servants. With respect to civil servants, the applicable vacation leave legislation is clear. Vacation leave is intended to be taken. Unused vacation leave may generally be carried forward for 1 additional year, after which it expires by operation of law. A payout is not the norm and is only considered in exceptional circumstances, for example, where approved leave was repeatedly denied or revoked by the employer and the employee was therefore unable to utilize the leave. As it relates to ministers, they are governed by a different legal framework. The vacation entitlement of ministers is regulated in de Landsverordening bezoldiging politieke gezagsdragers. That legislation provides that a minister is entitled to 30 working days of vacation per calendar year with full remuneration. It further provides that to the extent vacation days have not been granted during a calendar year, the unused leave is paid out. Therefore, it is important to clarify that the payment of unused vacation days to minister is not a new arrangement introduced by the current Council of Ministers. It is a provision that already exists in the applicable legislation and requests relating to unused vacation days and handled accordance to the legal framework. The Honourable Member also raised a broader policy question as to whether civil servants should similarly be permitted to monetize accumulated vacation leave. I understand the reasoning behind that suggestion, particularly given the financial pressure many households face. However, government's position remains that vacation leave exists primarily to promote employee well-being, health, productivity, and work-life balance. It is therefore not intended to function as a supplementary source of income. That being said, government recognizes the concerns expressed by civil servants and remain committed to addressing personal matters more broadly, including outstanding jubilees, indexation, and other benefits to which employees may be entitled. Our focus is on ensuring that these matters are processed consistently and in accordance with the applicable legal framework.
One moment, Honourable Prime Minister, as I see MP Irion would like the floor for interruption. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask through you, the Prime Minister, is the Prime Minister aware that ambulance workers are really short-staffed, as also Acting Minister of VSR, maybe he might know, and they have built up so much vacation days, some up to 80 days, that if they are not paid out and they actually take the days, that the country potentially could be at risk. So it's not just about the answer you give and we understand the legality of it, but do we also understand the repercussions of not paying out? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Arian. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, MP Irion, for your question. If you have listened good to my statement, it states that in exceptional cases it can be considered. And this is a good argument that you brought forward that will be considered. Going further with the second question of MP Irion, has the 2026 salary scales been published already, enabling civil servants to receive their indexation? The answer is no. The 2026 salary scales have not yet been published. This question was also asked during the Central Committee meeting and answered in writing. The legislation required to implement the 2026 salary scales and the associated indexation has already been prepared, but publication is dependent on the approval and enactment of the 2026 budget. Once the budget has been approved by Parliament and enacted, the legislation can be signed and published, after which the updated salary scales can be formally implemented. At that point, civil servants will be able to receive the approved indexation and any applicable adjustments in accordance with the law. I want to assure the civil servants of this country that government has not been sitting idle. The necessary preparatory work has already been completed so that implementation can proceed as quickly as possible once the budget process is finalized. Government fully recognizes the importance of the indexation for our civil servants, especially given the continued cost of living pressures. We therefore remain committed to ensuring that the updated salary scales are implemented and that all adjustments are processed in accordance with the applicable legal framework as soon as the budget is in force. Question number 3 from MP Irion. What is the status of the function book review per ministry? This question was also asked during the Central Committee meeting and answered in writing. The review and modernization of the function book remains an important priority for government. This exercise is necessary to ensure that our organizational structure, job classification, and staffing needs reflect the reality of a modern public service. The current status is as follows. Within the Ministry of General Affairs, the function books for the ICT department and the fire department have already been updated and implemented. Additional review within the ministry remains, of course, necessary. Within the Ministry of VSA, the function book has been reviewed and updated by P&O and is currently awaiting final decision-making and implementation. Within the Ministry of TIAT, the function book has likewise been reviewed and updated by P&O and is currently awaiting final decision-making and implementation. For the remaining ministries, the review process is ongoing and is being carried out in phases based on priorities and available capacity. Mr. Chairman, many of these function books were developed years ago and no longer fully reflect today's operational realities, technological developments, or service delivery requirements. Updating them is therefore critical for recruitment, succession planning, career development, organizational effectiveness, and fair position classification. At the same time, we must be realistic. This is a significant exercise, and progress is affected by the capacity constraints within the P&O and the ministries themselves. As a result, government cannot provide a definitive completion date for all function book reviews. Our approach is to proceed step by step prioritizing the areas within the most urgent organizational needs while continuing the broader modernization of the civil service. The ultimate goal is to ensure that every ministry has a function book that supports effective governance, efficient service delivery, and the long-term development of our public servants. Question number 4 from MP Irion. Which B measures have been implemented by the Department of P&O based on the original agreements with TWO? Mr. Chairman, as was outlined in the written responses to Parliament, the Department of P&O has primarily focused on the implementation of B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, and B9 under the country package. Rather than addressing these measures separately, P&O combined them into a comprehensive reform program entitled It's All About the People. On January the 30th, 2024, this program was approved by the Council of Ministers as the strategic framework for modernizing human resources management and strengthening public service. The program is built around 5 strategic pillars. First, strengthening the HR function. Secondly, strategic personnel policy. Thirdly, development and education. 4, strengthening the government apparatus. And 5, organizational culture and integrity. Mr. Chairman, let me briefly highlight what has been achieved thus far. Under strengthening the HR function, government completed the review of the HR function, developed an HR product and service catalog, mapped and documented HR work processes, established a RACI matrix to clarify responsibility and decision-making authorities, clarify the division of responsibilities between P&O and line managers, selected a vendor for the implementation of Microsoft Dynamics 365 HR, and conducted analysis regarding the modernization and integration of HR systems. Under strategic personnel policy, government completed a benchmark study of the local labor market, conducted an employee satisfaction survey, and developed a strategic recruitment plan to address the challenges we face in attracting and retaining qualified personnel. Under development and education, government established the Government Training Center and has already delivered a range of training programs in areas such as project management, the HR cycle, absenteeism management, disciplinary procedures, complaint handling, communication, management, and talent motivational analysis. In addition, the train programs were executed in 2026, and a curriculum development expert was engaged to further professionalize training offerings. Under now the strengthening the government apparatus, a preliminary review or quick scan of the government organization was conducted. Function book reviews were completed for the Ministry of VSA and TIAT, and are in their final stages, while within the Ministry of General Affairs, the function book for the ICT department and the Fire department have already been revised and implemented. Finally now, under organizational culture and integrity, the Code of Conduct on Integrity has been published, an internal integrity investigation framework has been developed, organizational culture and integrity topics have been integrated into the Introduction to Government course, and preparations are underway for the next employee satisfaction survey, which is scheduled for Q1 in 2027. Mr. Chairman, while significant progress has been made, these initiatives are not one-time projects. They are part of a broader, multi-annual effort to modernize government, strengthen the civil service, and ensure that we have the people, systems, and organizational culture necessary to deliver better results for the people of Sint Maarten. Ultimately, these measures are all directed toward one objective, actually putting the foundation of government in order. Question number 5 from MP Irion. When it comes to AI, what is the policy for AI use in government? Are we going to support civil servants with some type of AI? Is there a policy for that? Are we expected that members of cabinet are taking official documents and uploading them to their personal chat GPT? And Claude, where is it stored and potentially being trained as data? So where is the AI sovereignty? How are we working with AI and AI policies? Mr. Chairman, the honourable member raises a very important point. Government wants to encourage the responsible use of artificial intelligence as a tool to improve productivity, efficiency also, and also improve service delivery. At the same time, we must be mindful of issues such as confidentiality, cybersecurity, data governance, and what the member correctly described as AI sovereignty. As was indicated in the response provided to questions raised during the Central Committee meeting, government is currently developing a digital government and AI strategy. The objective is to establish a coordinated government-wide approach to the use of AI and other digital technologies, including standards for data governance, cybersecurity, interoperability, ethical use, and responsible implementation. At present, government does not have a fully implemented government-wide AI policy that regulates every aspect of AI tools. That is precisely one of the reasons why this work is being undertaken. The goal is to ensure that government can benefit from AI while protecting sensitive information and maintaining appropriate control over government data. Question 6. What is the procurement policy of the Ministry of General Affairs? What is the tender process for anything in facility management? Is there a tender process? Mr. Chairman, the procurement activities of the Ministry of General Affairs are governed by the applicable legal framework, including the compatibility ordinance and the regulations and procedures that apply to government procurement in general. Therefore, the answer to the honourable member's question is yes, there is a procurement process. Procurement within facility affairs is not intended to occur outside of the applicable legal and financial framework of government. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, I believe it is important to be candid. As I stated during my budget address, facility affairs has been facing significant challenges for a number of years. That is precisely why a crisis management approach was introduced within the department. The issue we are dealing with are not limited to outstanding obligations or maintenance concerns. We have identified major procedural gaps in areas such as procurement administration, contract management, record keeping, documentation standards, monitoring, and internal controls. The reality is that these shortcomings have developed over many years and cannot be corrected overnight. Question number 7. We have taken civil servants out of the bottom that were not decision makers, take them to court, they win the court case and have to be back in government. The actions were committed, which is what government stated. Fraud, stealing, we try to put the blame on one individual. Has that person been reinstated, is the question of MP Irion. What is government going to do now? All the acts have happened. Are you going to take it further? Are you going to take it to the top? The persons that were actually signing off, what are you going to do? The honourable member raises a matter that is currently the subject of legal and administrative follow-up, and therefore need to be careful in my therefore I have to be careful in my comments. Government is aware of the ruling referenced by the honorable member. Following that ruling, the process has been initiated to address both the legal and financial implications arising from the judgment, including the necessary administrative steps relating to the reinstatement of the individual and the placement of that person back on government's payroll. Question number 8, general comment for all ministers. We are in August 2026, but the representations by the ministers were given as if we are in January the 1st, 2026, starting actually the year. Will the minister execute these things in 3 months with staff that is not there yet? And be expected to hear what would be done from August till the end of the year. The Member of Parliament highlights that ministers should execute based on the budget policy. Mr. Chairman, I understand the concern raised by the honourable member. It is a fair observation that we are now in August 2026 and that Parliament is interested not only in what government intends to do during 2026, but more specifically what realistically can be achieved during the remainder of the year. At the same time, I would like to know that many of the initiatives reflected in the budget are already underway. The presentation should not be viewed as if government is starting on January 1st. Rather, they reflect a combination of ongoing activities, projects currently being executed, and actions planned for the remainder of 2026. Question number 9. We have all these laws and potentially they have to go to the SER. Where are we with this SER? This matter was also raised during the Central Committee discussion, and while there is no substantive changes to the position previously shared, I can provide an update on the appointment process. On the appointment of the SER board, I can inform Parliament that the process is actively underway. In June, government invited employer and employee organizations to submit information regarding their active membership for purposes of the representation assessment in accordance with the National Ordinance on the SER. These organizations were also requested to consult among themselves and provide a proposal on the allocation of the 3 employer seats and the 3 employee seats on the board. Since then, government has received submission from 2 employer organizations and 1 employee organization. These submissions have been reviewed by JZNW. Following that review, it was determined that additional information is required from some of the organizations in order to complete the representation assessment in a legally sound manner. At this same time, reminders have been sent to the other employee organizations that have not yet submitted the required information. Moving now to point 10, that is question number 10. What is the status of the electoral reform law and screening law? Where are we? Where are we with the legislation for the cabinet workers? Mr. Chairman, as was indicated in the written responses provided during the Central Committee meeting, electoral reform, screening legislation, and legislation concerning cabinet personnel all remain on government's legislative agenda, although they are currently at different stages of development. With respect to the electoral reform, government has secured support through TWO to examine potential reforms to the electoral system and the broader electoral process. At present, the project remains in the research and policy development phase. The current focus is on the preparation of a plan of approach and recommendations, and the next step is the issuance of the terms of reference for the specialists who will assist with that type of work. As a result, no draft electoral legislation is currently being prepared, and government is not yet in the position to provide a timeline for specific legislative proposals or implementation. Regarding the screening legislation, the process is further advanced. A draft is currently being prepared for internal review. Once that review has been completed, the intention is to submit the draft to the Council of Ministers and thereafter to the Council of Advice in accordance with the normal legislative process. As it relates to legislation concerning cabinet personnel, this also remains on government's legislative agenda at this particular moment. Question number 11, how many vehicles does the government have? Who gets the vehicles? Based on the information included within the 2026 budget, the government of Sint Maarten has a total of 308 government vehicles allocated across the various ministries and high councils. Of these 308 vehicles, 7 vehicles are allocated to ministers and 2 vehicles to the High Council. The remaining vehicles are distributed among the ministries as follows: General Affairs, 45 cars, Finance, 22, Justice, 107, Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, 9, TIAT, 23, Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, 58, and Public Health, Social Development and Labor, 35 vehicles. Mr. Chairman, the allocation and use of government vehicles is governed by the Ministerial Regulation on Government Vehicles of 2013. That regulation establishes its distinction between vehicles assigned for individual use and pool vehicles. It further provides that government vehicles should only be assigned for individual use where the nature of the function justifies it, such as positions requiring 24 hours availability, on-call duties, or responsibilities that require continuous access to transportation. Secretary Generals automatically qualify for an assigned car under the regulation, while other assignments must be justified based on operational need. Question number 12, how many office spaces government is currently paying for but not actually using? How many departments were kicked out for not paying their rent for government? Where are they? MP understood they are going to Telem building and that some are there already. Is government already paying rent to Telem? Provide government with the rental agreements, the rental cost per square meter, how many staff, everything, please, everything. MP requests Parliament to be provided with this. If there is no agreement, then what are we basing this on? The honourable member raises a legitimate concern, and I believe it is important to be candid with Parliament. The department directly affected by the eviction was the Inspectorate of Economic and Transport Affairs of the Ministry of TIAT. Following the eviction, arrangements were made together with the Ministries of Finance and TIAT for the temporary relocation of the affected staff to the Telem building as an emergency measure to ensure continuity of government services. The history of this matter illustrates precisely why this government continues to emphasize the importance of putting the foundation in order. Question number 13 of MP Irion. Is the courthouse going to rent the Telem building across from the governor? My understanding is that the negotiations are currently ongoing between the Court of First Instance and Telem regarding the possible lease of the building previously occupied by His Excellency the Governor. Those discussions are taking place between the relevant parties, and as such, government is not in a position to comment on the details of the negotiations or any potential agreement before they are concluded. What can be confirmed is that the location has been identified as a potential accommodation option for the court and discussions are ongoing regarding the terms under which the premises may be leased. Question number 14 from MP Irion. How many SLAs has the government signed off in the last 2 years, especially through the Ministry AZ in procurement processes? The number of service level agreements currently in place within the Ministry of General Affairs remains limited. Over the last 2 years, 2 service level agreements were concluded for recurring operational support services relating to landscaping and ground maintenance and cleaning services. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, one of the conclusions reached through the review of facility affairs is that the ministry requires a more structured approach to service contracts and maintenance arrangements. For that reason, work is currently underway to establish additional service level agreements in some of the most critical operational areas. Priority will be given to, first, air conditioning, maintenance and servicing, vehicle maintenance and repair, drink water supply arrangements, and other critical maintenance and operational support services. Question number 15. MP mentioned in the past not to take out a loan for MVGB and let GB handle its own affairs. 2 years further, and now GB saying we need an additional 40 million guilders for generators. Where will this cost going to go? Who will absorb this cost? MP is of the opinion that GB should handle their own affairs. Government providing generators is not giving people relief. MP believes it is better to take the monies and give towards GB relief. This matter was actually addressed extensively in the written responses provided to questions raised during the Central Committee process. With respect to the generators, the position of government remains that ensuring a reliable electricity supply is a national priority. The financing that was secured is especially intended to address generation capacity and reliable concerns within the electricity sector. As was explained previously, the funds reserved for the generators have not yet been disbursed, and negotiations regarding the financing structure remain ongoing. The final structure, including ownership and financing arrangement, is still being worked out. I understand the honourable member's position that GB should be responsible for managing its own affairs. However, the reality is that GB has not been in a position to independently secure the level of financing required on the market to address its generators' needs. There are several reasons for this, including the challenges the company has faced in maintaining current audited financial statements following the cyber attack. As a result, government was confronted with a choice: either facilitate a solution or risk further deterioration of the country's electricity generation capacity. Mr. Chairman, this is not about relieving GB of its responsibility. It's about protecting the public's interest. If generators' capacity is inadequate, it is ultimately the people of Sint Maarten who bear the consequences through outages, disruption to businesses, and economic losses. The member also raised the possibility of using these funds for direct relief measures. It is important to clarify that the financing in question originates from a capital loan made available by the Netherlands for capital investments. These funds are earmarked for that specific purpose and cannot simply be redirected toward operational relief measures, subsidies, or other forms of consumers' support. The choice is therefore not between generators and relief. Legally and financially, those funds are intended for capital investment and must be used within that framework. Question number 16, who is the minister responsible for GB? Who is that? Which minister is dealing with GB in the Council of Ministers? Is that the PM? Is that Vromi? Or is that, for example, the TIAT minister? This question was also already addressed during the Central Committee meeting process. To reiterate, the Prime Minister as chair of the Council of Ministers and is the point of contact of the Council of Ministers, carry the political and ministerial responsibility that accompanies that office under the applicable legislation. At the same time, GB is not the responsibility of one single minister alone. The Council of Ministers collectively exercises the shareholder role on behalf of the country Sint Maarten, while the Supervisory Board and Management Board remain responsible for the governance and the day-to-day operations of the company. In addition to the Prime Minister coordinating role, the Minister of Romi is the lead minister with respect to the country's transition towards sustainable energy and broader utility policy matters. The Minister of TIAT, on the other hand, through the Bureau Telecommunication and Post, the BTP, is responsible for the regulatory framework governing electricity tariffs and utility regulations. As a result, matters concerning GB frequently require coordination among multiple ministries and are regularly discussed within the Council of Ministers. However, it is important to distinguish between the Council of Ministers, acting in its shareholder's capacity, the Prime Minister as chair of the Council of Ministers and contact person for NVGB, the Minister of Romi for energy transition and related policy matters, the Minister of TIAT for utility regulation through BTP, and the Minister of Romi and the Minister of VSA carry the responsibility for the distribution and quality control of water. The management and supervisory boards of GB, which remain responsible then for the company's operation and governance. Question number 17 of MP Irion. GB relief, there is nothing in the budget. There are no plans from the government and there is nothing budgeted, neither for gas relief. MP requests relief on the TOT. It was done by the previous administration and can be done according to the Member of Parliament. The assertion that this government has no plans for GB relief or fuel relief is simply not correct. The honourable member is entitled to argue that more should be done, but it is inaccurate to suggest that nothing is being done merely because there is no expenditure line carrying the specific title GB relief. The government, through the Ministry of ESA and NVGB, is already implementing a one-year utility relief pilot program for vulnerable residents. Qualifying persons receiving vouchers valued at 50 guilder each, up to 250 per month toward the electricity and water bills. This program runs from December the 1st, 2025 through November the 30th, 2026 and will be evaluated to determine its continuation or expansion. That is tangible, targeted relief, not an announcement without implementation. As Prime Minister, together with the entire Council of Ministers, we recognize that electricity and fuel costs are placing considerable pressure on households and businesses. However, responsible relief must be legally sound, properly costed, and financially sustainable. Government cannot responsibly announce a blanket subsidy or tax reduction without identifying its costs, its duration, its beneficiaries, and the revenue required to finance it. With respect to fuel relief, I want to first clarify that the previous administration did not reduce turnover tax. The measure taken in 2022 concerned the fuel import duty, which is the legally correct term. The Minister of TIAT and the Minister of Finance are examining temporary relief measures associated with higher fuel prices and consumption support through a temporary reduction in fuel import duty. A blanket reduction or suspension of turnover tax would have direct consequences for government revenue and the financing of essential public services. The fact that a temporary measure was introduced by a previous administration under different economic and fiscal circumstances when government was allowed to run the budgetary deficits and does not automatically mean that it can be repeated today without proper financial analysis. However, government is still exploring a fuel relief initiative. I would also like to note that the current gasoline price stands at 307 Caribbean guilder, which remains lower than the price level at the time the previous administration implemented its temporary reduction. Question 18, how many government vehicles had tint last year? How many government vehicles do not have tint this year? How did you, Minister Justice, together with the Minister of Azet, ensure that everybody's tint has been removed? Why punishing the general citizen and you are not setting an example for a whole year? I will address this question only as it relates to the Ministry of General Affairs. The Minister of Justice will speak to the other aspects of the question posed. The Ministry of General Affairs supports the ministries in the administration of government vehicles in accordance with the Ministerial Regulation on Government Vehicles. Requests for tinted windows should, in principle, be processed through the fleet manager within the Department of Facility Services, which is responsible for the management of the government vehicle fleet. Since this matter was raised, information has been requested from the vehicle coordinators of the various ministries. Based on the information gathered thus far, at least 60 government vehicles with tinted windows have been identified across government. However, that figure remains subject to verification as the inventory process continues. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the underlying principle raised by the honourable member. Government must lead by example. Where additional security measures are considered necessary, there should be clear procedures, proper documentation, and consistency in application. The preliminary findings from the inventory exercise suggest that there is a merit in reviewing whether the current procedures are being applied consistently through government and whether additional policy guidance or enforcement measures are required to strengthen oversight and accountability. Question number 19. What are you going to do for the next 3 to 4 months of 2026? Mr. Chairman, the honourable members raises a fair question, especially considering that we are already in August and not at the beginning of the budget year. As I indicated in my budget address, the focus for the remainder of 2026 is not on launching a long list of new initiatives. The focus is on execution and putting the foundation in order. Over the next 3 to 4 months, our priorities are clear. First, we will continue strengthening the government apparatus by filling critical vacancies, particularly within P&O, legal affairs and legislation, and facility services. Secondly, we will continue implementing the strategic recruitment plan and the recently approved labor market allowances for critical positions so that government can better compete for scarce talent. Third, we will continue strengthening legislative capacity through the support of TWO for the establishment of a legislative calendar and the legislative support pool. Fourth, we will advance the digital transformation agenda, including the projects already underway through the country packages and the trust fund to modernize government system and improve service delivery. Fifth, we will continue addressing long-standing administrative and financial backlogs, especially within facility affairs, while improving contract management, procurement procedures, asset management, and real estate management practices. We're going now to MP Janssen. Ms. MP Janssen-Webster. Has the P&O Personnel and Organization Department or the Ministry of General Affairs in general done a study for a succession plan regarding the lack of capacity and the number of open vacancies? The MP knows of people who were her colleagues when she was in the civil service who are still there, so they are leaving. They are going on pension now. Who is going to replace them? Who will replace them? With what wealth of knowledge, with a succession plan, will you try to get an impression of what is going on? The honourable member raises a very important concern, and I agree that succession planning deserves much more attention than it has traditionally received. Government is well aware that a number of experienced civil servants are approaching retirement age, and that in several cases, decades of institutional knowledge risk being lost when those employees leave the organization. This concern is particularly relevant within P&O itself, where several key staff members are nearing or have already passed the retirement age. In fact, it is one of the reasons why strengthening P&O has become one of the ministry's highest priorities. P&O should be the engine behind recruitment, appointment, promotion, workforce planning, and organizational developments. If that engine is struggling, the entire public service feels the impact. Going now to question 2 of MP Veronica. Based on a question that the MP asked, it came to light that there are 2 people in P&O department, a P&O department that has to service with the entire government of Sint Maarten. So what she wants to say is there are 2 persons in P&O that actually service the whole government apparatus. The MP already asked this question to the minister. The MP asked again, how is the Minister of General Affairs going to realistically assist the rest of the ministries with recruitment? Looking at the first half of this year, has the ministry identified anywhere where they have budgeted funds and know that that will not be needed, and knowing that those funds should be needed by recruitment? What is the Minister of General Affairs planning to do with this reality? The honourable member raises a very practical suggestion, and I want to commend actually the member for taking a solution-oriented approach to a problem that we all recognize. The member is absolutely correct that there is a little point in discussion, improved execution, faster recruitment, or a more ambitious legislative agenda if the departments responsible for making those things happen do not have the capacity to perform their function. As I stated earlier, P&O should be the engine behind recruitment, behind workforce planning, promotion, and organizational development. When P&O struggles, as I said already, the entire government struggles. That is precisely why the ministry has focused its effort on strengthening P&O through several parallel measures. These include securing additional support through TWO, finalizing the strategic recruitment plan, launching recruitment for critical P&O positions, and implementing the recently approved labor market allowance for hard-to-fill positions within P&O. These measures are intended to strengthen the department's capacity in a structural and sustainable manner. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, I must acknowledge that the ministry currently has very limited budgetary space to bring in the level of third-party support that would ideally be available. Additional temporary expertise, whether for a recruitment support, HR specialists, or project support, would certainly assist in addressing some of the bottlenecks we are currently experiencing. In that regard, I appreciate the honourable member's willingness to look at possible amendments to strengthen government HR support capacity. Question number 3 from MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. The MP had something written about getting our students to come back. The MP knows that we put some effort into recruiting our students. Besides our students, there are people here on the island as well who have been working for many years, sometimes in a department, and they do apply. It is noticed that there are ads coming out for job vacancies in government that are only in Dutch. When the census was done, the MP knows that Dutch is one of our official languages, but English is as well. And when you look at it in the census, the percentage of people who do speak and who can understand Dutch is extremely low. A great number of applicants are being excluded by only putting the ad in Dutch. Therefore, does the Minister of Janape has any objection to also putting the vacancies ad in English as well, especially if it's jobs such as for secretary? Mr. Chairman, I fully support the suggestion made by the honourable member, and I intend to discuss this further with PNO. While Dutch is one of our official languages, English is the language most commonly used by the majority of our population. If our objective is to attract the widest possible pool of qualified candidates, we should carefully consider whether our vacancy announcements are accessible to people who are we are trying to recruit. I'm going to go over now to the answers of the Member of Parliament, Mr. Labega. The budget of HR has increased yearly since 2024. However, MP indicates that despite the increase in HR funding, human capacity continues to deteriorate. In MP's view, this suggests that the problem is not solely about money, but structure and prioritization. Challenges still include compensation packages. MP has a motion addressing critical human resources capacity challenges and the adjustment of salary scales to attract and retain highly skilled local talent. Why is the situation getting worse while every year the government's HR budget keeps increasing? Answer to this, Mr. Chairman, the honourable member raises a valid point, and I agree that this challenge cannot be solved by money alone. It is true that HR-related expenditures have increased over the years. However, a significant portion of that increase is not the result of hiring large numbers of new employees. Rather, it is driven by factors such as indexation, salary adjustments, pension contribution, employer obligations, and the increasing cost of maintaining the existing workforce. At the same time, I agree with the member that higher personal expenditure has not automatically translated into stronger organizational capacity. That is because the challenges we face are structural. We continue to struggle with recruitment, we continue to struggle with retention, workforce planning, succession planning, and competition from the private sector and government-owned companies for specialized talents. As I stated earlier, the solution is not simply to continue spending more. The real challenge is making government an employer that people want to join and remain with. That is precisely what government is pursuing, a broader strategy. We are strengthening P&O, implementing a strategic recruitment plan, introducing labor market allowances for hard-to-fill positions, investing in training and development, reviewing function books, improving career paths, and discussing a multi-annual agreement with the unions on how to improve labor conditions within public service. Question number 3 from MP Labega. Why existing interviews are not regularly conducted by P&O? MP believes that this interview provides information when an employee leaves an organization. Page 162 of the responses provided states that P&O is finalizing a strategic recruitment plan. In order to have an effective strategic recruitment plan, government needs to understand why employees are leaving the organization. This is a vital information to be obtained. Why hasn't P&O consistently conducted exit interviews? Mr. Chairman, the honourable member raises again a valid point. As was indicated in the responses provided during the Central Committee meeting, government does not currently conduct formal exit interviews on a consistent basis. We are not accustomed to do that. In the past, P&O attempted to utilize exit interviews. However, the process often yielded limited value because departing employees expressed concerns about maintaining professional relationship and not burning bridges, which affected the reliability and usefulness of the feedback received. We are moving now to agenda point 4. 5 out of 17 positions, as well as the position of head of department, are vacant within the Department of JZW. There is a lack of legislative lawyers. If P&O is not fully staffed and legal affairs is not fully staffed, revenue measures and other legislation requiring vetting and review will be delayed. This will also affect the 2027 budget period. The honourable member is absolutely correct to identify this as a significant concern. Both P&O and JZW are operating with substantial vacancies. The consequence is exactly as the honourable member describes. When P&O lacks sufficient capacity, recruitment takes longer. When JZW lacks sufficient capacity, legislation takes longer. And when legislation takes longer, everything from governance reform to revenue measures, policy initiatives, and budget-related legislation is affected. That is not merely a legal issue or an HR issue, it is an execution issue that impacts the entire government organization. Now we are going to question number 5 of MP Labega. Referring to discussions with the unions on salary increases, what are the steps in realizing the plan and the projected time frame for implementing salary raises? How do you foresee that process going? Can you give an estimated time frame? It is important to distinguish between 2 separate processes, the 2026 salary indexation and the broader discussion with the unions on a multi-annual agreement aimed at improving labor conditions within the public service. With respect to the 2026 indexation, the necessary legislative preparations have already been undertaken. The process is therefore at a more advanced stage and is being addressed separately from the broader discussion currently taking place with the unions. The second track concerns the ongoing discussions with the CCSU on a multi-annual agreement that addresses matters such as compensation, working conditions, career development, work-life balance, and other measures intended to improve the overall employment experience within the government. Mr. Chairman, I want to be careful about providing definitive timelines. These discussions involve 2 parties, and progress will depend on the ability to reach consensus on a range of issues that have both policy and financial implications. We are going now to MP Otley. Fire Department. Obviously then, if we don't know the amount to pay the firefighter, this is not in this budget. When are we going to allocate the funds for the firefighters? As was indicated in the written responses provided to questions raised during the Central Committee, the placement process arising from the implementation of the Fire Department Function Book is still ongoing. Until that process has been completed, government is not yet in a position to determine the full financial impact of any resulting adjustment. For that reason, the exact amount that may ultimately be required for firefighters is not yet known. It would therefore not have been possible to include a final figure in the 2026 budget. What government has done is continue the placement and assessment process with the objective of completing it during 2026. Once that process is finalized and the financial implications are fully quantified, government will be then in a situation to determine the most appropriate funding mechanisms. Mr. Chairman, I fully understand the concern of the honourable member. Firefighters have waited a long time for clarity and they deserve certainty. However, government must first establish the legal and financial consequences of the placement process before committing specific amounts in the budget. We're going to question number 2. The RAC BTP report stated that GB has made an excess of 12 to 13 million on the people of Sint Maarten. Was there a fee for this report? And if there was a fee, how much was paid for the RAC BTP report? Yes, there was a fee. The government has been informed by the BTP, and the fee was $51,989 US. Question number 3. Can Minister provide input from the Legal Affairs Department as whether the electricity tariff can be regulated via ministerial regulation using the price ordinance despite the provision outlined in the electricity ordinance? Is regulating electricity and water tariffs using the price ordinance via ministerial regulation? That is what the MP is asking. The answer is the Minister of Tiat already requested a legal review back in 2025 as to whether electricity tariffs could be regulated by ministerial regulation under the price ordinance. Notwithstanding Article 12 of the Electricity Concession Ordinance, the conclusion was that Article 12 of the Electricity Concession Ordinance specifically provides that the tariffs charged by the concession holder for connection to the distribution network and the supply of electricity are to be established by national decree containing general measures, Landsbesluit, houdende algemene maatregelen, and on the basis of a cost-oriented methodology. The Electricity Concession Ordinance constitutes the specific statutory framework governing electricity tariff regulation, which takes precedence over the Price Ordinance. While the Price Ordinance contains general powers relating to the regulation of prices of goods and services by ministerial regulation, the Electricity Concession Ordinance is the applicable legal instrument for the determination of electricity tariffs. We're going now to MP York. The first question of MP York, I would like every ministry to give an overview. Doesn't need to be printed out, but just stated 2 questions. How many outstanding unanswered emails do they have in their inboxes of mails sent to the Treasury Department? The answer on this, the simple answer is that government is not in a position to provide that information because it is not presently tracked as a management or performance indicator. It's almost impossible to check in every civil servant's box how many emails have been received or how many emails has been sent. There is currently no centralized system that records or reports the number of unanswered emails across individual inboxes or departments. As a result, government cannot reliably quantify the number of outstanding emails at any given point in time at this particular moment. That being said, Mr. Chairman, the underlying concern raised by the honourable member is an important one, though. Responsiveness, timely communication, and service delivery are critical aspects of public administration. As government continues its effort to modernize operation and improve processes, greater attention must also be given to service standards, workflow management, and response times. So, MP, you're right, and it has our attention. Secondly, and also per ministry, how many approved invoices have not been paid and have been sent to the Treasury Department per ministry? At this time, government is not also in a position to provide a verified figure on this question. As was indicated in the written responses provided during the Central Committee process, government does not currently have a consolidated overview of outstanding obligations and unpaid invoices across ministries dating back many years. And because of that, until today, we are being surprised by huge bills and invoices that we have been paying from former administrations and governments. So It's not a problem of today. There is no overview. Every time again, because of this, that is not quite good regulated. Until today, we are confronted with old invoices of former governments. The challenge is not simply identifying invoices that have reached Treasury. In many cases, invoices must first be verified to determine their status, whether they have been approved, whether supporting documentation is complete, whether there are disputes regarding the claim, and whether payment is pending due to administrative, legal, or budgetary reasons. As indicated during my budget address, one of the challenges government continues to face is that historically invoices and obligations sometimes surface during reconciliation exercises even after existing backlog have been reviewed. As a result, obtaining a complete and reliable picture requires ongoing verification and reconciliation. Question number 3 from MP York. What is the percentage of the things that you promised to do in 2025 that was actually delivered? The honest answer is that government is not in a position to provide a percentage that would accurately reflect implementation across all ministries. As was indicated in the written responses provided to questions raised during the Central Committee, government does not yet have a sufficiently mature performance management and reporting framework that would allow us to objectively state that a specific percentage of all 2025 commitments was completed. What we do know is that the number of initiatives were successfully advanced, while others experienced delays and have carried over into 2026. In fact, many of the objectives reflected in the 2026 budget are continuations of work that began in previous years, including HR reform, digital transformation, legislative modernization, disaster management, and broader institutional strengthening. Question number 4. Okay, and if the MP still can't get the answer for the previous question, then the following question is, then on what factual base is the minister now asking us to approve another year for the policies? Parliament is not being asked to approve this budget based on assertions alone. Parliament is being asked to assess the budget based on the work that has been undertaken, the progress that has been made, the challenges that have been identified, and the plans that have been developed to address those challenges. As was explained in the written responses provided to the questions of the MP, government has not yet reached the point where all objectives can be measured through a comprehensive performance management framework with quantified indicators and completion percentages. That is precisely one of the areas we are working to improve through the transition to policy-based budgeting and a stronger planning and control cycle. Question number 5. The Fire Department compensation agreement in April was signed. Does the ministry know what the exact liability is now that has to be paid to the Fire Department over time, because the MP saw no line item and nothing budgeted for it in the budget? So if the MP missed it, can the Prime Minister explain what did he miss? This matter was also raised by MP Otley, as I said. You want the answer back, or I can continue? Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. The MP agrees to skip it because he got the answer through the same question by MP Otley. And then we're going to start with a question number 6. And this is an interesting one. And that is, are you okay, Prime Minister, by the time this tenure is over, that the main achievement of this government made and could be cannabis legislation? You're smiling already, MP York. For Sint Maarten, giving your feelings on this. I would like everybody to listen very careful what this Prime Minister has to say about this topic. For me, in my capacity as Prime Minister, The issue is not whether cannabis legislation should become an achievement of this government. The responsibility of government is to ensure that any reform we introduce is responsible, workable, and in the best interest of the people of Sint Maarten. My concerns regarding cannabis are well known. Those concerns are not based on personal preference, but on the specific circumstances of Sint Maarten and on the information that is now before us. First of all, the Mental Health Foundation, for example, has indicated that cannabis plays a significant role among clients admitted to the Mental Health Foundation, and that there are clear indications of an association with recurrent psychosis. I'm not inventing it, it's the reality of the literature and the reality of Sint Maarten. At the same time, according to the Mental Health Foundation, there is currently no structured outpatient treatment network for cannabis dependence, and there are no structural prevention and public awareness programs specifically addressing cannabis use. Young people, in particular, constitute a vulnerable group. If you heard yesterday, one MP De Wever, was also very critical and realistic about what I just said. Yesterday she said it already. That does not mean that government rejects every form of regulation. Of course not. Regulation can have benefits, including better product control, reducing criminalization, and potentially greater control over the illegal market. But those benefits do not arise automatically simply because legislation is adopted. We have to realize that. International experience shows that regulation must be accompanied by clear objective, effective supervision, control on THC levels, protection of young people, limits on commercialization, and continuous evaluation. International research also emphasizes that it may be more difficult to tighten restriction after implementation than to start cautiously and, based on the results, relax those restrictions at a later stage if appropriate. As Prime Minister, I will therefore not measure the success of this government by whether we have commercialized cannabis before the end of this term, but by whether we have governed responsibly. If that requires more time, then we will take that time. In my view, it would be irresponsible to accelerate the entry into force of legislation solely so that we can say it was completed within this term of government. The second part of your question, MP York, and I'm very happy that you posed this question to the Prime Minister, and I thank you for that. I would really want to know, the Member of Parliament states, what the Prime Minister thinks on the issue of cannabis and what he is about to do about it, not only what he thinks, because he said what he thinks already. As Prime Minister, my starting point on the cannabis is that caution is required. Please, it's about caution for something that can have a difficult development for a country. We are considering a fundamental policy change that could have significant consequences for public health, our young people, our society, the justice system, and the country's capacity to implement, supervise, and enforce the law. We have to be very realistic in that. The question before us is therefore not simply whether we are for or against cannabis. That's not the question who is for or who is against. That is not the most important question. The responsibility of government is to determine what kind of cannabis policy is responsible and appropriate for Sint Maarten, and whether the necessary conditions are in place to implement that policy responsibility. In exercising that responsibility, public health and the protection of our people, and especially our young people, the next generation, must come first. Caution does not mean avoiding the discussion or rejecting regulation in advance. It means that government should not move forward without first understanding the legal, social, and public health implications, and without being satisfied that Sint Maarten has the capacity to implement, supervise, and enforce the policy it chooses. International experience also supports a caution approach. It indicates that restrictions can be more difficult to tighten after implementation than to begin with a more restrictive model and adjust it later on the basis of evidence and experience. Against that background, two principles are fundamental to my position as Prime Minister. First of all, the legislation must not run ahead of the fundamental policy decision on what cannabis policy Sint Maarten actually wishes. Once more, the legislation must not run, and that is what is happening now. The legislation is running ahead of the fundamental policy decision on what cannabis policy Sint Maarten wants. We didn't even answer the question what cannabis policy we would like to adopt for this country, and we are already making the legislation. I think it should be the opposite way around. Secondly, the legislation must not run ahead of Sint Maarten's capacity to actually implement, supervise, and enforce that policy. You must have the capacity to implement, supervise, and enforce that policy, and Sint Maarten does not have that at this particular moment. Passing legislation is not enough. Government also has a responsibility to ensure that the necessary arrangements for public health, prevention and care, youth protection, licensing, product control, supervision, monitoring and enforcement are actually in place before the relevant parts of a new system become operational. First, we must determine what policies Sint Maarten wants. I'm going to repeat it. We have first to define the policy that we want for Sint Maarten before starting to work on legislation. Before determining how cannabis should be regulated, government must first determine what cannabis policy Sint Maarten actually wishes to pursue and what that policy is intended to achieve. There are different policy options. The existing prohibition could be maintained while prevention and enforcement are strengthened. A framework could be limited to medical cannabis, a limited and controlled model, or a pilot could be considered. Or government could consider a broader regulated model. We should not begin from the assumption that the commercial cannabis market must necessarily be the ultimate objective. I have the feeling that that is the case at this particular moment, and I'm very honest with that. And if that is the case, this is going to be a very, very difficult and dangerous development for Sint Maarten. This Prime Minister is not scared to say what he thinks. He has been in the medical field, and he knows what this cannabis can do with young people, especially if we don't regulate it in the right way. This is why the policy choice must come first. And I said it already, first policy, then the legislation. Only then can government determine what should be permitted, what should be remain prohibited, how permitted activities should be regulated, and whether commercialization should form part of the chosen model in general. It's about legislation. Before that, policy determination, legislation, regulation, and commercialization. These are all topics that we have to have an evident answer on. Are we going to do policy? What type of policy? Are we going to do legislation? Is the legislation that we are working on, is it going to serve the policy that we have defined for the country? Are we going to commercialize it? These are all choices that we have to make before just like that start on a regulation for cannabis. It is also important that government clearly distinguishes between legalization, regulation, and commercialization. These terms are often used interchangeable, but they are not the same legally or as a matter of fallacy. That is not the case. There is a pure difference between legislation, there is a difference between legislation and regulation, and there is a difference between legislation, regulation, commercialization, and policy. Legislation concerns the question of which cannabis-related activity that are currently prohibited government wishes to permit by law, for whom and under what conditions. Regulation concerns the rules and conditions under which those permitted activities may take place. For example, licensing, age restriction, product standards, supervision, and enforcement. Commercialization is a separate policy choice. It concerns whether business should be permitted to produce, process, distribute, and sell cannabis commercially, thereby creating a commercial market. Therefore, before government asks how should we regulate a commercial cannabis market, the more fundamental question must first be answered, and that is, what cannabis policy does Sint Maarten actually wants to pursue? Commercialization should not be treated as a predetermined outcome for the regulation. Let's talk now about the public health and the protection of our young people. For me and my responsibility as Prime Minister, public health and the protection of our young people must come first. The Mental Health Foundation has raised concerns regarding the possible normalization of cannabis use, dependency, and mental health consequences, particularly among young people. Mental Health Foundation has also identified shortcomings in existing prevention, education, and treatment capacity. That is the reality that Sint Maarten is in at this particular moment. According to Mental Health Foundation and Turning Point, they are currently not adequately equipped to absorb a possible increase in demand for care, and as far as Mental Health Foundation is aware, educational campaigns have not yet been initiated, particularly not in the schools. These are matters that government cannot simply address after a new system has already been introduced. Protecting young people requires more than placing a minimum age in legislation. There must be an adequate public health infrastructure, including prevention and education, accessible addiction and mental health services, trained professionals, targeted programs for young people and vulnerable groups, and the ability to monitor the consequences of any policy change. From the perspective of responsible governance, we should not first expand the legal access to cannabis and only afterwards begin developing the prevention, education, monitoring, and treatment capacity required to address its potential consequences. Concerning the legal framework must be sound. Government must also be satisfied that the legal basis for the chosen policy must be clear and coherent. If activities contemplated under a new cannabis framework are currently prohibited under the Opium National Ordinance, it must be clearly established which activities government intends to permit, which should remain prohibited and punishable, for whom any exception would apply, and on what legal basis that should take place. The relationship between the proposed Cannabis National Ordinance, the Opium National Ordinance, and other relevant legislation must therefore be legally resolved. This is not merely a technical drafting issue. Government must know with legal certainty what becomes lawful, what remains unlawful, and under what conditions we're going to proceed. And now, international treaty obligations. A separate assessment of Sint Maarten's international treaty obligation is also necessary. Before a final policy decision is taken, government must establish which international drug control treaties apply to Sint Maarten, what obligations arise from these treaties, and what legal scope they leave for the different policy options. That assessment must distinguish between medical and scientific cannabis on the one hand and recreational and commercial activities on the other hand. Supervision and enforcement. One of the most important questions for government is whether Sint Maarten can actually supervise and enforce the system it is considering. Passing a law and establishing a licensing framework on paper is not sufficient. Government must know who will issue the license, who will supervise the license holders, who will inspect cultivation and production facilities and the retail outlets, who will test products and monitor the THC levels and contaminants, who will supervise tracking and trace, and who will intervene when the rules are violated. Those responsibilities require more than legal authority. They require personnel, expertise, financial resources, inspection capacity, and effective coordination between the responsible institutions. And now it comes, the one that we forget, the cross-border cooperation with Sint Maarten. Let's go. Government must also take into account of a reality. Governments also take account of a reality that is particularly important for Sint Maarten. We share one island with Sint Maarten, and we have an open border and two separate jurisdictions. Cannabis policy, therefore, cannot be developed solely from the perspective of the Dutch side of the island. Government must establish what legal framework applies to cannabis on the French side, how cannabis-related activities and offenses are regulated and enforced there, and what the practical consequences could be if different cannabis regimes operate on the same island. We also need to examine how cooperation between the competent authorities on both sides currently functions and whether additional arrangements would be necessary for supervision, information sharing, and enforcement. I can continue. I'm so passionate about this, but I think I have explained a lot. Important is the way forward. From the responsibility as Prime Minister, I believe the consequences must therefore be clear. First, government must determine what kind of cannabis policy is responsible and appropriate for Sint Maarten and what that policy is intended to achieve. Secondly, government must determine what activities it intends to permit and what should remain prohibited and resolve the relevant domestic legal and international treaty questions. Third, the necessary public health and youth protection safeguards must be identified and strengthened, and the required institutional, supervisory, and enforcement capacity must be established. Fourth, the relevant experts, institutions, and implementing authorities must be properly consulted, and their advice must be taken into account. And before the chosen model actually enters its force, government must be satisfied that the essential conditions for implementation, supervision, and enforcement are actually in place. And, of course, to be well informed where we are standing with the French side of this country. A phased approach may ultimately be appropriate, but phasing must not be understood as an automatic pathway towards commercialization. And that is what we are doing at this particular moment. Every further step should depend on evidence, evaluation, and demonstrated readiness. Commercialization, if it is considered at all, remains a separate policy decision. In closing, as Prime Minister, my responsibility is not simply to ensure that cannabis legislation is passed or that the commercial cannabis market is open within a particular political time frame. My responsibility as Prime Minister is to ensure that if government takes such a fundamental policy decision, it does so responsibly on a sound legal base with the necessary public health and youth protection safeguards after considering the relevant advice and with the institutional capacity necessary to implement, supervise, and enforce the chosen policy. That is why two principles remain fundamental to my position as Prime Minister. Member of Parliament, Minister York, I hope that I have, on a professional way, explained to you where we have to be with this policy. And I will always finalize my statement with, don't forget that you have to secure a great tomorrow for your children. And secondly, el amor es verde, cannabis is verde, y pecunia is verde. Question number 8. The MP has requested a list of all the costs for consultants. Can this be provided? The direct answer is that there is no extensive list of consultants budgeted under the 2026 budget of the Ministry of General Affairs. The Ministry's budget is preliminarily made up of personal costs and essential operational expenditures. The Ministry is actually facing significant staffing shortages in areas such as P&O, ICT, legal affairs and legislation, facility services and the fire department, and has already any budget to bring in much-needed third-party support. Specialized external expertise is provided through TWO and or the trust fund. This applies to support in areas such as P&O, facility services, legal affairs and legislation, project management and digital transformation initiatives. Therefore, there is no significant pool of consultancy contracts budgeted within the Ministry of General Affairs that could be presented as a separate line item. Question number 9. Okay, the Member of Parliament would like the financials of Winier from 2024 to 2025. Sorry? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, as requested by the MP, the financial for Winier will be forwarded tomorrow to Parliament via the confidential route. We have spoken with Winier, and of course Winier would not, because it's a world with a lot of concurrence all over the place. Everybody's trying to have a piece of the pie in air aviation, and it would not be correct to just like that expose all the figures of Winair to the international market, and that's why we're going to canalize it through the confidential route. Tomorrow it will be by you. We're going now to MP Roosberg. The Honorable MP requested to check what is currently not in place but is in the law. MP urges all ministers to be proactive. Ministers need to not only follow the law but also execute the law so that the law will become living. One of the challenges we face as a country is that the adoption of legislation is only the first step. The real value of a law is realized when it is implemented, enforced, and translated into tangible results for the people of Sint Maarten. A law that exists not only on paper does not achieve its intended purpose. That is precisely why this government has placed significant emphasis on strengthening the foundation of government itself. Effective implementation requires sufficient personnel, functional institutions, clear procedures, adequate funding, and the capacity to monitor and enforce what has been enacted. I can assure the Honourable Member of Parliament that the Council of Ministers is continuously encouraging to look not only at what legislation still needs to be drafted, but also at which existing laws, policies, and reforms require stronger implementation. Where gaps are identified between the law and actual execution, we must address them together. Ultimately, good governance is not measured by the number of laws we pass, but by whether those laws make a meaningful difference in the daily lives of the people of Sint Maarten. That remains the objective of government. GB has not produced audited accounts since 2021 and carried a 75.6 million government-backed loan. Could the Ministry update Parliament on the timeline to restore the audited reporting and what safeguards are in place around the loan in the meantime? I would first like to acknowledge that the concerns raised by the Honourable Member are legitimate. Timely audited financial statements are not a luxury. They are a fundamental requirement for transparency, accountability, sound corporate governance, and public confidence, particularly for a utility company that provides an essential service and benefits from significant public support. At the same time, it is important to clarify that progress has been made. The audited financial statements for 2019 through 2022 have been finalized and submitted to the shareholder. While those statements receive a disclaimer of opinion due to the consequences of the 2022 cyber attack, they have nevertheless been completed. The 2023 financial statements have also been finalized and received an unqualified audit opinion, and the 2024 financial statements are currently in the final stage of the external audit process. The financial statements of 2019 up until 2024 will be handled in the next shareholders meeting, which is slated to take place coming September. That being said, government is not satisfied with the pace at which the company has returned to a fully normalized reporting cycle. The expectation is clear. Audited financial statements must be produced in a timely manner, and the company must reach a position where annual reporting is no longer subject to significant delays. Both the shareholder and the supervisory board have repeatedly emphasized the importance of financial transparency, strong internal controls, and accountability. We expect the outstanding matters to be brought to the closure, and we expect the company to remain current going forward. Failure to do so would inevitably require government and the shareholder to consider what additional governance, oversight, or corrective measures may be necessary to protect the public's interest. With respect to the financing for the new generators, the funds were secured because of the urgent need to strengthen GB's generators' capacity and improve the reliability of electricity supply. The financing remains dedicated to that purpose, and the funds have been safeguarded pending completion of the procurement process. Disbursement will only occur once all contractual, financial, and governance requirements have been satisfied. Question number 3, could the minister clarify or provide the long-awaited company's disconnection policy? What policy is in place for disconnecting? When will this written disconnection policy be available for the public? This matter was also raised during the Central Committee discussion. Since then, government has received additional information and documentation from NVGB regarding the collection and disconnection procedures. As previously indicated, there is currently a distinction between the temporary collection policy that has been implemented by GB as an interim operational measure and the permanent collection and disconnection policy, which remains under development. The approved temporary collection policy was submitted by management to the Supervisory Board for its information on July the 7th, 2026. Together with the conditions for connection and rates and related supporting documentation, management also advised the Supervisory Board that a summary of the temporary collection policy would be made available through the Customer Service Department to inform customers of the company's temporary collection procedures. The temporary collection policy contains provisions relating to disconnection in sections 8.3, 12, 13, 15, and 16. In addition, the conditions for connections and rates containing provisions related to disconnection and interruption of service are all identified in Article 5, 9, 10, and 11. These provisions address various circumstances relating to disconnection, interruption, and termination of services. However, these documents do not constitute the finalized permanent collection and disconnection policy. It is important to clarify that the temporary collection policy is an operational policy developed and implemented by management in the exercise of its operational responsibility. It was submitted to the Supervisory Board for its information, and accordingly the Supervisory Board did not take a formal approval decision on the temporary collection policy. Question number 4 from MP Roosburg. MP refers to the motion of January the 17th, 2025 concerning the shortage of legislative lawyers. Is the possibility of engaging legislative lawyers from Suriname being looked into? What is the update regarding legislative lawyers from Suriname, for example? If they are not from Suriname, which legislative lawyers do we have? How many legislative lawyers do we now have on hold, awaiting the changes to be made? The honourable member raises a very valid concern because she said also, how many legislative lawyers do we now have on hold, awaiting the approval? MP indicates she will bring an amendment to transfer monies in the personeelslasten to consultancy basis, and that can be used for all ministries. The honourable member raises, of course, a very valid concern. Legislative capacity remains one of the most significant institutional challenges facing government today. With respect to the specific questions regarding Suriname, government remains open to all practical solutions that can help strengthen legislative drafting capacity. That includes exploring qualified candidates from elsewhere in the kingdom, as well as jurisdictions such as Suriname. However, legislative drafting is a highly specialized field. Experience as a lawyer in another jurisdiction does not automatically mean that someone is immediately able to draft legislation for Sint Maarten. Legislative lawyers must be familiar with our constitutional framework, legal system, legislative procedures, and drafting conventions. The reality is that government currently has very limited legislative drafting capacity. Within JZMW, there is presently only one legislative lawyer in function, while the department as a whole is operating with approximately 5 of its 17 positions filled. So we have now only 5 of the 17 positions filled. That is the reality that we are facing now. This illustrates the scale of the challenge we are facing. As it relates to the member's proposal to transfer funds from personal costs to external expertise, I appreciate, of course, this constructive intent behind that suggestion, given the difficulties we continue to face in recruiting specialized professionals. There may indeed be situations where temporary external support can help reduce bottlenecks and advance critical legislation. A modest increase in the budget available for external legislative support could therefore be, of course, beneficial. We are looking forward to your proposal. Question number 5. As of March 17, the SARE board has been inactive. Can the minister provide a clear, dated timeline to have the SARE board back in place, including completion of the required consultation with brokers and employers organizations on the appointments criteria? SARE is part of the legislative process and thus also impacts Parliament. MP, I have explained this question already. You agree via you, Mr. Chair? If you agree with that, I'm going to skip that because I gave already the answer on that question. I'm going to move forward with question number 6 of MP Roosburg. MP wondered how income for the country could be generated. MP also looking at amending the Landsverordening, but wants to know if the government is working on this. The honourable member raises an important point. Government continuously looks at opportunities to strengthen revenues, but we must do so in a balanced manner that is legally sound, administratively feasible, and does not place an undue burden on our citizens and businesses. With specific regard to the Landsverordening, I can inform the honourable member that government is already actively working on this matter. In July, a working group consisting of representatives of the Ministries of General Affairs, Finance and TIAD was established to identify the fastest and most practical way to review and update the current Landsverordening. The objective is to examine whether the existing fees remain appropriate, whether there are services that are currently underpriced relative to the cost of providing them, and whether the legislation can be modernized to better reflect current realities and administrative costs. At this stage, the work is still ongoing and no final proposal have been presented. However, the review forms part of the broader effort to identify responsible revenue-generating measures while simultaneously improving service delivery. Question number 7 has the possibility of introducing expedited procedures for passport, ID cards, and driver's license at an additional fee being looked into. Is this currently being worked on? Can this be indicated to Parliament so Parliament does not duplicate work that is being done by government? MP still would like to assist in the process if it's being worked on by government, otherwise MP will do it on her own to serve Sint Maarten. The honourable member raises an interesting proposal, and I appreciate the member's willingness to work together with government on practical ways to improve service delivery and potentially generate additional revenue. At present, the government is not actively developing a separate expedited service for passport ID or driver's license. With respect to ID cards and driver's license, the practical reality is that once a citizen attends their appointment and all requirements have been met, the document is generally produced and issued as part of that process. As a result, there is currently no significant production waiting period that could meaningfully be expedited through the premium service. In addition, the current Landsverordening does not provide a legal basis for charging an additional fee for expediting processes. Any such service would therefore require a review of the legal framework and potentially amendments to the applicable legislation. We are going now to question number 8. Can each ministry provide a short list of the critical laws that the ministry is currently working on or that are outdated and need assistance with, so that members of parliament are not doing the same work as the Council of Ministers and can assist in their role as co-legislators? MP wants to avoid members of parliament and the Council of Ministers unknowingly working on the same legislation at the same time, and instead wanted Parliament to know where it could assist. I, of course, welcome the suggestion from the honourable member, because effective cooperation between Parliament and government is particularly important when legislative capacity is limited. Earlier this year, all ministries have been requested by JZNW to identify their most critical legislative priorities. The objective was to develop a government-wide legislative agenda, improve coordination, and make better use of our limited legislative drafting capacity. I should note that not all ministries have completed this exercise to the same extent. While several ministries have identified their key priorities, others are still refining their legislative agenda. As a result, the legislative calendar remains a work in process. We are going now to MP waiver. P&O and staffing. Without the proper staffing there, not much can be done. In the answers, it was mentioned that there are plans looking to be put in place for this year to recruit. Can PM give specific actions that will be taken during this year as to how will recruitment be done? The honourable member of Parliament is absolutely correct that if we do not strengthen P&O, it becomes extremely difficult to strengthen the rest of government. P&O is the engine behind recruitment, appointments, promotions, workforce planning, and organizational development. If that engine is struggling, as I said already, the entire public service feels the impact. That is why strengthening P&O has become one of the ministry's highest priorities. During the first half of this year, discussions were initiated with the Netherlands and TWO regarding support measures aimed specifically at addressing the capacity challenges with P&O. In addition, government is finalizing a strategic recruitment plan, which is intended to improve recruitment, retention, planning, workforce planning, and the overall attractiveness of government as an employer. Mr. Chairman, as mentioned, this week government will launch a new recruitment round for a number of critical P&O positions, including both section head positions within the department, along with several other key vacancies. The objective is to strengthen the department's management capacity and increase its ability to support recruitment across the entire government organization. The honourable member also raised a concern that I take seriously, namely that qualified personnel have applied and never received a response. That is not the experience we want applicants to have. Unfortunately, the staffing shortages within P&O have themselves contributed to delays in processing applications and communicating with candidates. That is not an excuse, but it does illustrate the cycle we are trying to break. Question number 2, what else will be done besides looking locally and internationally? Government's recruitment strategy cannot rely on local recruitment only. While our first priority will always be to identify and develop local talent, we must also be realistic about the challenges we face in filling highly specialized positions. For that reason, government continues to explore recruitment opportunities both within the Kingdom and internationally for those critical functions where suitable candidates are not readily available on the local labor market. This is particularly relevant for areas such as legislative, drafting, ICT, HR, finance, and other specialized professionals. In addition, government intends to strengthen its recruitment effort through external support. Discussions are ongoing with TWO regarding the engagement of a professional recruitment agency to assist government with attracting qualified candidates for critical vacancies across public service. Question number 3, one of the things that is a disadvantage for government when they go and recruit for people is that it takes such a long process before we can agree to hire that person. How can the gap be shortened, especially when we got the job fairs outside of the country? Can we authorize someone in P&O to lead a delegation to be able to make the decision to hire the person and get a contract signed on the spot? The honourable member raises a very practical concern, and I share that concern. In fact, during my address to Parliament last week, I specifically noted that one of the challenges facing government is that our recruitment process are painstakingly slow and too cumbersome. At a time when we are competing for scarce talent, particularly in specialized fields, we must recognize that qualified candidates will not wait indefinitely for government to complete its internal procedure. At the same time, government must operate within established legal procedures and safeguards. These procedures exist for good reasons, of course. The challenge before us is therefore not to disregard those safeguards, but to find ways to make the process more efficient while maintaining good governance. This issue becomes even more critical when government participates in job fairs and recruitment missions abroad. We may identify highly qualified candidates only to lose them because the recruitment process takes months to complete. By that time, many candidates have already accepted employment elsewhere. For that reason, we are actively exploring ways to shorten the recruitment time. One of the options under consideration is whether a designated representative of the ministry could be mandated to conclude employment agreement for a limited period, such as one-year contracts, subject to the necessary legal requirements and conditions being met. Such a mechanism could provide government with greater flexibility and responsiveness when recruiting critical personnel. Moving now to MP De Wever. If we did not end the lease agreement for the building rented across the road from the Fairway Market, which is $1 million over 4 years, do we really have a handle over our expenses? My honest answer is that situations such as these demonstrate that historically government has not had sufficient control over all of its administrative and financial obligations. The fact that government found itself in a position where eviction proceedings became necessary due to outstanding rental obligation is a harsh reality and not one that reflects well on government. It is important to note that the building in question previously housed several departments of the Ministry of Fiat and for many years formed part of government's operational footprint. The issue that arose concerning the management of the lease did not develop overnight, nor can they be attributed to a single administration. Rather, they point to the long-standing challenges related to contract management, financial administration, record-keeping, and administrative follow-up that accumulated over multiple governments. That is precisely why this government has consistently emphasized the need to put the foundation in order. Before we can effectively address all of the country's challenges, we must strengthen our internal system, improve financial oversight, modernize our administration, and ensure that government's contractual and financial obligations are properly monitored and managed. The lesson from this situation, MP, is not simply about one lease agreement. It highlights a broader need for stronger governance, better administration, and more disciplined monitoring of government's commitments. We cannot afford situations where agreements are not actively managed, obligations go unattended, or critical information is not readily available when decisions need to be made. Mr. Chairman, I do not believe anyone should be comfortable with government being exposed to eviction proceedings because rental obligations remained unsolved for years. That is not how government should operate. At the same time, we must be honest about the fact that these situations are often the result of years of mismanagement and administrative shortcomings rather than a single decision or event. Question 2 from MP De Wever. Why does the budget not reflect the actual contractual obligation for the lease for the buildings that we know are empty? We did not terminate the lease, and not only do you potentially owe that 1 million, but you also potentially owe any litigation, legal fees that will be a result of it. The honourable member raises again a legitimate concern. If government has a contractual obligation, that obligation should in principle be reflected and monitored appropriately within our financial administration. Where disputes arise regarding a lease that was not formally terminated, there is indeed the potential for government to face not only rental claims, but also legal costs and other liabilities depending on the outcome of the proceedings. The situation highlights a broader issue that extends beyond this particular property. Over the years, of course, government has entered into numerous lease agreements and other contractual arrangements. In some cases, record-keeping, contract management, and administrative follow-up have not been as robust as they should have been. As a result, situations can arise where a building is no longer being used, yet the legal and contractual obligations associated with that property have not been fully resolved. Question number 3. What balances are open, meaning what is outstanding and why? Like why it seems as if the ministries don't have a handle on this. Do we not have a system that keeps control of what is open or long outstanding? Government does have financial and administrative systems that are intended to track obligations, contract, invoices, and outstanding commitments. However, the reality is that over the years, a number of backlogs have accumulated across different ministries, often due to capacity constraints, incomplete records, and weakness in administrative follow-up. As I indicated during the budget address, one of the issues we continue to encounter is that when we believe we have identified and addressed the backlog, additional invoices, claims, or outstanding obligations sometimes emerge from previous years. In other words, the challenge is not only dealing with known liabilities, but also uncovering obligations that were not properly processed, registered, reconciled or brought forward in a timely manner. It is also important to recognize that while government has systems in place, these systems are not perfect and in several respects require revision and modernization. Over time, processes have evolved, responsibilities have shifted, and the demands placed on government have increased. As a result, some of the systems and procedures currently in use do not provide the level of integration, oversight, and real-time information that is needed for effective management across the entire government apparatus. Question number 4 of MP De Wever, how much outstanding does every ministry have? I would like a breakdown by each year since 2017 of what bills are outstanding per ministry. The honourable member is requesting a breakdown of outstanding obligation per ministry dating back to 2017. That is a reasonable request from an oversight perspective. However, I must be candid with Parliament. As we explained in the written responses provided to the Central Committee, government is currently not in a position to provide a complete, verified, and reliable breakdown of all outstanding obligation by ministry and by year. For the Ministry of General Affairs specifically, it was indicated in those written responses that historical administrative and financial backlogs, particularly within facility service, remain under review. The reconciliation process is still ongoing, and as records are reviewed, additional invoices and obligations from prior years continue to surface. This is consistent with the point I made in my budget address. One of the challenges we continue to encounter is that when we believe we have identified and addressed the backlog, new invoices, claims, or obligations from previous years sometimes emerge during the verification process. As a result, the total exposure is not always immediately apparent. The issue, therefore, is not simply one of extracting information from a system. The information must first be verified. We need to determine whether the obligation is valid, whether the goods or services were delivered, whether payments were already made in the whole or in part, whether supporting documentation exists, and whether there are any legal disputes associated with the claim. The reality is also that while government has financial and administrative systems in place, those systems are not perfect and require further modernization and strengthening. Equally important are the processes surrounding those systems. Over many years, staffing shortages, incomplete records, inconsistent contract management, and administrative backlogs have contributed to the situation we face today. Going now to the Member of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Westcott-Williams. Attracting personnel by providing such a 25% additional allowance, etc., is there anywhere by any ministry has this been taken into account, this allowance of 25%? Has that happened anywhere, or is that still an intention? The honourable member asked whether the use of additional incentives, such as a 25% allowance for critical position, is merely an intention, or whether concrete steps have already been taken. I can inform Parliament that this is no longer merely an intention. Recently, the Council of Ministers approved a proposal to introduce a 25% labour market allowance for a number of critical and hard-to-fill positions within public service. The decision specifically touches positions within P&O, JZNW, and the tax department, where government has experienced persistent recruitment and retention challenges, despite repeated recruitment efforts. In some of these areas, vacancies have remained open for years, while other positions are currently being filled by retirees or temporary solutions because of suitable candidates that cannot be attracted under the existing condition. Question number 2 from GB. We are waiting now on the report from BTP. MP has asked for the RAC BTP report with some specific recommendations to be taken. MP also asked why ahead of this regulatory body of BTP, given its report, why can't the recommendation be executed by that were made by the RAC-BTP report? The suggestion that the government is simply waiting and taking no action is actually not completely correct. The initial RAC-BTP advisory report contained important preliminary recommendations, and this government has already acted on one of its most critical findings, the urgent need for independent, legally established regulatory oversight of NVGEBE. Until permanent legislative amendments are finalized, BTP has been formally appointed as the concession supervisor under the electricity concession. In this role, BTP is actively reviewing GB's fuel cost methodology, tariff calculations, operational metrics, and supporting financial data. Crucially, Honorable Chair, the earlier RAC-BTP report itself explicitly highlighted that key operational and financial information was missing, preventing a complete and inaccessible technical conclusion in that time. That is precisely why BTP appointment as supervisor was so vital. Under its statutory authority, BTP formally issued a comprehensive request for information to GB, and as direct result of that legal authority, operational, financial, and technical documents have now been handed over to BTP for review. The missing information is no longer missing. It is being audited by engineers, financial experts, and legal analysts. However, the recommendations in the early RAC-BTP report are not all self-executing. Some require operational action by GB's management or supervisory board. Others require formal regulatory intervention by BTP, executive decisions by the responsible minister, legislative amendments, or the establishment of a lawful national tariff decree. Government must therefore determine recommendations by recommendations which entity possesses the legal authority and operational responsibility to execute each item. This does not mean every recommendation remains on hold. Administrative, transparency, governance, and oversight measures that can lawfully proceed are being advanced. However, recommendations that directly affect tariffs, the fuel clause, must be supported by the verified evidence currently being processed by BTP and subjected to proper regulatory procedures. Question 3 from MP Sarah Westcott-William. MP is aware that JP has indicated they do not agree with this RAC-BTP report. Has this been questioned? What do they not agree with, actually? GB has indicated that it does not agree with certain aspects of the report and has stated that the report's scope was too narrow, focusing primarily on specific tariff components rather than the broader financial sustainability of the company. As a result, GB advised that it commissioned its own tariff study to assess the overall profitability and long-term viability of the utility. GB also indicated that it believes some of the findings and conclusions contained in the RAC-BTP report are incorrect, although a detailed written breakdown of all disputed findings has not been provided to the shareholders' representative. According to GB, the company's overall financial position, cost structure, and the sustainability of existing tariffs require a broader review that was undertaken in the RAC-BTP assessment. Question number 4, GB generators. The money from the loan is now not enough to buy the generators. Government is going to buy the generators, lease them to GB, but now GB is going to get a loan to add to the loan from government or the generators that is going to be leased to them. MP would like to know how that will work out financially. Who owns what? Is that part that GB going to get the loan for? Will that be discounted from what they have to pay government back to for the 2 generators? How is that arranged? The honourable member raises a fair question given the significance of the investment and the different financing arrangements currently being considered. It is understandable that Parliament would want clarity regarding the eventual ownership structure, the allocation of financial responsibilities, and the repayment obligations associated with the generators. At this time, the legal and financial structure is being finalized between the relevant parties, and the government cannot make definitive public statements regarding how the financing will be structured or how any future obligation between government and GB will be settled. Let's be clear, government's contribution will be limited to $42 million, and VGB is in the process of securing additional funds that are necessary for the third generator. The contractual arrangement for the 3 generators are being prepared, including the lease to own construction from the 2 ones that the government is financing. Mr. Chairman, these negotiations are subject to confidentiality, obligations, and non-disclosure agreements. Government must therefore be careful not to compromise the negotiation position of the parties involved or disclose information that remains commercially sensitive. Some water for me, Stuart. What I can assure the honourable member is that government's objective is to arrive at a structure that is legally sound, financially responsible, and in the best interest of the country, while ensuring that the investment leads to the fastest possible installation of additional generators capacity and improved reliability of electricity supply. Now we're going to MP Doran. Can you tell Parliament plainly how many positions government should have? How many positions government should have? How many are actually budgeted? And how many are actually working today? The honourable member is asking for the government's white picture. The figures reflected in the national budget show the following. The Minister of General Affairs, we have 455 approved positions. 255 are currently filled. 17 are budgeted vacancies at this particular moment. For the Ministry of Finance, 214 approved positions, 138 currently filled, and 25 budgeted vacancies. The Ministry of Justice, we have 1,096 approved positions, 591 currently filled, and at this moment we have 46 budgeted vacancies. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport approved there are 349 positions, 268 are currently filled, and we have 29 budgeted vacancies at this particular moment. For the Ministry of VSA, we have 198 approved positions, 148 currently filled, and 3 budgeted vacancies at this particular moment. For the Ministry of TIAD, we have 234 approved positions, 169 currently filled, and 12 budgeted vacancies. For the Ministry of ROMI, 145 approved positions, 95 currently filled, and 15 budgeted vacancies at this particular moment. Question number 2 from MP Doran. In September 2025, MP wrote to the government about a 4-day work week. In the responses provided, mention is made about a 25-hour work week. This is the same proposal, or is this something different? I welcome and applaud the member's support for exploring. Actually, I think he meant a 36-hour work week as part of the broader discussion on modernizing the public service. It is important to clarify that the proposal currently under consideration is not a 25-hour work week, but, as I said, a 36-hour work week, whereby civil servants would work for 9 hours a day. As was indicated in the written response to questions raised during the Central Committee, the proposal was approved by the Council of Ministers and submitted to the CCSU in January 2026. Government has not yet received a formal response, but discussions with the unions have resumed. Mr. Chairman, the potential benefits are clear: improved work-life balance, higher job satisfaction, better recruitment and retention, and reduced burnout. At the same time, government must ensure that any changes do not negatively impact service delivery or public accessibility. Question number 3 from MP Dorang. A number of government positions and projects are being paid through the TWO and other temporary funding. When that funding ends next year, what happens to those workers and services? Has government worked out what it will cost to keep them? Mr. Chairman, this matter was addressed in the written responses provided during the Central Committee discussions. As was indicated then, government is fully aware that funding provided through TWO and other temporary financing arrangements is, by its nature, temporary. These initiatives were established to help government address critical capacity shortages, accelerate reforms, and implement projects that otherwise would have been difficult to undertake with existing resources. Government's approach is therefore not to assume that all external funded positions will automatically become part of the permanent establishment. Instead, each position and project must be evaluated based on its result, necessity, and long-term sustainability. For those functions that prove to be essential to the continued operation of government, a sustainability assessment will need to be conducted, including the financial implication of integrating those positions into the regular budget. For other positions, the work may conclude with the completion of the project for which the funding was originally provided. Question number 4 of MP Doran. Government is still in discussion with the Netherlands concerning the country packages. Before government signs on to anything new, will Parliament get a financial impact assessment on the draft agreement first to know if we can carry the load as a country? Mr. Chairman, this matter was also addressed in the written responses provided during the Central Committee discussion. Government is currently engaged in discussions with the Netherlands regarding the future of the country packages and the possible continuation of cooperation beyond the current framework. Those discussions are ongoing and no final agreement have been concluded at this time. I agree with the honourable member that sustainability must remain a key consideration. It is not enough to ask whether a reform is desirable. We must also ask whether the country has the financial, institutional, and human resources capacity to maintain that reform over the long term. For that reason, government continues to assess the impact of proposed reforms, projects, and capacity-building initiatives, particularly where there may be future financial implications for the country once external support comes to an end. With respect to Parliament's involvement, government will continue to inform Parliament in accordance with the provisions of the underling regeling and the established reporting arrangements that govern the country packages process. Parliament has an important role to play in understanding both the opportunities and the obligations associated with future cooperation arrangements. Mr. Chairman, one of the lessons learned over the past years is that implementation is often easier than sustainability. Temporary support can help us modernize systems and strengthen institutions, but ultimately the country must be able to carry the reform on its own. That is why government remains focused on a multi-annual approach and on ensuring that any future commitments are realistic, achievable, and financially sustainable. The objective is not simply to sign on to new initiatives, but to ensure that any agreement entered into contribution to a stronger and more resilient Sint Maarten over the long term. Question number 5. Can Parliament get one list showing which laws are being worked on and when they are expecting to come through? The honourable member raises a very practical suggestion, and I agree with the underlying objective. Earlier this year, all ministries were requested to identify their most critical legislative priorities. The purpose of that exercise was to begin establishing a more coordinated, government-wide approach to legislative planning, particularly in light of the limited legislative drafting capacity available across government. At present, the legislative calendar is still being developed. The broader government-wide approach to legislative planning, prioritization, monitoring, and reporting is likewise still being established. As a result, government is not yet in a position to provide a complete and fully coordinated legislative calendar with firm timelines for every initiative. The intention, however, is to move forward exactly the type of overview the honourable members is requesting, a consolidated picture of the key legislative initiatives across government, their status and their anticipated progression through the legislative process. We must also recognize that legislative timelines are not always entirely within our government's control. Policy development, stakeholder consultation, and advice from institutions such as the Council of Advice and the SER and available legislative drafting capacity can all affect the pace of which legislation progresses. Nevertheless, I agree that greater visibility would benefit both Parliament and government. It would improve coordination, reduce the risk of duplication, help Parliament identify areas where support may be provided, and ensure that the limited legislative capacity available to the country is focused on the most critical priorities. Question number 6 from MP Doran. MP also heard about a minister or ministers had their vacation days paid out during their term. I have already answered this question. It was posed already to the Member of Parliament through you, Mr. Chair. Must I answer that question again? Pardon? I think one. Oh, then I'm repeating it again then. I think, yeah, I don't know, because I remember I gave an answer to it. But I can do it again.
Just
no
answer
problem. Do it again?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, no problem. Yeah, it is MP Irion asked that question. Yes, it was the same question as MP Irion, because I have it here written. And I would refer to the response provided earlier, but okay. The key point is that ministers and civil servants are subject to different legal framework. For civil servants, vacation leave is intended to be taken and not paid out as a matter of course. A payout would only be considered in exceptional circumstances where there is a clear legal base. The member is also correct that settlements of unused vacation leave are generally associated with the end of an employment relationship or the end of a term of office rather than during the course of an appointment. While I understand the member's broader point that some employees may prefer to monetize accumulated leave, government's position remains that vacation leave exists primarily to promote employee well-being, health, and productivity, and not as a supplementary source of income. Ultimately, any payout or benefit, whether for ministers or civil servants, must be based on the applicable legal framework and granted in a transparent, consistent, and lawful manner, and each case should be evaluated separately. Question number 7 from MP Doran. What is the Prime Minister's position on the most recent verdict on Mullet Bay? How does he plan as leader of the Council of Ministers to address that? What is the government doing? Is the government actively in discussion now, or is it simply sitting and waiting while the private planning continues? The honourable member raises an important question given the significance of Mullet Bay to the people of Sint Maarten. Government has closely monitored the developments. As was indicated in the responses provided to questions raised during the Central Committee, the first step remains the appraisal of Mullet Bay. Before that process can be properly completed, it is necessary to establish the boundaries of Mullet Bay with certainty. That work falls primarily within the responsibilities of the Ministry of Romy and Finance, who are leading government's involvement in this matter. With respect to the judgment of July 7, 2026, the court has now provided clarity on a major legal dispute regarding the boundary between the public beach and the private property of Sun Resorts. The question now is what action Sun Resort will take following that judgment. Based on those developments, further steps can be assessed and determined. Mr. Chairman, I want to be careful not to prejudge ongoing matters or speculate on possible future actions by private parties. Government is now simply sitting and waiting, nor would it be prudent to do so. At the same time, government must act within the legal framework and based on the facts as they continue to develop. Government's position remains that Millet Bay is an area of significant strategic, economic, environmental, and public importance that must be safeguarded in the public interest. Government is also mindful that under the ENIA arrangement, an eventual sale of Millet Bay would benefit ENIA's policyholders in Sint Maarten. Furthermore, government has secured a matching right which it may choose to exercise should Millet Bay be formally offered for sale. That right provides government with an important instrument to protect the public interest should circumstances require it. For now, government will continue to necessary preparatory work, including the appraisal process, while the Ministries of Romy and Finance remain actively engaged in monitoring developments and ensuring that government is in a position to respond appropriately when the next phase of this matter presents itself. Now I'm going to question number 8 of MP Doran. Did you ever make that payment in terms of the contribution that was promised to the Little League for the Latin American baseball tournament that was hosted here in Sint Maarten? To make it even worse, from what the MP understood, they didn't even get discounts to use the Milton Peters College. They had to pay everything as a struggling non-profit organization doing their best to host a tournament here that would indirectly or directly influence sport tourism. It is important to clarify that the Ministry of Jennifer did not make a prior commitment or promise of a specific financial contribution to the Little League for Latin America and Caribbean. Indeed, request has been made by the Ministry of Education for the sponsoring of this event. The minister declared that they did not have they didn't have the resources to comply with this request. And as a nation builder, I thought it's unacceptable for us not to contribute to such a national event for the country that I called them in and I made sure to shift in my own budget to provide them with 25,000 guilders to help them out with this tournament, what I think is something great for Sint Maarten, for the youth, and also for sport. So that is indeed that I did it out of shifting with some budget. I think that is the way that we have to manage out of the box to try to get through with all the necessary demands of the society. Question number 9. How far along is the accident and risk insurance coverage for frontline workers in general? Not just police, but frontline workers in general. I will only speak for the Ministry of General Affairs, MP Dorang, and more specifically the fire department in this case, because they fall under General Affairs. The Minister of Justice and VSA will address the frontline workers within their own ministry, but I will do it for the fire department. As I indicated during my budget address, government is working together with the negotiation team and the WICSU on a broader multi-annual agreement for the fire department. One of the priorities identified during this discussion is the review of the existing accident and risk insurance coverage for firefighters and other related employment conditions. The government negotiation team and representatives of the fire department have agreed to work on this matter jointly. The objective is to assess whether the current coverage remains adequate and, where necessary, identify possible adjustments to better reflect the risk associated with frontline emergency response duties. This will be a key topic during the next negotiation meeting. The team members assigned to the matter are currently gathering and reviewing the relevant information and are expected to present their findings as part of those discussions. Mr. Chairman, I believe it is important that we approach this matter carefully and collaboratively. Our firefighters provide an essential service under the challenging conditions, and it is reasonable to periodically review whether the protection is in place to continue to meet the realities of their profession. Question number 10 from MP Doran. The MP would like for each minister to list 5 things that they have accomplished that wasn't initiated by the former government. The honourable member asked each minister to identify 5 accomplishments that were not initiated by a previous government. While I understand the intent behind the question, I would caution against viewing governance through that lens alone. The reality is that government is a continuing institution. Many of the most important initiatives undertaken by any administration built upon work that began before it took office, legislation, infrastructure projects, institutional reforms, and policy initiatives often span multiple administrations before they are completed. Success should therefore not always be measured by who started something, but by who moved it forward and delivered results. That being said, this government has certainly initiated its own priorities and reforms. At the same time, we have also inherited and advanced important projects that were started under the previous administration because they served the national interest. My view is that the people of Sint Maarten are less concerned with who receives credit for an initiative and more concerned with whether it has been delivered. Good governance requires continuity where continuity is warranted and change where change is necessary. Therefore, rather than focusing exclusively on what was or was not initiated by a previous government, I believe it's more useful to look at what has been achieved, what challenges have been addressed, and what measurable progress has been made during this administrative tenure. Ultimately, Mr. Chairman, government does not belong to one administration, it belongs to the people of Sint Maarten, and our responsibility is to build on what works, improve what does not, and ensure that country continues moving forward regardless of where an initiative originally began. This being said, let me also answer the question directly. The following 5 achievements were initiated, approved, or implemented during the current government term. If really the MP wants to know what specifically this government did, I can give you 5. That is what you requested. They do not include major projects inherited from the previous government. First of all is strengthening and stabilizing electricity generation capacity as our country faced an electricity crisis. That's the first thing that we did, was to stabilize the electricity sustainability of the country. Under my leadership, government supported the introduction of the 10 megawatt of leased emergency generators capacity and an additional 20 megawatt through a lease-to-own arrangement. Government also secured a 42 million concessional loan toward permanent generation capacity and 1 million in technical assistance for GB, while the procurement of permanent generators remains ongoing. These interventions provided critical short-term capacity and established a pathway toward a more reliable electricity supply. Another one is the Fire Department Placement and Compensation Agreement. On April 10, 2026, I signed a significant agreement addressing long-standing placement and long-standing, for years already, career advancement and compensation concerns affecting active and retired fire department personnel. The agreement provides for formal placement under the 2025 function book and retroactive salary and pension compensation for eligible firefighters. It represents a concrete step toward correcting historically disparities, ensuring fair treatment for those entrusted with protecting our country. Another one was the cross-party cooperation to double funeral assistance for civil servants. I see you looking up already because you think that I'm going to walk away with your initiation. No, no, no. I'm coming for you, MP. As Prime Minister, I demonstrated my willingness to work across political party lines and constructively with Parliament by acting on a motion introduced by MP Egbe-Duran and unanimously supported by Parliament. On January, ultimately the 28th, 2025, the Council of Ministers approved the increase in funeral assistance for the families of deceased civil servants from 4,500 to a maximum of 9,000, the first adjustment in nearly 30 years. The measure demonstrates that when a proposal serves the interests of the people, this Prime Minister and his government are prepared to support, implement it, irrespective of its political origin. I want also to make use of this opportunity, MP Duran, to really put you in the spotlight that you were the one that initiated this, and the only thing I did was just execute your initiation, and both of us today are happy that we did something good for the people of Sint Maarten. I have one more for you, the introduction of the Senior Citizen Fare Program. This government worked with Winair and Princess Juliana International Airport, introducing the Senior Citizen Fare Program in September 2025. The program provides residents age 65 and older with a 30% reduction on Winair value fares to Curaçao, Aruba, and Bonaire, together with a 50% reduction in applicable airport taxes. This practical social initiative makes regional travel more affordable and helps senior citizens remain connected with their families throughout the Dutch Caribbean. If you want, I have one more for you. If you really want to know what this specific administration did, introduction of medical insurance coverage for the VKS members. You can imagine that all those years that these VKS members were actually fighting to keep our country safe, we never thought that something could happen with them until this administration thought this is unacceptable. As Minister of General Affairs, medical insurance coverage was introduced for members of the Vrijwilligerskorps Curaçao. This measure corrected, of Sint Maarten, this measure corrected a long-standing gap in the protection provided to the volunteers who support law enforcement, disaster response, and national security operation. By ensuring that VKS members have medical coverage while serving the country of Sint Maarten. In this case, the government demonstrated that those who place themselves at risk in service to Sint Maarten must also be properly protected and supported. And the last one, what is the current status of the NVGB housing project in Hope Estate? An update has been requested, and the government was informed as follows. Management has advised that the memorandum of understanding entered into with Vidanova provide under Article 7 that as long as no joint venture has been concluded, neither party has any legal obligation related to the subject matter of the MOU, being the proposed project. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my response at this time, and I look forward to any clarification that the honourable members of Parliament may have. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for answering the questions posed in the first round by the members of Parliament. I now look to the floor to see if any member wish to have the floor for clarification. I see MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor for clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the responses provided thus far. I do have a few points of clarifications. With regards to all the vacancies that were mentioned throughout the different ministries, I just double-check again on government's Facebook page, and I don't see any. I would like to know how realistic is it even to accomplish the hiring of even 50% of those individuals? Because on one end, it's no secret that there's a problem at P&O with regards to human resources. We're now in September, and how is that going to work? And there's not even a publication of a vacancy, knowing the process. So I would like to get some clarity on that. Secondly, you mentioned Prime Minister. Indeed, which I agree with you, at the end of the term / working relationship, the minister would get payout. Even if it's an Amtana, the same thing applies. But I didn't get a clear answer if it was done, because that was my question. Was it done during this term within the Council of Ministers? Was any minister paid out? And how is that applicable, knowing what you just mentioned, indeed, which I agree with? It's normally at the end of the term, which we've all experienced, because I had 2 terms as 2 different ministerial posts. Lastly, through you, Mr. Chairman, for my point of clarification, with regards to the $25,000 that was committed to Little League, I heard the explanation, but I would like to know, I didn't think I heard you mention if it was actually paid out to them, yes or no. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Duran. I see MP Labega would like the floor. For clarification, MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister for the answers. Just a few clarifications discussing cannabis. Now, it seems that this has been a big budgetary discussion. I don't really know why, because it's not really stated in the budget that resources or funds will be allocated to the legislation. Nonetheless, my answer to the Prime Minister is, Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, Prime Minister, are you aware that there has been an interministerial work group for the last 2 years? I believe it commenced May 2024 with a member from each cabinet of TIAT, Justice, VSR, and Education. And if so, have they given updates to the Council of Ministers? My second question pertaining to that is, have Native Nations or this work group presented COM with presentations on their findings, updates, in order to get feedback, etc. The reason being is, if I listen to you, Prime Minister, is like everybody is totally lost on what's going on, and there's an extreme sensationalism out there. But from my understanding, information is being shared. I actually would commend Native Nations for their community outreach, for their involvement with stakeholders, because it's all about data. And we complain that sometimes when we make decisions, there's no data, there's no communication. But here you have a company that is communicating responsibly, not rushing anything, and all of a sudden they're chastised for it. So this is a topic for another day as well, but I would like those answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Labega. I see MP Lewis would like the floor for clarification. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Prime Minister was asked a direct question by MP La Cruz in reference to his number 2 question. If the Prime Minister is happy or content in the direction of which this country is going. I would like the Prime Minister, Mr. Chairman, to clarify his answer to the people of St. Maarten, not to me, not to this Parliament, but to the people of St. Maarten, when he states that he is basically happy with the stability this government is going, that the COM has chosen to be united in that direction. With all respect, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know if the Prime Minister of this country is delusional, or if the Prime Minister of this country have no shame with his response. Because, Mr. Chairman, St. Maarten has garbage all over the place. St. Maarten has major amounts of outstanding permits within the Ministry of Romy. The slow process of justice workers and retirees' placements and back pay. The stagnation of the marketplace projects and the delayed processing in business licenses. The GB stress on the people of this country. The frustration in government regarding lack of capacity. And the wasteful spending on office spaces that are not adequately in use in service to this country. No executable revenue generating measures up to today with a government that is in here for more than 2 years, and no executable solution for the landfill. Mr. Chairman, I can go on and go on, but I would like the Prime Minister to answer a direct question from the MP. If he feels that this country, if he is really happy, because if I was Prime Minister, ain't nobody, I don't even want to go in the supermarket. I would send my children because I would feel shame, because I want nobody chop me. This country is going in a deplorable direction, and the Prime Minister is here talking about stability and talking about a united front, and all I am hearing is coalition above this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see MP Irion would like the floor for clarification. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the answers thus far. Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, the Prime Minister mentioned that the government doesn't have a fully implemented AI policy. So my question then is, what policy do you have now currently at all? So you said in your answers you don't have a fully implemented one. So what policy then do you have? And can that policy now be sent to Parliament if it's not fully implemented? What then is implemented? I also asked in my questions about cabinet members, for example, uploading confidential government documents to their personal learning language models, if that's allowed, if that's part of policy or not, in the not fully implemented policy. I asked the Prime Minister, I'm not too sure if he answered that, regarding Telem. You mentioned that yes, under some urgency situations, that government moved to the Telem building. I then asked if government is paying Telem. Is government paying Telem? Because we can't on one end, and I said in my speech, we can't on one end talk about we want to help Telem, right? But now we're moving into Telem, but we're not making any agreements with them in terms of payment. So are we paying Telem? And we know that Telem needs the financial support. Regarding the tax on import duties, and the Prime Minister mentioned through you, Mr. Chairman, that the previous government did that, right? So in 2022, we reduced the import excise on the gas. But the Prime Minister then also mentioned it was done under different economic circumstances. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, which was worse, COVID or no? Which economic circumstances were worse? Because if we could do it then, in the worst circumstances, I can't understand why it can't be done now. And that's the same answer we kind of got from TIAC and a similar answer we got from Finance. Prime Minister, regarding the payout, and I know the civil servants now really asking also, how many ministers got this payout from vacation days and which ministers? Mr. Chairman, through you, the Prime Minister mentioned when I asked a question regarding the ambulance department, the Prime Minister mentioned, yes, that's a good statement that the MP made because that's a circumstance that will be considered. That's the words of the Prime Minister. But Prime Minister, you also mentioned the law in your answering. And in reading that law, it didn't state, right, the possibility to make vacation payments, right? The Minister of Finance in her answer also mentioned that also it will be done on a per case basis. But in your answers itself stated the law that you mentioned, it can be done. And if you read further down, it says unless they die. In addition to that, Prime Minister, the answers given by yourself or your ministry to the same ambulance department that you just said you would consider stated that they can't get it, that they can't get a payout because of the legislation. So will they be considered for payout of vacation days or not? Because we're hearing two different things from two different ministers and two different answers from the same minister. So are we going to follow the legal basis? And let me ask a better question based on the answers given by the Prime Minister when he mentioned the law. What legal basis is there to be able to pay out the vacation pay? What is the official legal basis? And can a policy be attached to that legal basis? Because again, 2 ministers mentioned, it can be done on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Irian. I see MP York would like the floor. MP York, you have the floor for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, good evening to the Prime Minister's support staff, those in the Tribune, and colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to start off a bit different. The person was not here in the first round, so I left it until now. I would like to start off by extending my compliments to the newly appointed SG that started a couple of months ago. Reason being that I have been receiving nothing but raving reviews of the SG's work up until now, everything from unions down to civil servants. So and a lot of times we criticize, we don't give Jack the jacket when it's deserved, and from what all I have been hearing, the one thing I would like to impart to the new SG is do not change. So with that being said, I would like to move on. Mr. Chairman, there was an article written in August 9, 2023 by the good Prime Minister. And in that article, I'll read one part of it, one paragraph. The disconnection between the government and the people of Sint Maarten expressed in complete neglect of the understanding of necessities and challenges of the people of Sint Maarten, combined with a lack of commitment, responsibility, empathy, transparency, and vision from the side of the government, triggered the initiative and the process towards the ultimate establishment of the URSM. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, in response to MP La Cruz's first question about what he thinks of how things have been going, the exact answer was that the PM is encouraged with the progress. Mr. Chairman, a couple months ago, the good Prime Minister was on a radio program where, by his own explanation, he explained the successes of the tourism industry and the amount of money pouring into the country, and out of his words, he has yet to find a way as the Prime Minister to hook up in his words, to hook up the wealth of the country to the middle class and the most vulnerable, right? So basically that, knowing that aside from general affairs, being a Prime Minister, that is one of his main duties. By his own admission, that connection has not been made, but yet he is encouraged by the progress. So I would like the Prime Minister, it falls in line with the same thing what MP Lewis asked, to explain what he meant by progress, right? Because at the end of the day, when the questions were posed, being, can you name some of the accomplishments, the things that has been completed, a percentage of the things done in 2025 based on what was promised? The answers given was that the government does not have a consolidated list of those things. And here and there, in some answers, I've been hearing the Prime Minister throwing out some completions and some things that he was speaking of. But in answering the question, the answer was the government does not have a consolidated list. And it seems to be that that has been I don't know if it's an arrangement or agreement amongst the ministers or the SGs, but seemingly anytime this government wanted to plead the fifth by answering a question, the answer is the government does not have a consolidated list of the things being asked. Because, Mr. Chairman, I asked for a list of what was owed, I asked for a list of what is to be paid, I asked for a list of what has been completed, what has been removed from your budget, how much money do you need, what do you need, what did you do? And the answer for all those things was we do not have a consolidated list of what you're asking for. But the Prime Minister is encouraged with the progress made by the government. Moving on, so I would like the Prime Minister to elaborate and to clarify that statement. Moving on, the Prime Minister also stated that policies delivering results will be built upon. I would like the Prime Minister to elucidate and to clarify what policies of the last 2 years that were implemented are being built on based on the positive results. So I would like to have, if the Prime Minister can clarify measurable results that these policies are going to be built on moving forward that has been implemented in the last 2 years. Also, the Prime Minister used the word, the phrase, the basis moet op orde. And in his explanation and in his slideshow, the Prime Minister explained, Mr. Chairman, that AZ is a facilitating ministry. So when you think on facilitating, the first thing you would think is on human resources, seeing that we have a human capacity issue in government, all right? And seeing that he said the last 2 years he's been working on the basis, and human resources P&O basically is effectively, has been cut in half. That was already not much staff before, but has been cut in half from like 4 or 5 people down to 2 people now. I would like to know which basis is he building upon. So can the Prime Minister clarify that? He also said, for you, Mr. Chairman, that a lot of these problems cannot be solved in one budgetary year, and to that I really agree. However, I would like to point out to the good Prime Minister that he's entering his 3rd budgetary year. And at this point, we're trying to find out what are the tangible things that the people of Sint Maarten could sit back and say, okay, we have felt it, we are feeling it, we are seeing it, we are expecting it, and we have hope in it. And those things, Mr. Chairman, we have not been, have yet to hear or understand from the good Prime Minister. So if he can elucidate on the things that going into year 3, what the people can expect and what the people have been given already. And when I said the people, at the end of the day, we are not standing here expecting the Prime Minister to tell us that a quick scan and a recruitment plan are his main successes, because those are the type of things we would have expect after year 1. Going into year 3, we are expecting more than that. The people are expecting more than that, and I'm sure the people voted for more than that. So I would like the Prime Minister to elucidate on what can the people expect between now and the end of the year, seeing that the list could not have been compiled. What can they expect of this government? Moving on to the AI policy. Mr. Chairman, oftentimes we speak about there being a disconnect of basically not we just spoke about a disconnect between the government and the people of Sint Maarten. But oftentimes, as some of us has already experienced, there has been a disconnect in government and parliament. Because at the end of the day, parliament, we go on all these fancy trips, we make all these connections, and basically what do we do with it? We would love to do things with it, but the government does not allow us to. What do I mean by that? The AI policy, AI legislation. For example, Grenada has a full-blown legislation and policy. Full-blown. Parliament has those contacts. Parliament has made those contacts via these trips. But how can we work along with the government if the government doesn't ask any questions and not even let us know what they need? Because they are reinventing the wheel, Mr. Chairman. So why is the government reinventing the wheel, spending unnecessary resources, when we could basically take what other islands are doing and build on that? It's unnecessary. So can the minister clarify how far in this policy making they are, and basically when will government finally start working along with Parliament, include Parliament in what they're doing, because it can save us money. When I say us, I'm talking about the people of Sint Maarten. Mr. Chairman, in answer to MP Irian, when MP Irian said basically that he has seen no relief for the people, of basically anyone has, none of us have seen relief for the people. The Prime Minister said, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that we're not working it and it's not there. So I would like the Prime Minister to explain what has the government been working on and what the people can expect. Because after 2 or 3 promises, I think last year, June or July, was a deadline that something was going to be delivered. It was not delivered. And then it got pushed up to December. And then we had a meeting just before December, and the Prime Minister said, household subsidy for all. And then today, in answering, he said, you can't expect everybody to get relief. So I would like to understand if the Prime Minister could clarify, because I asked him then, how realistic is this goal? How ambitious is this? Is a very ambitious goal, household subsidy for all. December came, December went, no one got subsidy. So I would like the minister to clarify what he meant by saying just because you're not seeing it doesn't mean it's not there. And moving on that same point, when MP Irian said that instead of spending 70 million on generators, put it in a form of relief, he did not say put it in a form of relief. He said, let's reallocate it to get sustainable energy. It cannot be, Mr. Chairman, Statia, our neighboring sister island, a fraction of the size of Sint Maarten, is already moving forward with their second solar park, and we can't even start planning the first one here. So seeing that the Prime Minister said you can't use it on operational cost, and that capital investments are for capital investments, can he not clarify if reallocating the funds for a solar park or anything solar alternative energy, would that not fall under the auspices of capital investments instead of more diesel, more of what we're already suffering with. Moving on, the RSC report, I understood that was $50,000, averagely $50,000. Can the Prime Minister clarify the return on investment of that report? I also understood and I realized that I'm getting the same answers from the ministers. I can assume the other ministers are going to give the same answer on my treasury question. And it's not to put the civil servants of treasury on the spot. It is not.
MP,
it's for us to.
MP, just to break you there a second. There's a few new questions that were posed there as well within this clarification. But let's try to keep it concise.
I'll try my best, Mr. Chairman, and I'll leave it up to the Prime Minister to filter that.
Clarification, yes. If it doesn't fall in line with what the answers were that the minister gave, then it's considered a new question. Yeah? All right. Go ahead, MP.
So,
you have the floor.
Thank you. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. The answers being given on the question of the Treasury, again, is not to put the civil servants in Treasury on the spot, but it's also to shed light on the fact of something needs to be done. And the fact is, if they are not being able to answer these emails, is it that they're not answering, or they don't have the human capacity to answer the amount of emails coming in, right? So I understand that a list, again, could not have been consolidated. At the end of the day, a simple question to the department head, hey, how much emails your department haven't received the answer on? That was a simple question to be posed, but hey, we're making it hoge wiskunde. So at the end of the day, can I get a clarification based on what the Prime Minister feels is needed, because he acknowledged that is an important issue, potential issue. Can he clarify what is going to be done about this issue? Or what is being done about this issue, seeing that he deems it important? And cannabis. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his answers on cannabis. His answers fall in line basically with the same answers given to the same question I posed to him 2 years ago, because 2 years ago I stood in the floor of Parliament and I had a whole 45 minutes of my 90 minutes basically saying Sint Maarten is not ready for that. So I'd like to thank the Minister for that. However, in listening to the Prime Minister, I thought it then, and okay, then it was still in an early stage, we are 2 years further. In listening to the Prime Minister, one would think that he's just an MP with that opinion. In other words, it is called the Marcelina Cabinet 2 for a reason, Mr. Good Prime Minister. And what I mean by that is, by hearing your explanation and your feelings and seeing what is being done outside by the same government as it pertains to the progress being booked with this, it would seem as if anytime the cannabis subject arises, he walks out of the room, he said, do what you guys want anyway. The question was, what is going to be done and what can be expected? The Prime Minister said, hey, we put in the cart before the horse. At the end of the day, Prime Minister, it is your cabinet. It is your cabinet, and it's not that like you don't have anything to say or anything to do about it. The good MP, La Vega, stated that there were a lot of meetings held, presentations given, but when I listened to your explanation, it's clear of what you find of those meetings and those explanations. So how does that add up with what is being executed outside? Because at the end of the day, yes, Native Nations came to Parliament as well. They couldn't answer certain questions as well, but yet everything continues as if business as usual. So I'm not seeing where the connection between what the Prime Minister of the country thinks to what is being executed by his government, right? Because at the end of the day, it can't be that you say A and the government is doing X.
So MP, is there a clarification?
The clarification is, I would like to see a silver lining. Can the Minister clarify what is a silver lining in all of this? Because I see no connection. I see pure disconnect, because at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, again, if we're looking at governments and saying there's a disconnect between the government and the people, there will be a disconnect between the government and the people if there's a disconnect within government, right? So at the end of the day, I would like to understand what is the mission and the vision of this government as it pertains to cannabis, because at the end of the day, like the good MP stated, we don't even know And the Prime Minister said as well, we don't even know what the policies are. We don't even know whether it's medical cannabis, commercial cannabis. We don't know what we're doing, but yet it's being executed. So can the Minister clarify for me if the draft legislation for this cannabis has been submitted to the High Councils or has been submitted to the Council of Ministers? And if that is the case, how can that be submitted? And maybe it's a new question. If it is, I'll just ask it wrong too. I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Chairman. And that if that's the case, how is it that the research that Native Nations was employed to do and contracted to do, that research is not finished, but we have a draft legislation? Make it make sense to me, Mr. Prime Minister. So please, once again, I will thank Mr. Chairman for your indulgence, because I know I'm going a little left here and there, but it's a real serious situation, and I thank you for understanding the necessity of asking it the manner in which I asked it. So with that being said, that would be it for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MPs, let's try not to make this another round and keep it to just clarifications, please. And let's try to keep it as concise as possible. Thank you. MP Roseberg, you have the floor for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have one clarification through you, Mr. Chair, for the Prime Minister. First of all, thank you, Prime Minister, for providing the update in regards to the disconnection policy. I'm happy to hear that there is a temporary collection policy, but currently there's still a pending permanent collection and disconnection policy. So what I would like to get clarified is, when can the consumers on Sint Maarten, through you, Mr. Chair, expect this policy to be completed? A policy that governs when someone's electricity can be cut off, publicly let it be known, clear and formally approved, and also personally being notified, and not hearing over and over and again. I know the Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, is providing the answers received by GEBE, but if I'm being really honest, I'm pretty much fed up and tired to hear there's something in development, because the people of Sint Maarten do not deserve this. So therefore, I have the only option in addressing it in a clarification in this way. So I would like to know if the Prime Minister can clarify if GEBE gave a timeline when this policy will be finalized and when this will be proactively published online and not only made available on request. I would like to get that clarified through the Prime Minister by GB. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I see MP Utley would like to take this moment for brief clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the word brief. Mr. Chairman, I heard the Prime Minister list some of the accomplishments. I just wanted to know, because maybe I forgot, the 10 generators that they list as the accomplishment. Did the government pay for those generators? I would like to know, since we speak of sustainability and stability, did is the Prime Minister saying that since those 10 generators were bought, the blackouts stopped? Okay, because he said sustainability. I would like to know that. When it pertains to the law, the price ordinance, are you saying that two laws cannot work concurrent? Now, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, while we speak of Article 12.4, Article 12.4 exists, but it's not being used because there's no LBHAM at the moment. What the price ordinance does is create something in the interim, through you, Mr. Chairman. So which means that once the LBHAM is in effect, then the MR from the price ordinance can even be terminated. You see, Mr. Chairman, as a Minister of VSR, there was an example, the minimum wage. Due to the trajectory that it takes for the minimum wage to go into place, there was also a different regulation that allows the minister to act within the interests of the people to increase or decrease minimum wage. This is what was used to make the big jump to 1,000 guilders by my person. And within a year, to be followed by LBHAM. This is the same type of structure that the legal minds created, knowing that the minister can act in the interest of the people. Through you, Mr. Chairman, just again, because the Honorable Prime Minister is stating that the article cannot be used, I'd like to refresh for the public. If goods or services are offered at such price that the opinion of the minister charging them is contrary to the interests of the people, it can be done by ministerial decree. So, therefore, what is not clear is in the interim. I'm not saying you cannot work on your LBHAM through you, Mr. Chairman, but the people need something now. Honorable Prime Minister, you speak of not using the method in which I proposed through the price ordinance. So then, what is the timeline for this LBHAM, considering there's one person legal mind within the Zittingsjaar at the moment? That was said by your person. For clarification, straight down the pipe, are you for cannabis, against cannabis legislation? You
MP,
also listed,
MP, sorry, I think that's a new question.
no, that's not a new question. It's okay. Seeing your comments based on the cannabis legislation, I would like clarification. Are you against it? Honorable Prime Minister, you spoke about the fire department and your accomplishments. Were they paid? Because I view accomplishments as being paid and not a promissory letter. And answering my question, it was stated that the money will be allocated in 2027. Being that the Honorable Minister of Finance said that the budget of 2027 has already been approved by the Council of Ministers, is that being said that the money for the firefighters, these honorable men and women, is already in the 2027 budget? I would like clarity on that, because the answer provided to me was we do not know the specific amount to pay them. So last week we didn't know the amount. This week it's in the budget. I would like clarity. I also spoke about the catalytic converters, and the Honorable Prime Minister gave his explanation. I would like to know, now I'll save that one for the second round. Thank you. You're welcome, guys.
Thank you, MP Utley. I look around, I don't see any other need for clarifications at this moment. Honorable Prime Minister, there were quite a few questions, so I would suggest.
President of Parliament, seeing the amount of questions, so I need also some background research on some of the questions. I will ask permission of you as chair, if I can come back to give answer to clarify the requested clarification. And tomorrow is possible?
Yes, most likely it will be tomorrow, Honorable Prime Minister. So what we'll do now, we'll just adjourn for 2 minutes, as I see Minister of Finance is ready to answer her clarifications. And right after the clarifications of the Minister of Finance, we'll have a brief supper break, where we then return with the Minister of TIAT, as I see she's also ready to start answering her questions for round 2. So we'll break for just 2 minutes, so that to allow the Minister of Finance to take the seat. Meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome back as we continue with the deliberations for the National Ordinance, Budget 2026. And we continue now again with Minister of Finance, who's here to answer the clarifications posed by the members of Parliament. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I start with the clarifications by MP Duran, who would like to know about the follow-up of the dividend withholding tax. He wants to specifically know when we will be coming. Through you, Mr. Chairman, this meeting will need to be scheduled following the completion of the budget debate. We will coordinate with the Griffier and the tax expert to identify suitable dates, after which the proposed date will be communicated. Placement board member CBCS also, DMP did not hear when it will happen. Through you, Mr. Chairman, as previously indicated, the results of the security screening has been received and the appointments are currently being processed with the aim of having them submitted to the governor in September. The matter as it pertained to civil servants and the vacation pay, I believe, Mr. Chairman, that was clearly outlined by the Prime Minister on this matter. Regarding the withholding of the premiums from political authorities, will the government then start a pension fund? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the answer is no. The government does not intend to start a new pension fund. When should this have been implemented? Through you, Mr. Chairman, this national decree containing general measures to withhold premiums from the political authorities should have been implemented as of October 10, 2010, in my opinion. However, my initiative law is aimed to go into effect as soon as possible, and if feasible, this will be as per January 1, 2027. Question on the surplus derived from how good we are doing. What will happen if an unauthorized civil servant will go into an agreement with a vendor? What will happen to the civil servant? What consequences are there? Through you, Mr. Chairman, information campaigns clearly state that vendors need a purchase order once a PO is generated. It means that a proper process, including authorization, has been followed. Regarding any consequences for any unauthorized government officials, if it is up to me, they should be held liable where possible. Next question, can the MP receive the breakdown of the 143 million? SZV, including OZR, 113.7 million. APS, 11.8. Catholic School Board, 3.1. Stichting Protestant, otherwise, 900,000. TALEM, 1.4 million. Retroactive to KPSM, 10 million. SWABE, 1.8. Total, 142 million. 0.7, rounded up to 143. Next question on revenue generating measures. There was absolutely none. Mr. Chairman, throughout this entire budget debate, what we have been hearing is the matter that this government did not come with any revenue generating measures. However, I think it's important for us to discuss this into perspective. The previous administration was in office from November 2019 until May 2024, approximately 4.5 years. This government took office on May 3rd, 2024, fell shortly thereafter, and following elections, this formation returned to office. In actual governing time, we have had less than 2 years. I say this not to avoid accountability, but if we are going to measure this government on revenue generating measures, then I believe it is fair to ask what new structural revenue generating measures were successfully implemented during the previous 4.5 years compared to what is being pursued in our less than 2 years. And please, Mr. Chairman, I truly hope that I wouldn't hear the point to tourist tax or the proposed sale of Winier shares as examples of successfully implemented revenue measures. Those revenues were included in the budget, but because there were insufficient certainty regarding their implementation, we were required to remove them from the budget by CFT. That experience is precisely why I have taken a more disciplined approach when projected revenue is included without sufficient certainty. It creates artificial fiscal space. When that revenue does not materialize, government has to return to the budget, find savings, and reduce expenditures elsewhere. This government is working on measures to strengthen the revenue base, but I will not put revenue into the budget simply to make the numbers look better, as was done. A revenue-generating measure should be incorporated when there is sufficient certainty regarding its implementation, and the revenue can realistically be collected. So, Mr. Chairman, hold this government accountable, absolutely, but let us apply the same standard fairly. Look at what was actually implemented and recognize that responsible budgeting means not counting revenue before we can reasonably expect to collect it. Questions by MP Kotai. Can the minister clarify Airbnb and similar services? TIAT, Airbnb and hotel legislation is in process. Can the minister confirm where the legislation is? Through you, Mr. Chairman, this legislation is far along and being worked on by the Ministry of TIAT. Next question, does it not concern the minister that the tax office cannot estimate what revenue is losing through short-term rentals on Sint Maarten? Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, this is extremely concerning. However, this is exactly the point and why I stress the importance of the need to invest into the strengthening of the tax department, which is being executed through the Transformation Tax Administration project funded by the TWO. Next question. Collecting on behalf of government and remit by the Airbnb like other countries are doing. Through you, Mr. Chairman, this approach has been proposed in the past. However, the issue remains that the law has to be amended. Issues are that the receiver is the collecting entity for taxes and online travel agencies like Airbnb. Booking.com, VRBO are not willing to collect and share data without a proper legislation being in place. And as such, the law of Sint Maarten will need to be amended. MP York, move on to questions. MP York asks reference about challenges at the tax office. Can the minister clarify what measurable steps are taken to assist the tax administration from a human capacity? Through you, Mr. Chairman, critical vacancies are actively being advertised and filled. For example, we are currently finalizing the appointment of the new head of the tax administration and are also working to strengthen the Inspectorate of Taxes with additional inspector capacity. In addition, discussions are ongoing with SBAP and TWO to provide further support to the tax administration. Equally important, meetings have been held with the tax administration employees to hear their concerns and work towards solutions, together with the recognized unions and the ministries, together with the recognized unions and the ministries of General Affairs and Finance. Next question, state-owned companies, no answers until I'm received, not received. Can the MP get some answers? Through you, Mr. Chairman, in preparation for this afternoon's meeting, we have not received any response from management of TLM to the outstanding questions after multiple reminders. We will provide the answers in writing to the Parliament as soon as possible. Turnaround plan was stated to be submitted August last year, and the appointment of the permanent CEO is dependent on this turnaround plan. Can the minister please clarify? Through you, Mr. Chairman, we are in the stage of finalizing the implementation plan, and based on the outcome of the turnaround plan, the CEO will be appointed. Unanswered emails from Treasury was simply questions, how many emails unanswered? How many unattended requests are outstanding? Through you, Mr. Chairman, as previously communicated, we do not keep statistics on how many emails are unanswered by the Treasury Department. MP Labega, it came to the MP's attention for foreign property owners to get a crib number. One complied, and now there are outrageous assessments. Question is, has it been considered that when properties purchased, they get an automatic crib number? Through you, Mr. Chairman, this matter was brought to my attention. Once the new head of the tax administration is appointed, this matter will be addressed. I now move on to questions posed by MP Arian. The first question was regarding, once again, the same matter as it pertains to the vacation payout. Through you, Mr. Chairman, this matter was previously addressed by the Prime Minister in detail. Regarding MP Duran, TOT gas reduction, everything was done by finance, so who did not do his part? It is not about who did not do his or her part. It is about finance submitted its proposal, and now it has to be collectively decided upon. Liquidity is not the same as surplus, but 39 million is a positive. Clarify if you still believe it's positive while you explain it is not executing the TWO projects, etc. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the surplus referred to is merely a snapshot of the financial position at a specific point in time. In this case, the results report in the first quarter report of 2026. So the result is indeed positive for that particular period. It is important to recognize that this is not unusual, as has been stated previously. The first quarter of the year typically reflects a positive result due to the timing of revenues and expenditures. Based on the projections currently available, the year-end surplus is estimated at approximately 11 million. This is also explained in my presentation. Next question. There is a surplus, but also we owe to vendors. Why do not pay the vendors out of the surplus of the 2026 budget? Through you, Mr. Chair, again, a surplus is not the same as liquidity. Vendors are paid from the government's available liquidity on a daily basis, and all invoices that have complied with the applicable procurement procedures will be processed and paid accordingly. At present, however, the government is facing a number of challenges arising from outstanding invoices from previous government that did not follow the proper procurement process. These invoices represent liabilities that were not regularized in accordance with established procedures and therefore require careful review before any payment can be considered. The government is actively examining these outstanding claims to determine their validity and compliance with the relevant rules and regulations. Once this assessment has been completed, appropriate action will be taken. However, it is important to emphasize that adherence to the prescribed procurement process remains a fundamental requirement for the authorization and payment of government expenditures. I now move on to the question posed by MP Lewis. Environmental tax. Do we have a precise date for us to roll this out? Through you, Mr. Chairman, as previously mentioned, we do not implement a separate environmental tax on top
One moment, Minister, as the mic is restarting. Please bear with us as we had to switch the battery for the Minister. Yeah. It's almost... Yeah, try it. Try... Yeah, Minister, you have the floor.
I now move on to the question posed by MP Lewis. Environmental tax. Do we have a precise date for us to roll this out? Through you, Mr. Chairman, as previously mentioned, we do not implement a separate environmental tax on top of other visitor taxes. This will be part of the fee of the entry tax or tourist tax, of which the target date for implementation is January 1, 2027. This brings me to the end of the questions or clarifications in the first round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gomes. Seeing the time, I'm going to do a brief adjournment until 9 p.m. for supper, and then we will continue with the Minister of Tiat for her to answer the questions. Yeah? Meeting adjourned till 9 p.m. Good evening and welcome back as we continue our deliberation with the National Ordinance Budget 2026, the draft budget of 2026, and we continue with the Minister of TIAT, the Honorable Grisha Martin. You have the floor. Oh, wait, 1 second. Yes, Minister, you have the floor.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the Secretary General. Good evening to the honorable members of Parliament, and good evening to Sweet Swaliga, listening on radio, online, or any means. Mr. Chairman, close the door. Mr. Chairman, with Parliament's indulgence, I would like to begin by addressing something that was raised during Friday's debate. I listened carefully to the concerns expressed by the members of Parliament. I heard the calls for clearer priorities, faster execution, course correction, and most importantly, relief that the people can feel. Those concerns cannot and should not be dismissed, Mr. Chairman. People are struggling with the cost of food, transportation, and doing business. They are not asking the government for another explanation of economic growth. They are asking when that growth will begin improving their daily lives. And Mr. Chairman, I understand that. And I stated clearly during my presentation that economic growth does not automatically mean economic well-being. More visitors and increased economic activities create opportunities, employment, and government revenues, but those benefits do not reach every household immediately or equally. Our responsibility, which I also mentioned during my presentation, is to close that gap. We heard it said that while the grass is growing, the horse is starving. That statement, Mr. Chairman, captures what many people are feeling. The economic indicators may be improving, but too many households are still struggling to benefit from that progress. But if the horse is starving while the grass is green, the answer is not to keep pointing at how green the grass has become. The answer is to determine why the horse cannot reach the grass and remove the barriers standing in the way. That is precisely the gap TIAT is working to close. The gap between economic activity and household income, between opportunity and access, and between growth and on paper and improvement in the people's daily lives. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, we must be honest about what government can realistically accomplish within a short period and within the financial circumstances that exist today. There was a time when government had greater flexibility to provide certain forms of direct relief. That flexibility is more limited today because of existing commitments, competing national obligation, and the financial consequences of decisions taken over several years. We cannot simply repeat a measure because it was done before. Circumstances change. What was possible then may not be financially responsible now. It is like one household helping another family in need. Like last year, they may have had enough in the pot to help feed both households. But this year, the same household may be facing higher grocery costs, school expenses, and other unavoidable commitments of its own. The desire to help has not disappeared. The other family's needs has not disappeared either. But you cannot continue feeding from a pot that is empty or already committed. That does not mean you turn your back on the family. It means you find another responsible way to help without leaving both households unable to meet their basic needs. Government faces a similar reality. The needs of our people remain urgent, but our financial room has changed. And we therefore have to find responsible ways to provide support today without creating a larger burden for the people tomorrow. That is not an excuse, Mr. Chairman. That is responsible governance. Creativity is necessary, but when public funds are involved, creativity must be balanced with accountability. We cannot solve today's problems by creating a larger one tomorrow. TIAT may not have the financial room to provide every form of direct relief, but that does not mean the ministry is powerless. Our role is to create the economic conditions that allow people to earn, businesses to grow, and government to generate more revenues. There's a saying that the best form of assistance is to enable people to earn their own livelihood. The principle speaks directly to the work of TIAT. Meaningful relief is not only about government, what government can give someone today. It is also about whether that person can find steady employment, start or grow a business, compete fairly, and earn enough to support their family tomorrow. That is why TIAT is addressing consumer protection, price control enforcement, economic licensing, access to financing, tourism, agriculture, fishery, investment, and mobility. And let me be clear about something, Mr. Chairman. There are not disconnected projects competing for attention. There are connected parts of the same economic responsibility. We cannot demand faster business licenses while ignoring the investment required to modernize the licenses. We cannot call for more opportunities for local entrepreneurs while overlooking the need for small business support and access to financing. We cannot demand greater food security while treating agriculture and fisheries as secondary. And we cannot ask government to generate more revenues while questioning every responsible investment designed to strengthen the sectors that generate that revenue. Yes, the ministry must prioritize. Yes, we must execute better and faster. But simply reducing the number of initiatives to create an appearance of focus will not solve the problems Parliament has identified. It may simply leave more of those problems unaddressed. Relief will also not always arrive as a direct payment. Relief can mean preventing excessive pricing. It can mean helping a business remain open. It can mean removing unnecessary licensing delay, and it can mean creating employment. It can mean creating opportunities for local entrepreneurs, and it can mean ensuring that government receives a fairer return from the economic activity taking place in our country. But these measures cannot be designed from behind a desk and simply imposed on the people that it intends to serve. There's a saying that goes, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. Our people cannot simply be told that the economy is growing. They must be able to participate in that growth. They must have a fair opportunity to participate as entrepreneurs, workers, farmers, service providers, and investors. That is how growth moves beyond statistics, and that is how growth becomes income, ownership, and economic well-being. The calls for course correction have therefore been heard. Where an approach is not working, it must be corrected. Where execution is delayed, the reasons must be explained. Where timelines can responsibly be provided, they will be provided. But course correction does not mean abandoning necessary long-term work simply because the results are not immediate. It means ensuring that the work remains focused, realistic, connected to the needs of the people. And so we move into the questions today, Mr. Chairman. The ministry will be direct about what has been completed, what is underway, and what can realistically be delivered, and where the limitations remain. The people of Sint Maarten deserve more than political exchanges. They deserve honest answers and responsible actions. We hear the people, and we understand the economic statistics are not enough. TIAT cannot promise every form of immediate relief, but we can continue doing our part to protect consumers, strengthen local businesses, generate revenues, and create more opportunities for people to earn, participate, and benefit. That is how we turn economic growth into economic well-being. And that is what Forward by Design must mean. Mr. Chairman, I will now turn to some questions posed by MP La Cruz. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also make mention to the members of Parliament. Some of your questions were lumped together, so bear with me while I ask them before answering, because based on the theme, so that you just know for future reference. First question by MP La Cruz. What will the minister do about individuals working against the ministry? Mr. Chairman, I would be careful with the characterization that individuals are working against the ministry. Differences of opinion can exist within any organization. My responsibility is to ensure that the ministry operates professionally, lawfully, and in the best interest of Sint Maarten. Where concerns arrive, they will be addressed through the appropriate management and administrative channels based on facts and established procedures. I will not engage in personalities or public accusation. I expect everyone to respect their role, the institution, and properly established decisions. Where conduct or performance falls short, the appropriate procedures will be followed. Why is business licenses taking up to 2 years to be issued? Yes, we agreed that the process for issuing business licenses has taken far too long, and this is a long-standing issue that predates this administration, but we are not sitting back and accepting it as a status quo. As we speak, I am currently in possession of a draft proposal aimed to making the business license process less bureaucratic, more efficient, and more predictable for businesses. Once that process is finalized, our intention is to ensure that it is also implemented digitally so that we can reduce unnecessary delays and make it easier for entrepreneurs to do business in Sint Maarten. So yes, the problem is real, and it is one that we are actively working on to fix at the root rather than simply managing the delays. Does the minister understand the financial losses caused by these delays? Through you, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I understand the financial impact because I come from the private sector, and I know firsthand how frustrating it is when businesses is ready to operate, but is waiting on government to complete a process. It frustrates me as well, Mr. Chairman, which is precisely why this is an area that I am determined to fix. At the same time, if you look closely at the revenue of 2024 to 2025, you will see that business activities remain strong and was maintained. However, I still believe we can and should do even better. My focus is therefore not only on acknowledging the losses caused by the delays, but on removing the bureaucratic obstacles that are holding businesses back and creating a system that allows entrepreneurs to get up and running faster. What is the plan to fix the business license delays? The ministry is currently busy with the tender process pertaining to obtaining proposals aimed at developing a digital and automated license system through the Country Reform Package Program E6. What coordination will be implemented between the Receiver's Office, Tax Office, and TIAT to reduce delays and frustration? The ministry has increased communication with the Receiver's Office and the Finance Department about delays of invoicing. The department continues to provide the required info to FNO, which is Finance Department, to allow the issuing of invoices. Annually, said data is pulled and sent in batches to allow for this process to be completed. Should a client inform that they have not yet received their info, we inform FNO, which is Finance Department, and they either send it via mail or email to the client as requested. Here's where I lumped a few questions. Are you happy with the way things are going, or are you happy with the direction the country is going, and what is your plan to fix it? Mr. Chairman, the response has already been provided by my colleague on behalf of the Council of Ministers, but I am encouraged by the progress being made. But I am not satisfied that we have reached where we need to be. Too many people are still struggling, and too many long-standing challenges remain. Within TIAT, my focus is on increasing execution and ensuring that economic progress produces opportunities and results that people can actually feel. I believe the country is moving in the right direction, but the pace and the visibility of delivery must improve. Where something is working, we must build upon it, and where progress is too slow, our approach is not producing the intended result, we must be prepared to correct it. From TIAT's perspective, our contribution is to strengthen consumer protection, improve economic licenses, support local businesses, generate greater economic activity and government's revenue, and expand opportunities for our people. We will continue putting the necessary foundation in place while holding ourselves accountable for measurable execution and results. Next, we move on to questions posed by MP Artwell Arian. What is the status of the function book reviewed by ministry? This question was addressed in detail by the Minister of AZET, so I will leave it at that. And he also included all the ministries. MP stated the next question that we are in August 2026, but the presentation by the ministers were giving as if we were in January 1, starting the year. Will the minister execute these things in 3 months with staff that is not there yet? MP expected to hear what would be done from August till the end of the year. MP highlighted that ministers should execute based on budget policy. Mr. Chairman, the MP, having served as a former Minister of Finance himself, should know that government does not simply stop functioning because the new budget has not yet been formally enacted. In fact, Article 6 of the Landsverordening provides that until the new budget enters into force, government management is based on the preceding year's budget so that government services can continue. So we have not been sitting here waiting for August to start executing. Government has been functioning and executing throughout the year. And the 2026 budget itself is intended to take effect from January 1st. So we are now reporting on what has been done, what is underway, and what will be delivered in the remainder of 2026. I would therefore encourage the MP to stick to the facts and the actual execution of the budget, rather than suggesting that government is only now beginning its work. Next question posed by MP Artwell. He saw an article from the Minister of TIAD stating that the Council of Advice was wrong. MP does not have the exact words. COM confirmed this in their legal and their own documents sent to Parliament. My answer to the MP, Mr. Chairman, should be very careful not to put words in the mouth of the Council of Ministers or in mine. I did not say that the Council was wrong to raise the budgetary concern. The Council raised a question regarding the budgetary treatment of the Soul Beach contribution, and that is different from saying that the government illegally paid Soul Beach. In fact, the government's response was clear. De regering volgt het advies van de Raad. Government follows the advice of the Council. So the MP's suggestion that government's policy denied what the Council of Ministers said is simply not accurate. As for where the funding is reflected, the 2026 budget is the legal budget framework, and the 2026 budget legislation itself provides for retroactive effective January 1st, 2026. And just to address the MP's questions about Soul Beach, we publicly announced that Soul Beach would not be returning to Sint Maarten in 2026, so naturally we will not find the 2026 budget line for the event that is taking place. Next question posed by MP Artwell. What is the policy on RFI? How does TIAD protect the intellectual property of individuals who submit ideas through the RFI? What is the government's vision on the matter, and how much money does the government have for these solutions, and how does the ministry intend to work with the Justice and VROMI? Mr. Chairman, I thank the MP for the question through you. And I want to start by saying that since 10-10-10, government has never had a policy, public tender, or RFI. But let me clarify what the RFI is and what it is not. An RFI is not a request for proposal, nor is the government asking companies to develop a solution for us at their own expense. It is an information gathering exercise to help government understand what solutions are available before determining the appropriate next steps. On intellectual property, the RFI contains a specific section in the intellectual property and confidentiality. Respondents can clearly identify proprietary technology, financial information, workflows, trade secrets, other commercially sensitive information as confidential. Most importantly, submitting an RFI response does not transfer ownership of the respondent's intellectual property to government. Their technology source code, algorithms, designs, and trade secrets remain theirs. The government can use the information received to understand the market and shape future policies or procurement, but does not give government ownership of someone else's proprietary technology. The government's vision is therefore not to select a company through the RFI. It is to understand what solutions exist, what may work for Sint Maarten, and ultimately determine what approach is in the public interest. As for funding, there is no commitment or predetermined amount attached to the RFI at this stage. We first need to determine what solutions are viable before government can responsibly determine the appropriate investment. And this work does not take place in isolation. TIAD is coordinating where necessary with Justice on the legal and regulatory aspects and VROMI on the infrastructure and physical planning implications, because a national mobility solution cannot be developed by one ministry alone. So I would again emphasize the RFI is about gathering information before government commits itself, not awarding a contract and selecting a vendor or spending the predetermined amount of the money. Next question. There are seemingly entities in talks with government for the traffic solution, but they are not getting a response. There are even presentations in the COM What do we want from the general public, and what is the government doing to solve the problems, and how will government solve them, and what monies with what monies, where are you with your solutions, and what is the timeline for the solutions, and how do you want to execute? Understand why I had to loop it? Okay, good. First, Mr. Chairman, regarding the MP's point that entities have made presentations to the Council of Ministers, yes, various private entities has presented ideas and concepts to the government. Listening to ideas is part of government staying informed, but a presentation to the Council of Ministers is not a procurement process and does not give any company a right to a contract to allow government to bypass public procurement rules. That is precisely why we use the RFI, to create a transparent and structured way for government to understand what solutions and technologies are available in the market before deciding what we need to produce or implement. And what we're asking from the general public, and we want the ideas, we want practical ideas. We want to hear from the public who may have experience, technology, or approaches that can help us with traffic congestion in public transportation and traffic management and mobility. Now I move over to the question to MP Kotai. Regarding the $750,000 allocated as seed funding for the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, STA, could the minister clarify the realistic legislative timeline for passing the government ordinance? The draft legislation framework required to formally establish Sint Maarten, the STA, Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, is an independent ZBO and is targeted for completion by mid-2027. Given the remaining calendar year months in 2026, what proportion of this $750,000 can legally and realistically be spent prior to the legislative framework being finalized? The total allocated in 2026 budget serves specifically as seed funding for the STA structure, and as such, the budget amount can only be transferred to the SCA after finalization of the ordinance. While the long-term governance structure of the SCA is being legislated, how is the minister ensuring that our immediate 2026-2027 high season marketing airlift campaign committed are fully funded? While the long-term governance structure of Sint Maarten of the SCA is being finalized through the legislative process, the ministry is ensuring continuity by utilizing marketing funds allocated in the 2026 budget for the United States, Canada, Europe, South America, and the Caribbean. These regional allocations are being strategically deployed towards targeted result-driven campaigns focused on key visitor interests, priority travel periods, and markets with the strongest potential to generate arrivals, tourism expenditures during the 2026-2027 high season. Campaign commitments are being prioritized within the approved budget and the implementation according to available funding, market performance, and anticipated return on investment. Simultaneously, the Ministry and Sint Maarten Tourism continues to collaborate closely with Princess Juliana International Airport to retain existing routes and increase frequencies and strategically develop new airlift. The cooperative airline campaign budget will also be used to support joint marketing initiatives with airline partners, particularly for new or expanded services. This approach ensures that essential destination marketing and air service development commitments continues without interruptions while the permanent governance and funding structure of the SCA is being legislated. What specific investments are being made in 2026 to directly improve the areas of doing business and support local commercial and entrepreneurs while larger institutional reforms remain? Even while the larger institutional reforms are underway, we are not waiting to act. In 2026, we are investing in digitalization and streamlining government services, economic diversification, tourism infrastructure, and product development, tourism training, and strengthening our cultural product. We are also advancing agriculture and food security, public transportation, and investment facilitation. Most importantly, through SEDC, we are directly supporting local entrepreneurs with practical tools from financial literacy, business planning, and digital marketing to AI, business resilience, energy efficiency, and fishery and poultry development. Hundreds of entrepreneurs are being equipped this year to start and strengthen and grow their business. The objective is straightforward. Make it easy to do business, strengthen local entrepreneurs, ensure that more of the economic value generated in our tourism sector remains in our economy. Given that no formal agreement or MOU is currently in place for the flagpole project, what is the exact legal financial risk to government if this project remains in the budget? Furthermore, will the minister commit to freezing or reallocating these capital funds towards immediate and high priority tourism development? Mr. Chairman, through you, with respect to the flagpole project, the MP is correct that no formal agreement is currently in place with the landowners. Because of that, during my presentation, it was mentioned that the project is on hold. So to be clear, Mr. Chairman, there is no legal or financial risk to the government by the allocation being in the budget. The capital budget line does not create an obligation, nor does it authorize execution without the required legal arrangement. It simply reserves the funding for the project. At this time, government cannot proceed with any works at the site until an agreement is finalized. And if no agreement is reached, then the ministry will evaluate whether the allocation should be carried forward or programmed towards another high priority tourism infrastructure needs. Considering the 2026 budget's heavy emphasis on economic diversification and tourism development, what formal criteria or return on investment metrics are used to prioritize physical project spending over the direct tourism product enhancement and SME support schemes? There are no policies to prioritize physical projects over direct SME support. The 2026 investments were guided by the Economic and Investment Diversification Policy, which identifies area where the greatest potential for economic growth and diversification. Projects are assessed based on factors such as economic impact, job creation, tourism development, and support for local businesses. At the same time, SEDC continues to directly support SMEs through business development, training, and capacity building. So it is not a choice between physical projects and SMEs. Both are part of the broader diversification strategy. Can the minister confirm the plans to create additional parking spaces in and around Phillipsburg and provide Parliament with an indication of the timeline for bringing this additional capacity? Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the government can confirm that additional parking capacity for Phillipsburg is being planned as part of the different phases of the revitalization of Phillipsburg. And based on the conceptual design for Clem La Bega Square redevelopment, the project is expected to provide approximately 100 parking spaces and about 20 more than the current capacity. And the preliminary construction period is estimated at 18 to 24 months, subject to final design and procurement and permitting. Government also intend to pursue a multi-story parking facility on the former post office property, which is still in the early planning phase. As these projects advance, we will be able to provide Parliament with more precise timelines for what the additional parking capacity will become available. Does the minister agree that alongside expanding parking capacity, Sint Maarten needs a comprehensive legal framework for parking management and enforcement, including the designating parking zones, paid parking, permits, and stronger enforcement mechanism? Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree. As we expand parking capacity, we need to create parking management framework that includes the designated parking zones, paid parking options in high demand areas, permit systems for residents and businesses, and stronger enforcement, as well as proper maintenance of these facilities. Regulatory modernization must come along with physical expansion. Is the minister familiar with the approach taken in Aruba through its parking zone national ordinance, which provides a legal framework for parking zones and enforcement measures, including wheel clamping and towing? And would the minister support examining that legislation as a possible model for Sint Maarten? Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are familiar with Aruba's parking zone national ordinance, and we support examining it. We view it as a useful reference point as we modernize our own parking framework. Next, we move on to questions posed by MP Jansen Webster. What is the real GDP growth? What is the discrepancies in the GDP figures caused by the use of the different sources? And what is the reason of the discrepancy? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the real GDP growth figures presented by the Ministry of TIAT for 2026 was established at 3.4%. The difference identified by the Member of Parliament is due to the use of the different sources. TIAT presentation showing the overview of 2025 referenced the estimated published by the central bank, while Ministry of Finance referenced the estimate from an earlier publication. These institutions, which is, I think it was IMF, right? No. I think finance, no? Oh, they did find, but an earlier publication. These institutions may produce different estimates because of the use of, okay, so I guess that's clear. So it was just from an earlier one. The Minister of TIAT mentioned that Sint Maarten is one of the strongest performing islands in the region with tourism and has strong economic growth. The MP knows that the Minister has been taking steps for the economic growth to trickle down to our people. So the MP wanted the Minister to mention exactly what projects are being done for this and what is being done with the boom for the trickle down to our people and what is being done to stimulate local investment. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry does not believe that the benefits of the economic growth should simply be left to trickle down. We have to deliberately create pathways for our people and our local businesses to participate in that growth. Through SCDC, we are providing MSMEs with training, coaching, and practical business support, while also advancing access to financing and streamlining digital economic licenses, creating opportunities in agriculture and fisheries. We're also developing the framework for an investment promotion agency to help both local and foreign investors identify opportunities, navigate government processes, and invest in Sint Maarten. The objective is clear: to help local businesses start, expand, create jobs, and capture a greater share of the economic activities being generated in the country. Oftentimes we see businesses start, this is a question posed by MP Jansen-Webster, and within a year they're getting hit with taxes. MP Jansen said that she knows that the Minister of Finance has been doing projects to try to educate people about their taxes. However, it doesn't always go as good. Are any of these incentives from the Ministry of TIAT linked to the Ministry of Finance with offering tax-free or tax exemptions in the first year or so that locals can do well and profit from the economic boom? Mr. Chairman, at this moment, TIAT does not have any incentive programs with the Ministry of Finance that provides tax exemptions or tax-free periods for the businesses in the first year. We do recognize that the first year can be particularly challenging, and that is precisely why TIAT, through SEDC, is providing entrepreneurs with these trainings and coaching and practical support. The objective is to give new and existing businesses the tools to operate sustainably and better manage their obligations as they grow. So any tax exemption or reduction would have to be considered within the broader tax policy and fiscal framework of government, in coordination, of course, with Minister of Finance. The MP said that we live in a small island and there is not much land available. With all these endeavors for agriculture, while the ministers make land, will the minister make land available for the people who would like to do agriculture and in particular animal husbandry? Because not everyone is a vegetarian. Has the ministry identified, together with the Ministry of Rami, the land that farmers can use? Minister, through you, yes, making land available for agriculture and animal husbandry is a priority as we work to strengthen food security and local production. TIAT is in discussion with Rami and is also exploring options with private landowners to identify suitable areas that could be made available for agriculture and animal husbandry. Once suitable land is identified and secured, whether through government or private arrangements, clear agreements will be put in place to outline how the land is managed and utilized by the farmers or entities leasing it. So we are actively working on the land component because without access to suitable land, it is difficult to meaningfully expand local agriculture production. MP Jansen-Webster is saying regarding the statistics department, the minister mentioned that reliable data is needed. And what the MP wanted to ask is, when would the stats website be up because reliable data that's not published is no data. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the stats website is operational, but the issue is that staff are currently unable to upload it due to the technical problems that the file transfer protocol, the FTP, used to upload new corrected data. IT has been working to resolve the issue, but there has not been a workable solution. So to address this, STAT has developed a new, more user-friendly interactive website, which is ready to launch and is currently awaiting IT support for the final steps. The new platform will significantly improve the accessibility and timely dissemination of official statistics, as is standard. Historically, data may also be revised when updated information becomes available from data providers. Next question posed by MP Janssen. Traffic was temporarily lighter during July and low season, but congestion is returning now that schools has reopened. What measures are planned by the responsible authorities to reduce traffic congestion during the upcoming tourism high season? And what is being planned for the coming high season and coming tourism high season? What is being planned to help us alleviate traffic? Mr. Chairman, the government is already working on this, and we are not waiting on the high season to arrive. Through TIAT, together with VROMI and the Justice Ministry, we are working on an improved traffic management, better public transport routing, traffic flow measures, and the use of technology to manage the congestion more effectively. For the coming high season, we are particularly focused on managing the major traffic corridors, improving public transport movement, and using real-time information to better direct traffic. The RFI currently on the way will also help government identify proven technology and practical solutions that can be integrated into our broader mobility framework. So the approach is not simply to react when congestion occurs. We are working towards a more structured mobility system that can manage traffic before it becomes a crisis. What can the Ministry of RAMI, TIAT, and Justice do jointly to make AC Browers Road safer, including improved signage, road markings, pedestrian crossing, and restrictions on overtaking? This includes a straight line in the road that indicates that people cannot overtake. Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, there is currently no formal interministerial program specifically for AC Broward Road. However, road safety requires coordination between the relevant ministries, and thank you, and authorities, and TIAT is prepared to participate in that coordination. The appropriate approach would be to access the road as a whole, and including signage, road markings, pedestrian crossing, traffic flows, and overtaking conditions. Based on that assessment, the responsible authorities can determine what measures are needed, including whether additional markings or restrictions on the overtakings are appropriate. Justice would also have to have a role where enforcement is required. The objection is straightforward: to make the road safer, better regulated, and more predictable for both motorists and pedestrians. Next, we move on to questions posed by MP Labega. What is the government doing about the fact that there are no tax or Airbnb as yet? What is the government doing that the lack of a tax on vacation properties? And what is the government doing about the lack of visitor collection tax? Government is addressing this as a part of the modernization of our accommodation tax. The current draft legislation will create the legal basis for government to enter into a tax collection agreement with platforms such as Airbnb, Expedia, VRBO, and other online booking. This is important because the issue is not simply increasing the tax rate, it is ensuring that compliance and actually collecting the tax from all accommodation providers. We are exploring how it can be used to support the initiatives of the STA, which stimulates the very said industry that these accommodations are part of. So the draft has already been sent to Legal Affairs for legal vetting, and we have received their feedbacks. And once their legal technicalities are addressed, we will continue the stakeholder consultation. So Airbnb has not been forgotten. we are working to put it in place, a system that allows us to collect accommodation tax from the entire sector, including short-term rentals. Does the Ministry of TIAD plan to prioritize and invest more in local talent in the PR section? If so, how will this be done? Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the Sint Maarten Tourism Bureau are committed to increasing the participation of local talent in the promotion of our destination. An execution plan has been finalized to contract qualified local content creators and engage local influencers to produce authentic destination-focused content and support targeted marketing campaigns. And this is important because when visitors see Sint Maarten, they should see our people, our culture, and our way of life through our own voices. So we are proud of what we have to offer, and those who live here are often the best positioned to tell the story authentically. So this approach creates opportunities for local professionals while ensuring that more of the value generated by destination marketing stays with our economy. And when our people have that opportunity to shine, Sint Maarten shines with them. Does the ministry foresee a structured licensing system and route management framework to replace the informal, fragmented network currently in place? Mr. Chairman, yes, the ministry intends to introduce a more structured licensing route management framework. Sint Maarten has never had a dependable, fully structured public transportation system, and addressing that is an important part of the reform. The framework will include a centralized permit registry, clearly defined routes and permit conditions, route allocation based on transportation demand, and better monitoring of permits and compliance. As part of this, the ministry is currently in a tender process to obtain proposals for the development of the digital and automatic licensing system through the country package reform. This will provide a stronger foundation for managing sector, improving reliability, and ultimately delivering a better public transportation system for the people of Sint Maarten. Can the minister give an example of the licensing requirements and service standards that will be required? The budget allocates funds for training inspectors, enforcing licensing requirements, and to ensure safety and services. Can the minister give a few examples of some licenses required and the service standards that will be required? Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the framework will establish clear requirements for both operators and service that they provide. For example, licensing requirements will include a valid transportation permit, operating on authorized route, using the inspected and roadworthy vehicles, maintaining valid insurance and registration, complying with passenger capacity and safety requirements, and charging approved fares. So service standards would be included. Service standards would include reliability, adherence to authorized routes and schedules, vehicle cleanliness and conditions, proper treatment of passengers, and safe professional operation. This standard will give inspection a clear criteria to monitor compliance and ensure that public transportation is not only licensed, but also safe, reliable, and professional. It's a study on the way to map high demand routes and reduce overlap, improving efficiency and reliability for commuters. The ministry, yes, Mr. Chairman, the ministry intends to undertake an assessment of passenger demand, existing routes, route overlap, and underserved areas to support future routes and permit decision. The RFI will also contribute to this in more ways than one as well. Does the ministry believe changes should be made to stop the renting out of all transportation permits? Mr. Chairman, yes, the ministry believes the current framework should be strengthened to prevent transportation permits from effectively becoming assets that are simply rented out without the permit holder actually operating the service. Under the existing traffic ordinance, there are rules governing the use and transfer of transportation permits. As part of the reform of the public transportation system, we are looking at how these provisions can be strengthened to ensure that the permits serve their intended public transportation purpose and that the person holding the permit has genuine responsibility for the operation. And the objective is to create a system that is fair, transparent, and focused on providing reliable transportation to the public. There are 7 international PR contracts in the budget totaling 3.4 million guilders. Does the ministry believe that more local professionals should be tasked with the marketing of Sint Maarten? If so, what has been discussed? There are currently 5 public relations contracts scheduled to expire, actually, in December 2026, Mr. Chairman. 1 digital marketing contract ending in October 2026, and 1 website development contract also concluding this year. The ministry and the Sint Maarten Tourist Bureau remain committed to strengthening the participation of local professionals within the destination marketing activities. An execution plan has been finalized to contract qualified local content creators and engage local influencers in developing authentic destination-focused content and supporting targeted marketing initiatives. And this approach will expand opportunities for local talent while ensuring that Sint Maarten's culture, experience, and tourism offerings are presented through credible voices, local voices. Next question posed by MP Labega. What is the status of the local brand ambassador program which was unanimously approved via the 2025 budget amendment? And can an explanation be given for the delay? When can we expect the rollout of the local brand ambassador program? Mr. Chairman, the project was not abandoned or delayed due to lack of commitment. The delay was primarily to ensure that the budget allocated through the budget 2025 amendment would be used effectively and that we could establish the right structure before launching the program. This required developing the approach, holding the necessary planning discussion, and vetting the agreements and arrangements involved. The initiative is currently going through the required advisory process, and based on where we are today, we expect the local brand ambassador program to be rolled out in Q4 of 2026. Regarding the 800 guilders budgeted for the Agriculture, Livestock, and Fishery Agency, could the minister clarify the current status and realistic timeline with TWO's approval for the external funding component? Mr. Chairman, the ministry submitted its proposal for financial support to establish the Agriculture, Livestock, for the ALF agency last year, and we remain in active positive discussion with TWO regarding the external funding component. At this stage, we cannot say with certainty what the final outcome of that approval process will be. However, based on our recent discussion, we remain optimistic that the project can be considered with the anticipated extension period of the TWO country reform. So while we cannot give Parliament a definitive approval date at this point, the ministry remains positive and actively engaged in moving this initiative forward. While awaiting, this is the last question, while awaiting the formal, by MP De Wever, while awaiting the formal TWO's assistant trajectory, what interim mechanism or targeted support programs are in place to ensure that the local agriculture and fishery development does not stall, despite having to wait on TWO's approval? Despite having to wait through you, Mr. Chairman, to await the formal TWO assistant trajectory approval, we are not putting agriculture, the ALF, on hold. The ministry is continuing a number of existing initiatives and interim measures to keep the sector moving while the larger financing framework is being finalized. This includes ongoing agriculture and food security initiatives, support for to local farmers and producers, fisheries and development, and livestock-related activities, as well as work through the agricultural livestock sectors to strengthen local production and reduce our dependencies on input. We are also continuing the groundwork for Agricultural Livestock Agency, which is intended to provide more structured and sustainable approach to supporting the sector. The key point is that TWO approval is being pursued for the larger, long-term intervention, but we are not waiting to act. We are using the programs, resources, and projects already available to provide targeted support and maintain momentum. At the same time, we are ensuring that the interim measures complement, not duplicate, the eventual TWO-supported trajectory. In short, we're not waiting for the TWO to start supporting our farmers and fisheries. We are continuing to build the foundation now while positioning the sector to take full advantage of the larger support once approved. Questions posed by MP York. Minister, before I provide my responses to the Honorable MP, I would like to state for the record that based on the verification conducted by my office, we are not aware of any outstanding response owed to the Member of Parliament. So therefore, it is unclear which specific correspondence or information the member believes remains unanswered. First question posed by MP York. If the Sint Maarten has the strongest tourism growth in the region, why are people still hungry? Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe I have already answered this question quite extensively in my budget presentation, but since the MP has raised it again, let me reiterate the point. Tourism growth and the household well-being are not the same. We can celebrate our tourism sector is outperforming the region while at the same time acknowledging that many families are still feeling the pressures of the cost of living, and I have never denied that gap. In fact, I specifically identified it in my presentation as one of the challenges this ministry is working on to address. The question, therefore, is not are we growing? We are. The question is, how do we ensure more of that growth reaches the kitchen table? That is precisely where our focus is now, moving from tourism growth to tourism value. Strengthening the local the businesses and production, reducing the dependencies on imports, and keeping more of the tourism dollar circulating in our economy. So respectfully, through you, Mr. Chairman, the issue is not that the ministry does not recognize the problem. We have recognized it, and we have articulated it, and we are already working on the mechanism to address it. Can the ministry clarify or correct the quote about economic growth needing to become economic opportunity? Mr. Chairman, through you, there's nothing to correct in that statement. As I explained in my presentation and opening remarks, economic growth must translate into economic opportunity, meaning stronger local businesses, more jobs, investment, and greater participation for our people. Growth is important, but our responsibility is to ensure that our people can actually feel and benefit from that growth. The MP would like every ministry to give an overview. Doesn't need to be printed out, but just stated 2 questions. How many outstanding unanswered emails do they have in their inboxes or emails sent to the Treasury Department? Mr. Chairman, the ministry does not maintain a separate count of unanswered emails to the Treasury Department. Where an email does not receive a timely response, the matter is often followed up and resolved through direct contact, telephone communication, or in an in-person discussion. The Treasury Department provides financial services to all ministries and receives a significant volume of emails, payments, requests, supporting documents. TIAT, therefore, does not rely exclusively on email when a matter requires clarification or urgent attention. We follow up through the most effective available channel and document the outcome where necessary. It is ultimately about working smarter, efficiently, and ensuring that the matter is addressed rather than allowing it to remain unsolved simply because of an email response that is not received. And also, Mr. Chairman, the MP asked, how many approved invoices have not been paid and have been sent to the Treasury Department per ministry? Mr. Chairman, the ministry cannot provide an exact tally at this time because the current financial system does not allow for us to approve but unpaid invoices to easily extract and verify at the ministry's level. The ministry is aware that several approved invoices have been submitted to the Treasury and remain unpaid. However, the total number and value must be first reconciled with the Treasury to ensure that the information is provided to Parliament is accurate. Next question, the R4 effect was explained to us about 1.5 years ago. But the question is, what has been the effect? I went through this list, the MP went through the list, and he would like to have a list within the entire R4 approach and results of it, because TIAT is asking for a bigger budget, but I still can't get what was delivered in the prior year. I need water for this one. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the R4 effect was not presented as a single project with one completion date as a separate budget line. It was the ministry's framework for reshaping, rebuilding, restructuring, and reforming areas within TIAT's broad mandate. The effect must therefore be measured by what was completed what changed operationally, and what advanced sufficiently to move into the implementation. So under Reshape, the ministry adjusted its tourism and economic development approach. Destination marketing activities were executed across the Caribbean, North America, and Europe, while airline travel, trade, and regional tourism partnerships were strengthened. SMART 2025 and the Sint Maarten Heineken Regatta was completed, supporting tourism and the marine sector and local business activity. Under Rebuild, the ministry continued strengthening support for local entrepreneurs and enterprises through the subsidy provided by the Small Enterprise Development Center. Micro, small, and medium enterprise received training, coaching, practical business assistance. And the ministry also invested in staff engagement and retention and purchased new Christmas decoration to improve the destination during the peak tourism season. Under Restructure, the ministry completed its review of the proposed organizational structure and advanced the institutional groundwork for the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, the Agricultural, Livestock, Fishery and Agency, and the Investment Promotion Agency, and the Gambling Authority. These entities are not yet all operational because they require different legislative, financial, administrative steps, but the necessary frameworks are being developed. On the reform, the ministry introduced the electronic business license application pilot, commenced the review and streamlining of the economic licenses procedures, and advanced the legislation modernization of licensing system. This business case and institutional framework for gambling reform were completed. Work continued on the revised statistical ordinance and national statistical system, and the modernization of the passenger transport policy and regulation. Minister, not every R4 initiative was intended to begin and end within one budget year. Some deliverables were completed, with others involved research, legal drafting, institutional design, and procedure requirement before implementation can responsibly begin. So the increase in 2026 budget is not simply a request for more money to continue the R14. A significant portion of this is tied to specific projects under the E6 country package and can only be used for those approved purposes. The R4 effect established the direction and began the necessary changes, and Forward by Design is about moving those reforms from preparations into execution with clearer deliverables, timelines, and accountabilities. Can a minister name 5 of the biggest deliverables Parliament paid for, or basically the budget paid for in 2025 that are not named Soul Beach? And what was each cost, whether each was completed? 5 projects, not policies. Through you, Mr. Chairman, before listing the 5 deliverables, I would like to clarify the premise of the question. Parliament does not pay for the government's project. Parliament considers and approves the national budget and thereby authorizing government expenditure. The respective ministry are responsible for executing the approved budget while payments are processed through the government's established financial procedure. So the following 5 deliverables was financed by TIAT's 2025 budget, excluding Soul Beach. The amount provided are approximate and not down to the exact cent, and remain subject to confirmation against the ministry's final financial record. Do note that all the projects were completed. So first project, destination marketing. Activities were executed across the Caribbean, North America, Europe through advertising campaigns, sales missions, trade missions, travel trade engagement, airline, tourism partnership, familiarization trips, media interviews, influencers, collaboration, and participation in international trade shows, approximately 3 million guilders. Festivals and events. Government-supported SMART 2025 and the Heineken Regatta, and 2 major tourism events that attracted international buyers, travel professionals, sailors, visitors, media, while promoting Sint Maarten's tourism product, regional hub function, and blue economy, and generating businesses for local accommodation restaurants, transportation providers, and the wider marine sector. Employee engagement and retention. The ministry invested in staff engagement and moral building activities to recognize employees, strengthen collaboration, and maintain a positive working environment with the objective of retaining key personnel during a period of staffing shortages and increased workloads. That was approximately 35,000 guilders. MSMEs development and support. Through the subsidy provided to the Small Enterprise Development Center, the ministry supported training, coaching, and practical business assistance for micro, small, and medium businesses, and these services help entrepreneurs strengthen their financial management, business planning, marketing, operational capacity, and overall ability to start and maintain and grow their business. That was approximately 238,000 guilders. Christmas beautification, the ministry purchased new and modern Christmas decoration to enhance the appearance and atmosphere of key public and commercial areas during the peak seasons, creating a more attractive environment for residents and visitors while supporting the wider destination. Next question. An hour passed. People are struggling with supermarket prices and cost of living and understaffing goals for the most vulnerable. 123 guilders is budgeted, while there is 19 million in beautification projects that sits under the same goal. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the entire capital expenditure table was incorrectly placed under the subheading of Strategic Goal 2 during the final assembly and formatting of the budget policy document. It should not have been placed under the goal heading, but rather presented as its own standalone CapEx section. However, the fundamental policy of the ministry remains intact despite there being 2 separate objectives. What exactly is the 4 million based on, considering the government's asking Parliament to approve 4 million for a project and land where government admits it has no formal agreement with the owners, no detailed feasibility study, no architectural design, and no engineering documents? Through the chair, through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the Member of Parliament for the question, and as it provides an excellent opportunity to clarify standard financial management within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, protect the integrity of our procurement process, and clear up our fundamental misconception about Parliament's role in this phase. First, we must establish a critical constitutional distinction. In this case, Parliament's approval of the budget is not an approval of a binding project commitment. Parliament approves a budget which simply establishes a financial ceiling. The actual commitment of those funds to third parties is strictly governed by the National Accountability Ordinance. While there are certainly instances where preliminary feasibility studies exist prior to budget debates, often funded by prior year allocations or external grants, there is the exception, not the rule, for newly proposed capital projects. In fact, demanding detailed architectural and engineering documentation before a budget is approved is not only practically impossible in most cases, but it actively risks undermining the public procurement process. If government was to solicit detailed engineering designs and architectural plan from contractors without approved funding, we would either be making unlawful financial commitments. Mr. Chairman, the MP must understand that building national infrastructure is not like building a personal house. You don't get to the blueprint and the land first and then go to the bank. In public administration, the statutory process is exact reverse. Here is exactly what 4 million allocation presents and why the budget must be approved before the architectural design and engineering studies exist. The 4 million figure is not pulled out of the thin air. What the government does have are preliminary concepts, which include carefully calculated projections of time for construction and the total cost related thereto. These preliminary concepts form the baseline for the budgetary ceiling. Parliament is being asked to authorize the availability of these funds, which is the first step. Approving this allocation does not mean that the money is immediately committed or spent. Execution laws govern the activity distribution, yes, thank you, which is strictly in phases, first design and the relevant studies, then finally execution. By questioning why detailed engineering and formal land agreements are not finalized prior to the budget approval, the member is demanding that the cart be placed before the horse in a way that violates open procurement. Parliament's role is to establish the legal budget ceiling based on a preliminary concept so that the government can execute the very designs and studies the MP is requesting. Furthermore, as highlighted during my presentation, the project is currently on hold due to no agreement being placed in the land-owning family. Would the minister spend $4 million of her own money on a project before securing development rights to a land? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the MP's question is understood, but it is important to clarify that government is not spending $4 million, nor is Parliament being asked to authorize spending on a project without development rights. Parliament is being asked to approve a budget ceiling, which is standard legal step before any feasible studies, designs, or procurement can even begin. A budget is not an expenditure. It is simply the authorization that allows government to start the formal process. So now, to answer the question, no responsible minister would spend $4 million of their own money or the people's money without securing the legal right to execute the project. The allocation remains uncommitted, unspent, and on hold until all required steps prior to procurement is completed. That is precisely why the procurement and accountability laws separate budget authorization from project execution. Next question. We don't have the agreement with the landowner. We don't have the feasibility study. We don't have the engineering. We don't have the detailed design. But somehow government already knows 15% of 2.3 million visitors are going to visit by $1. Where does visit and pay $1? Where does the 15% assumption come from, and what study establishes it? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the 15% figure is not a guess. It is standard preliminary baseline captured rate used in tourism economics for attractions located on primary high-traffic transit areas. The Bell Lookout Point already functions as an informal scenic top stop, which supports the use of the conservative baseline. The estimate is also informed by the visitors' flow patterns documented in sector analysis such as the Tourism Recovery Plan, which shows the vantage point attraction consistently captured in measurable portions of total air and cruise arrival. It is important to emphasize that this is not a final revenue model. It is a pre-feasible assumption used only to determine whether the project warranted inclusion in the capital budget. The detailed feasibility study can only be commissioned once the capital ceiling is approved and once the formal agreement with the landowners is secured. Until such an agreement is finalized and the budget remains on hold. The same can be said, Mr. Chairman, the question, with the Clem-La-Bega Square. 15 million has been located before feasible work was done. The government says formal architectural drawings, engineering designs, and feasibility studies will be commissioned once the capital allocated is confirmed. Normally, a feasibility study helps government determine whether the 15 gillas projected actually makes sense. And here the Parliament is being asked to approve 50 million first and government to tell us afterward if it makes sense. So if the feasibility study later determines what the project is not economically feasible, why did Parliament approve 50 million before knowing that? The member, through you, Mr. Chairman of Parliament, MP York, is correct that a full feasibility study, architectural drawing, and engineering documents are commissioned after capital allocations are confirmed. That is the standard sequence under the National Accountability Ordinance, because government cannot legally procure detailed designs, or commit funds to consultants without an approved budget ceiling. However, in the case of the Clem LaVega Square, government is not operating blindly. We already have a conceptual design, including a project scope, a preliminary spatial layout, an estimate construction timeline, and a cost estimated that forms the basis of the $50 million gilder ceiling. These conceptual materials are precisely what allows government to determine whether a project is viable enough to be placed in the capital budget. There are no full engineering documents, but they are the standard and appropriate level of information used to establish the budget ceiling. Again, Mr. Chairman, Parliament is not being asked to approve $50 million without any basis. Next question by MP York. In a previous answer given by the minister, it was stated that basically projects' risks should be mitigated before major financial commitments. But then the next answer tells Parliament that several of those preparatory activities will happen once it's approved. So which is it, Minister, before or after, and why? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the answer is simply that the MP is confusing parliamentary budget approval with a binding financial commitment. And under the National Accountability Ordinance, there are two entirely different steps. First, Parliament must approve the budget to establish a financial ceiling. This is not a commitment to build. It is a legal authorization for the government to fund preparatory activities like final designs and engineering reports for the project. Next question. After 2 years of reviews, ministers' framework, business cases, consultation, technical work, your own answer says that additional government revenues generated from the gambling reforms are zero. When does the government start collecting the extra revenues in the casinos? The additional revenues anticipated specifically from the new gambling regulatory framework cannot be collected until the necessary legislation enters its force. The business case has been completed and accepted, but the gambling ordinance remains in the legislative process. Therefore, the new revenue mechanism contemplated under the reform are not operational. TIAT's priority is to complete the legislative framework and establish the gambling authority so that those mechanisms can be implemented. Matters related specifically to casino taxation and collection of the existing taxes fall under the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. Next question, it was previously asked which casinos do not have that, which casinos do we have that are compliant and non-compliant? Because that is checked and followed by the Ministry of TIAT. The answer received was no consolidated data set currently classified every casino operator as fully compliant in breach. What does this mean? So neither or. So there are not fully, but there is not a breach in either. What does that mean? Can the minister elaborate? To clarify, IATA does not, through you, Mr. Chairman, IATA does not determine compliance and non-compliance with the specific requirements that fall within the Ministry of Supervisory mandate. Where an inspection or regulatory control identifies an irregularity, that findings is determined and corrective or enforcement action is taken where appropriate. For example, IATA's 2026 supervisory activities include detailed inventories and verifications of gaming machines and tables, and as well as the inspection collaboration of bingo equipment or at casinos. So during bingo equipment supervision at one casino, an irregular bingo ball was identified and removed and replaced as part of the control process. So the previous answer there therefore did not mean that the casino are neither compliant or non-compliant. It means that TIAT does not assign casino a single overall government-wide compliance status. Compliance must be assessed against the particular requirement being supervised, while taxation, labor, AML, CFT, and other regulatory obligations fall under the respective competent authorities. How do you supervise the industry if you cannot tell Parliament which operators are compliant or which are non-compliant? Through you, Mr. Chairman, TIAT, through IATA Casino Controller, actively supervises casinos within its legal mandate. That includes inspection and verification of gaming equipment. Gaming equipment, inventory, collaboration, calibration controls, and monitoring compliance with casino license requirements. For example, during 2026, IATA conducted detailed gaming equipment inventories and bingo equipment inspections, including the inspection of a complete set of 75 bingo balls, where irregularities were identified, corrective actions was required. So IATA does not determine the compliance within its supervisory mandate. What it does not do is assign each casino with a single overall compliant or a non-compliant status before the obligations such as taxation, labor, and AML, CFT fall under the competent authorities. Can the minister tell the parliament right now how many casino license holders presently are in breach? Yes or no? No, not as an overall number across all regulatory requirements. IATA can identify and document non-compliance within its own mandate and take the appropriate corrective and enforcement actions. Other regulatory breaches fall under the respective competent authorities. Ministers, can you tell us about the industry that we didn't already know 2 years ago? Considering what the minister cannot tell us how many casinos are non-compliant, how much revenues is leaking through illegal, unlicensed economic activities, and how much enforcement will recover. Government has a substantially clearer picture of the gambling sector today than it did 2 years ago. The gambling reform process has produced new draft legislation program, a framework, an accepted business case for the Gambling Authority, a gambling prevalence study, proposed regulatory and institutional model, and a clear identification of weaknesses and data gaps in the existing supervisory framework. So at the operational level, IATA has also strengthened its information on the land-based casino sector through direct regulatory supervision, including detailed inventories and verifications of gaming machines and tables, bingo equipment controls, and monitoring of applicable license requirements. These controls provide establishment and equipment level information and allow irregularities within TIAT's mandate to be identified. What protection does the consumer actually have today that they didn't have 2 years ago? And what does Sint Maarten still have? And does Sint Maarten still have no comprehensive consumer protection legislation or enforcement? Sint Maarten does not yet have a comprehensive consumer protection legislation, and the ministry recognizes that this remains an important legislative gap, and the competition law fair trade framework is intended to strengthen that. What is the minister's vision as it pertains to tourism for Sint Maarten? My vision for tourism in Sint Maarten is simple through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. We must move from chasing volume to creating value. Tourism will remain our main economic engine, but success cannot be measured only by how many people arrive at the airport. We have to ask, how long do they stay? How much do they spend? What do they experience, and how much of that economic activity reaches our local businesses, workers, and communities? That is why our long-term vision is to position Sint Maarten as a high-value, year-round, experience-driven destination, one that is competitive, sustainable, and less dependent on few peak periods. We are working on strengthening our shoulder and slower season, diversifying our source markets, and expanding our reach beyond the traditional markets. That includes looking more aggressively at opportunities in South America and other emerging markets, while continuing to strengthen our core North American, Europe, and Caribbean markets. We are also changing how we market Sint Maarten, with greater emphasis on the digital marketing, influencers, content creators, and targeted campaigns that can tell the Sint Maarten story directly to today's travelers. And our product must match the promise. Sint Maarten is not only sun, sea, and sand. Our competitive advantage is that we combination of two cultures in one island, our culinary scene, nightlife, events, shopping, marine and yachting product, and accessibility and warmth of our people. But none of this matter if our people are not prepared to capture the opportunities tourism creates. Certifications and training are therefore a critical part of my vision. We need to strengthen the skills of our people in hospitality, culinary, customer service, management, and other tourism-related professions, and ensure that our workshops can meet international standards and compete with high value positions within the ministry. At the same time, we must continue investing in infrastructure, beautification, public spaces, transportation, and overall visitor experience while strengthening airlift and connectivity. But most importantly, Mr. Chairman, I want tourism growth to translate into greater economic participation for Sint Maarten and local businesses. That means creating more opportunities for local entrepreneurs, local suppliers, cultural practitioners, and workers to participate in and benefit from the tourism economy. So my vision is not simply to bring more tourism to have indicated that they want a fair increase, but to date, I have not received a required formal written request from any of the association. And this is not simply a requirement I am imposing on the sector. The SAD process itself has indicated that the request needs to be formally submitted in writing. So the ministry cannot responsibly proceed on the basis of verbal requests or general statements that fares should increase. I am still waiting on the association to put their requests and support and justifications in writing. Once that is received, we can properly process and move forward. So, Mr. Chairman, the issue is not that government is refusing to act. We have asked the sector to give us what is required to act, and we are still waiting for that. If crimes are affecting tourism, and there's going to be to have special meetings on that, what is the Minister of Justice and what are the special meetings on affecting the crime? Mr. Chairman, through you, let me be clear about the respective responsibility. The social drivers of crime, such as poverty, education, and family circumstances, are matters addressed by the ministries within the relevant mandates, including justice, VSA, and education. My role as the Minister of TIAT is different. When I meet with the Minister of Justice in KPSM, the focus is on how crime is affecting tourism, businesses, investment confidence in Sint Maarten, and what we can do together to mitigate that impact. Because if visitors, investors, and businesses do not feel safe and confident in our country, that ultimately affects our entire economy, and that is why these discussions are important. Next, we move on to questions posed by MP Roseberg. 7 questions, some of them combined. The Mobility Traffic Management Solution requests for information for which ministry TIAT stated that the submission deadline has closed on August 2026. Could the minister confirm how many responses were received? A total of 5 RFI submissions were received. Could the minister outline the ministry's plan and timeline for the review and evaluation phase, including whether any concepts are accepted to progress through the formal procurement stage? Mr. Chairman, the RFI is currently being reviewed as a marketing intelligence exercise. The process has 3 main steps. First, an interministerial team of technical experts will assess the submissions for their feasibility and scalability and potential value. Second, those findings will be considered alongside the comprehensive carrying capacity study to ensure that any potential solution is realistically given Sint Maarten's infrastructure and capacity. Third, and if the evaluation identifies viable and cost-effective solutions that are in the public interest, they may inform the development of terms of reference for a future procurement. Any procurement would follow the required open and competitive process, allowing interested parties to compete on a level playing field. So we expect the internal evaluation to be completed in the coming weeks, and after which the findings will help inform broad mobility strategy. What is the stance of the government's, MP Roseberg is asking, regarding projects such as Innovation Rail System project, also as Swift Rail, and reportedly is a self-funded concept that will not require funding from the government, and what information can TIAT provide about this? Mr. Chairman, through you, the ministry has received information and presentation of, from respective Swift Rails, the representatives of Swift Rails. But I want to be very careful not to characterize the government's position before the proposal has been properly reviewed. So the unsolicited proposal was formally submitted to TIAT only recently and on August 20th, 2026. So therefore, it still needs to go through appropriate assessment process, including consideration of its technical, financial, legal, and operational aspects. So at this stage, government has no formal position to announce, and we will assess the proposal on its merit and its appropriate, and if appropriate, determine the next steps in accordance with the applicable procedures. Question 4. What is being done in the short term so that the bikers can enjoy and expose their stunts in a safer, responsible manner? And is there something in place or something being looked at so that this can also be implemented? And is any initiative being developed similarly to events held in Dominica, St. Eustatius, previous local demonstrations? Is TIAT working with Justice or other ministries on this? VRAMI, maybe? Therefore, through you, Mr. Chairman, the government fully recognizes the passion and talent and growing interest around local motorsports. We see the potential not only in providing a safe, controlled outlet for enthusiasts, but also in a broader economic and sports tourism benefit that structured events bring. However, we must be practical about our local realities. Sint Maarten is a small island with several spatial constraints. Identifying a permanent and a dedicated space that guarantees maximum safety for both riders and spectators without disrupting residential areas or main transport corridors is an ongoing challenge. To address this, TIAT has several discussions with the Ministry of RAMI. While we have not yet finalized the permanent long-term solution, we are evaluating potential locations, and in a short term, our approach focuses on managing sanctioned events, and government continues to work with organizers to permit controlled demonstrations in these designated temporary areas, and such as Pond Island, where the safety parameters, traffic management, emergency services can be properly coordinated. Next question, has the ministry looked into changing the BBO legislation to expand the exemption which are tax-related and basic necessities to include additional essential products such as vegetables, fish, next to chicken and other type of meats, pasta, deegwaren, basic hygiene products, cooking gas, and menstrual products, among other necessities. The amendment of BBO legislation and the determination of tax exemption fall primarily under the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. But from an economic affairs perspective, TIAT can support the assessment by providing input and essentially consumer goods price developments and affordability consideration, including products already identified within the regulated basket of goods. Next question, can the Ministry of TIAT look into intensifying price control so that these exemptions actually translate into lower prices for consumers? MP stresses that removing the tax alone would not necessarily ensure that the consumer benefits, but without proper price control, businesses could increase prices and consumers might not actually feel the tax exemption. So is the Ministry of TIAT willing to look into this matter, or is it already being looked into? And is it also already being looked into as such as an amendment is brought? Mr. Chairman, yes, TIAT is already actively enforcing the price controls under the Landsverordening, and including maximum price requirements and mandatory price indication. In 2026 to date, IATA has conducted more than 50 price control inspection and issued pro-justia summons to 16 businesses for violation. If additional tax exemptions on essential goods are introduced, TIAT supports ensuring that the benefits is actually passed to consumers. So we would therefore work with the Ministry of Finance on a practical mechanism to monitor the price effect and take action where necessary. So in principle, TIAT supports measures that ensure the tax exemption translates into a real benefit for consumer, provided the legal and enforcement mechanism is clear. Last question by MP Roseberg, can each ministry provide a short list of the critical laws that the ministry is currently working on and that is outdated and need assistance so that members of parliament are doing the same work as the Council of Ministers and can assist in their role as co-legislators. MP wants to avoid members of parliament and Council of Ministers unknowingly working on the same legislation at the same time, instead of wanting parliament to know what it could assist. So the Ministry of TIAT is currently working on the following critical laws. Through the Country Package Reform Program, the ministry is currently overseeing a legal and regulatory reform project intended to strengthen the Sint Maarten's economic business license framework, establishment of the Competition Authority law, establishment of the ALF agency, public transportation ordinance, cannabis law, BTP, broadening and regulatory framework, game of chance law, Conspel's Landsverordening gambling law, hotel and tax and short-term rental, Airbnb legislation, temporary LBHAMs for bus and taxi adjustments, Claude Watty Day National, no, that's not ours, that's someone else's. Motor vehicle inspection fee increase legislation, establish of the Tourism Authority and Statistic Ordinance. There is currently a list of laws currently being worked on for civil servants and maritime affairs. Please find the list of priority laws and this for civil servants and maritime affairs here, which is Luchtvaart, Landsverordening, Landsbesluit, Toezicht, Luchtvaart, Accident, Incident, Landsbesluit houdende algemene maatregeling, Air Navigation Services, legislation for remotely piloted aircraft systems, which is drones, Haven- en Redenverordening, Ballastwaterbeheer, Maritime Labor Convention, en Rijkswet Nationaliteit, zeeschepen. Next, move over to 3 questions from MP Waver. Who owns the domain .sx? The website www.registry.sx has the Chamber of Commerce, Telegram Group, and a company named Transversal as accredited registrars that can register SXM domain names. The Clem La Bega parking lot, there is an imagery that has been circulating throughout the news media. What research was done to ensure that the one-level parking facility would be enough to accommodate the growing population and also the area in which it is? Would a multi-story be better? What is the overall plan, and when is that? Through you, Mr. Chairman, first I must clarify that the image currently circulating in media is an AI-generated rendering created by a media house that published the press release. It is not a conceptual plan currently held by government and does not actually reflect the project as it is being developed internally. The actual preliminary design for the Claude Watty, the Clem La Bega Square entails approximately 100 parking spaces. We acknowledge that a single-level facility at this specific square cannot independently accommodate the total parking demands of Phillipsburg, but Clem La Bega Square is only one piece of the much bigger infrastructure picture. To truly address the parking volume and the population growth, the government's comprehensive plan envisioned a dedicated multi-level parking garage at the location of the former post office, including conference center and National Theatre. When will the tender for architectural design be issued, and given the current image is only a rendering? The 2026 budget provides the necessary financial allocation that allows the government to formally initiate the procurement process. Subject to parliamentary approval and the funds being secured, government will begin the required steps prior to procurement of the construction, which includes procurement of the development plans. Questions by MP De Wever. Why is cannabis regulation listed as the top legislation priority for TIAT, ahead of long-standing policies such as public transportation, beach vending, sports, tourism, and residential economic policy? The member, through you, Mr. Chairman, expressed concern that cannabis regulation is our top priority because it appeared first on the presentation slide. The list presented to this Parliament was an overview of our comprehensive legislative agenda. It was not formatted in descending order of importance, priority, or urgency. A bullet point at the top of a slide does not equal to the top priority of this ministry. The purpose of this exercise is not to promote cannabis or assume that Sint Maarten must establish an industry. It is to ensure that government's properly examines the issues, identify risk, and safeguards and presents Parliament with a framework that can be assessed on its merit. Next question, if cannabis legislation does not go through, what do we owe the company if it's canceled? Are we tied in the agreement? What do we have to pay before this contract or whatever agreement exists? Mr. Chairman, through you, let me first establish the facts. The proposed legislation is not presently before Parliament. It is still being finalized and must complete the required legal review by legal affairs and approved procession before it can be submitted to Parliament. It is therefore, Mr. Chairman, premature to draw sweeping conclusions about legislation that members have not yet received in its final form, examined or debated. The concerns raised regarding public health, youth protection, mental health, enforcement, potential government liability, local economic participation, and whether Sint Maarten is prepared are legitimate. In fact, these are precisely the matters that the policy, legislative, and regulatory process are intended to examine and address. However, let us also be clear, Mr. Chairman, about the prospective roles. Native nation does not make the laws of Sint Maarten. It does not determine government policy, regulate an industry, issue licenses, or decide whether Parliament adopts a legislation. Native Nation was engaged to provide technical expertise within the scope of the applicable agreement. Government remains responsible for policy and administration. Parliament retains the constitutional authority over legislation. Let me be also clear to you, Mr. Chairman, this proposed framework is not simply about revenue. The objective being examined includes protecting public health, young people, reducing illicit activity, improving product and consumer safeguard, strengthening oversights and enforcement, accessing possible opportunities for local entrepreneurs and farmers. The process must also consider prevention, mental health risk, and access to appropriate support for persons affected by the substance misuse. To portray the entire exercise as nothing more than a search for revenue ignores the wider purpose of the work being undertaken. Revenues may form part of the assessment, but it is neither the only consideration nor a sufficient basis on its own proceeding. On the question of the agreement, government must honor its lawful contractual obligation and manage the process in good faith. Those responsibilities belong to government as an institution and must be handled carefully and consistently. However, it would be irresponsible for me to announce that a particular amount would automatically become payable if Parliament does not approve the legislation. Any possible financial consequence will depend on the terms of the agreement and the work already performed, any outstanding obligations and provisions governing amendment discontinued or termination. Those matters must be determined from the agreement itself and the applicable legal advice, not through speculations on the floor of Parliament. Government must therefore avoid any actions that could unnecessarily expose the country to contractual or financial risk. That is not a warning against legitimate scrutiny or disagreement. It is a reminder that public officials must speak and act responsibly when government is party to an agreement. So at this time, Parliament's constitutional authorities remains intact. Government can bring legislation to Parliament. Government cannot cast Parliament's vote. Members will be free to examine the proposed law, question it, propose amendment, and ultimately vote for or against it. But let us not pretend to debate a final law that is not yet before us. When it reaches Parliament, read it, question it, challenge it, And after examining the final text and supporting information, a member believes it should become law, or the member has the right to vote against it. That is what Parliament is for. What Parliament should not become is a stage for creating fear about liabilities, contractual consequences, or legislative provisions before members have received the final package and the relatively facts has been properly established. Politics, Mr. Chairman, is easy when cameras are on, but governance requires doing the careful work when they're off. And I'm prepared to have this debate with the final document, the legal framework, and the evidence and the facts on the table. So until then, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully suggest that we deal in an established facts rather than speculation and conduct parliamentary scrutiny rather than political theater. The MP would like to understand where there is no progress with the Met Office and at this high level, what is the delay on this? Through you, Mr. Chairman, the delay with the Met Civil Aviation Building is strictly a matter of pending capital liquidity governed by Kingdom law. So while Parliament rightfully approved the 9.5 million guilders capital budget, the current framework dictates that the capital expenditures must be financed through specialized loans that require approval from CFT. Although we have parliamentary authorization to spend, the actual investment funds have not yet been received. How much outstanding does every ministry have? I would like a breakdown by the year 2070 of what bills are outstanding by ministry. The estimated known outstanding bills are 2024, 5 invoices, 2025, 24 invoices, and 2026, 16 invoices. 2 more MPs to go, and we're at the finishing line. Next, we have MP Sarah Westcott Williams, about 13 questions. Which capital budget already is... If you wanted to write it, no problem, but this is our OV, so you know how it goes. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Which capital projects already is execution or shovel ready and design complete, pending only financial, and what the financial status of each, and what is the financing status of each? The building for the Met and Civil Aviation departments already has department plans which are financed and provided by NRPB, while the designs are complete and execution is concurrently waiting for the release and receipt of the funds through the capital expenditures borrowing process. With regards to the Glendabrega Square, we currently possess preliminary conceptual designs and total cost estimate. The MP, Westcott Williams, requests a precise outline of the TWO programs, what has been received and what hasn't, and what is being paid for versus after not, or versus not, after government's answer started this could not be provided. She also noted that the public TWO site itself paints an alarming picture. Through you, Mr. Chairman, as part of the response for the Central Committee via the Eurosem faction, the ministry provided an overview of TWO projects with a timeline and budgetary amounts, but nonetheless, from the overview provided, the following have been started. So these are the ones that are now started. The Advanced Education Program, the Credits Agriculture Loan Instrument, the Agri-Research Project, the Investment Promotion Agency, the Chamber Digitization, the Dell Digitization, and the Dell Process Review and Streamlining. MP Westcott, Sarah Westcott, MP Westcott Williams asked about status, next steps, corporate governance reform, gambling regulations meant for channel via TWO, and tax reform generally, all described as stalled. Mr. Chairman, through you, TIA's response is limited to the Gambling Authority under the H2. Corporate governance and tax reforms fall under the competence of the other ministries. So the gambling reform has taken longer than originally anticipated because it requires both new legislation and the establishment of a regulatory authority. However, the foundation work has been completed. This includes the draft gambling ordinance and the approved business case, and the gambling prevalence study and the proposed institutional framework. So the project has now moved into legislative and implementation phase. So the next steps include processing and remaining government feedback conducted conducting stakeholder and public consultation, and advancing the draft legislation through the required advisory and legislative procedures. At the same time, the quartermaster is continuing the institutional and operational preparation for the Gambling Authority so that the implementation can be advanced in parallel with the legislation process. So the project continues to be coordinated with H2 country package. MP Westcott asked if, in effect, what contingency exists if Tereo country package and trust fund financing, which is carrying a significant share of the actual delivery, including the E6 economic diversification project and the Future Roots Cultural Heritage Project, spare landfill rehabilitation, and the Ministry Management Information Systems is paused, or if the wider Kingdom cooperation from framework is renewed. If the scenario described becomes a reality and as it relates to projects that fall under the spare and the E6 program, then the Ministry of TIAD would have to put the projects on hold, unfortunately, while alternative funding is sought out elsewhere. MP Westcott would like VRAMI and TIAD to clarify which ministry is doing what on the mobility traffic study, with UNOP signing versus TIAD's call for information, and to state government's own position before issuing the further proposal. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the MP for raising these questions, because the traffic mobility affect virtually every resident and business in Sint Maarten. But let me be very clear about what the government wants. We want a safer, more effective, and better organized transportation system that moves people and vehicles more effectively while recognizing the physical limitations of our land. That means we cannot look at a traffic simply as road problem. We want to look at how people move, how public transportation operates, how vehicles flow, and where congestion occurs, and how technology can help us to manage the system. This is also why TIAD and VRAMI is working together. VRAMI, through its letter of intent with UNOPS, is establishing the broader technical framework, and UNOPS will work with VRAMI, TIAD, and Justice to assess traffic flows, road safety risks, infrastructure needs, and help develop the implementation road based on the international best practices in public consultation. TIAD's responsibility is the transportation side of that equation. That includes public transportation policy, transportation concession, regulation and understanding how people and vehicles move around the island. With support from Tereo, TIAD is also preparing a comprehensive carrying capacity study. This will help us determine how much traffic our roads and transportation system can realistically handle where the greatest pressures exist. In simple terms, we need to know the capacity of the system before we decide how best to manage and improve it.
Minister, with your indulgence, if you could just round off the last answer to the question, and then we would have to adjourn for the evening due to some circumstances, and then we will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to be able to finalize, please. Yeah? So if you could just finalize the last answer. This answer, and then we can adjourn until tomorrow. Yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, regarding the request for information, or RFI, I want to be clear. The RFI is not the government announcing that we have already chosen a solution or that we are not about to purchase a particular system. The RFI is essentially government asking the market what solutions are available, what do they cost, how could they work in Sint Maarten, and how could we realistically finance them. We are therefore looking at technologies such as intelligent traffic management, vehicle and fleet tracking, public transportation technology, and also exploring possible financing models such as public-private partnership in concession. This information is important because we do not want to spend public money first and figure out later the solution actually fits Sint Maarten. So what is government's plan? First, understand the problem through data. Second, determine the capacity and needs of our transportation system. Third, understand what solutions the market can offer. And fourth, use the information to develop practical mobility strategy and determine what should actually be implemented. The objective is not simply to put another traffic plan on a shelf. The objective is to build a transportation system that is safer, more organized, data-driven, suited to the realities of the small island. That is what the RFI is helping us to do, and it gives government the information needed to make an informed decision before committing the country to a particular technology system and investment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield and continue tomorrow at 10 a.m. as per your request.
Thank you, Minister. And based on that, we will now adjourn the meeting until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we have the Minister of TIET complete the answering of the questions, and we'll go over the clarifications. MPs, meeting adjourned until tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.